He's been called the guru of golf, the pro's pro, and the man with a silky smooth swing. Winner of the coveted South African Masters Tournament, he's master instructor Phil Ritson. Former company and golf director at Walt Disney World, he created the Walt Disney Golf Studio program and was chairman of the Walt Disney Golf Classic. Accredited with over 120,000 one-on-one lessons during his 40-year teaching career, Phil has worked with golfers of all levels, juniors, amateurs, and professionals, including some of the world's greatest tour players. He's been a guest speaker and instructor at both national and sectional PGA workshops, and was honored by the American Junior Golf Association for his many contributions to junior golf. Gary Player says this about Ritson.
Well, Phil is a very good teacher. In fact, I would say one of the best teachers in the world today, and does help a lot of the pros on the circuit, and is an enthusiastic teacher and a man who's had a lot of experience, has played well himself on the circuit. And I think that's an advantage when you've played well, and also to go out and teach, you have a little better idea. I really feel that.
The principles embodied in this tape are the result of years of instruction and research, years that saw the development of the Kinemation Studio of Golf, the most advanced computer-aided instructional analysis program in use today. Located at Heathrow, just a short drive and a putt from Orlando, Florida, the Kinemation Studio of Golf uses proprietary three-dimensional animated graphics software to analyze and correct individual faults more effectively than ever before. Now the techniques for achieving a silky smooth swing are yours in this videotape. Researched, planned, written, and narrated by master instructor Phil Ritson.
What makes a golf teacher good? The ability to diagnose a problem in its simplest form. With a three-dimensional graphic program, it is so much easier to diagnose this problem. What was opinion is now factual. With a marriage of years of teaching and technology, I have developed drills that will be right for you. Learn to play golf your way, and don't forget, you've got to go and practice and practice. Let's have fun. Let's go out to the tee and meet the master professionals. Hi pros, we're out on the Kinemation Studio of Golf's practice tee, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you our teaching professionals. Jamie Zacco, our club expert and master professional. Don Trahan, Grandmaster Professional. He's an editor on the Golf Magazine staff, a really fine teacher. Andy O'Brien, our left-hander, a really good teacher indeed and Master Professional. And Bill Underwood, our Master Professional, who's been with me a long time and was with me at Disney. Don, let's have some fun and go out and do these drills.
Good, let's go.
Let's have fun. Learn to play golf your way. Don Trahan, our Grandmaster Professional, will demonstrate posture, the way you stand to the ball. Don is going to hit the ball here. What a beautiful shot, Don. Let's talk about posture. How do we get into the position that's right for you? Clap your hands in front of you. You'll notice the hands are together, and Don's going to bow from the waist. Move your hips forward to the left, and you'll notice this automatically drops your right shoulder, allowing your right hand to be naturally below your left hand. This is very important indeed. Let's try one more time, clapping your hands together, bowing, moving the hips forward, and allowing the right shoulder to get down below the left shoulder into a very good position indeed. Don's going to take up the grip now. You notice the hips are forward, the right shoulder's in and down, the head's behind the ball, and there's a straight line between the left arm and the shaft in a very good position indeed. Don's going to keep waggling the toes now and stay soft. He's feeling his balance to make sure the weight is on the balls of his feet. Keep moving all the time to stay soft. Going to turn away from the camera. And let's take a look at this posture position from this angle. Don's going to address the ball. In a very good position indeed. He's leaning forwards now with the weight on the toes, and you'll notice he's far too far away. He's going to get underneath the shot with the weight on the heels. This inhibits your turn. So please remember, the weight has got to be on the balls of the feet. Waggle your toes to make sure the weight isn't on the toes, and keep the weight on the balls of your feet. Don is going to clap his hands one more time, bow, move the hips forward, and you'll notice the right shoulder's below the left. Watch this beautiful position. He's checking the distance from his body by clenching his right fist and placing it between the thigh and the top of the handle. This is very important, a way to check to make sure you're the correct distance away. Don's going to keep moving and stay very soft and natural here. Right shoulder's down below the left, in a very, very good position indeed. Thank you, Don. Setup routine. Everyone should have a setup routine. Let's watch Don's setup routine. He's moving behind the ball to check his alignment, to find a spot to make sure he's aiming correctly. He moves in towards the ball, and he's now checking the leading edge to make sure that club is plumb to the ground, keeping that club face absolutely straight to the target. He's had a look at his grip, he's satisfied with that. He now has the ball placed in the middle of the feet, leaving the left foot where it is and opening up the right foot. He's trying to feel comfortable here and stay loose. He's waggling his toes to make sure the weight is on the balls of his feet. Staying soft. This is very important indeed. Keep moving. Stay soft. He's in a very good position here, and he's now going to hit the ball. What a good shot, and thank you, Don. Alignment, the aiming factor. It's so important to find your correct line. Don's confirming this by placing a peg in the ground directly between the ball and through to the target. He's reconfirmed it's in the correct position. He's now checking his grip, checking the leading edge of the club to make sure it's plumb to the ground and straight or square to the target. He's now satisfied that the club face is straight. He's checking his feet, and you notice the board closest to his feet is referred to as the feet line, and the board on the outside of the ball is the target line. He's now very comfortable with his direction. He's confirming the knee position being straight down the feet line, confirming the waist position being straight down the feet line, and then the shoulders. One has a preference. We prefer the straight position, or the square position as often described. There's a preference here where one plays with a slightly closed stance with the right foot drawn back, closing up the shoulders and the hips. The other preference is with a slightly open stance. We prefer the straight stance, the square stance. Don is now very comfortable, and he's very confident that he's set up to hit the ball straight. He's now lying his right ear on a pillow, and it's very important when you confirm the direction, lie your right ear on a pillow. If you don't, you'll notice as Don looks up, he opens up to the target, and you're going to see the wrong line. So please remember, lie your right ear on a pillow and double check. He's now satisfied he's absolutely perfect, and he's ready to hit. A beautiful shot, thank you, Don. Ball position. Don has a 9-iron in his hand. He's placing the ball in line with the inside of the left heel. You'll notice his stance is fairly narrow, and he has 60% of the weight on the left side. By having 60% of the weight on the left side, this allows him to hit down and through the shot with the shorter irons. You notice the left arm and shaft are in a straight line. Don is now going to pick up a 3-iron and place the ball in exactly the same position, in line with the inside of the left heel. He's taking a slightly wider stance with a longer iron, keeping the weight even on both feet. You notice the left arm and shaft in a straight line, and his head is behind the ball. He's now going to pick up a driver and again place the ball in line with the inside of the left heel, taking up a wider stance, moving the weight over to the right side, keeping 60% of the weight on the right side. By having the weight on the right side, it allows him to get the ball up in the air a lot easier. You notice his head's behind the ball. The left arm and shaft and the yellow board are all in one straight line, in a very, very good position indeed. Don's moving around just a little bit and making sure the weight is 60% on the right side. Very important to get the ball up in the air by having a little more weight on that right side. We're now going to go back to the 9-iron, and please remember, with the 9-iron, the stance is a lot narrower. To be consistent with all your shots, keep the bottom of the arc consistent. He's now picking up a 3-iron, taking up a slightly wider stance, and getting the weight even on both feet. In a very good position indeed there. Left arm and shaft in a straight line. He's now picking up the driver, again setting the ball up in line with the inside of the left heel, and please remember a wider stance, and the weight has to be 60% on the right side. In a very, very good position. Thank you, Don. Let's talk about the knees in the set-up position. Don's going to address the ball, feather the grass. Let's take a look at his knees. You'll notice they're directly over the top of his feet. The knees are separated in a very good relaxed position. We do not recommend the right knee being pointed in towards the ball. Watch what happens as he does this. The shoulders open, the hips open, and the right arm is high. Don's going to swing back now, and watch how far the right knee has to travel. So please remember, don't point the right knee in towards the ball. Let's remove the unnecessary moving parts. It's nice and soft now, and you'll notice when he swings back, he's going to rotate around his right knee. The right knee does not move. He's going to bounce into his right knee to stay soft. So please remember, turn around your right knee. The right knee does not move at all. He's staying nice and soft. He turns around his right knee into a perfect position. Thank you, Don. Let's have fun. Bill Underwood, our master professional, is going to demonstrate left foot action. Learn to play golf your way. Bill's going to have a dry swing, and he's now going to hit the ball in slow motion. Let's swing back to the top of the backswing, please, Bill. And let's take a close look at this left heel. You notice the left heel's on the ground. This is a preference. You can bring the left heel off the ground just that little bit. You'll notice the left knee has moved into a very good position. Let's take another look at the backswing. Bill's going to swing back and bring his left heel far too far off the ground, and you'll notice he's lifted up. So please remember, when you swing back, keep that left heel close to the ground for control. Let's try one more time. He's going to swing back. The left heel's perfect. He's going to come down slowly, roll that left foot over into a perfectly balanced position. The weight is running little toe heel on the outside of his left foot. Let's talk about the downward swing now. He's going to swing back, come down slowly, and twist his left foot. Let's do that one more time, Bill. Spinning your left foot out. Please remember, roll the left foot over. Get the weight on the outside of the left foot. The spinning out causes all sorts of problems. One more time, Bill, demonstrating the left heel coming off the ground and the follow through. You'll notice as he hit the ball, he lifted up. This causes topping, hitting the ball on the head. So please remember, when you swing, do not bring that left heel off the ground at impact. Roll that left foot over. Notice how the weight's going little toe heel into a perfect position. Let's talk about the right foot action. Bill's going to demonstrate the right foot action on the backswing. You'll notice the right foot has not moved. He's going to come down very, very slowly, and notice how the right foot rolls over onto the inside of the big toe into a perfect position. Let's go to a close-up now and have a good look at this right foot. Let's watch Bill's right foot on the backswing. This is the correct move. You'll notice the right foot doesn't move. He's going to come down very slowly. On the way down, you'll notice the right foot rolls over onto the inside of the big toe into a perfect balanced position. Another demonstration here. Bill's going to swing back and roll the right foot over, causing that awful lateral sway off the ball. the next move here of the right foot, Bill's going to bring his right heel way off the ground, causing you to lift up. Another common problem in the follow-through with the right foot is to throw the right heel right over the top and spin out, causing you to come across the ball. Let's take another look at this right foot. Bill's got the weight on the inside of the right foot this time, but he's forcing the right heel down, causing a block out in the follow-through, impossible to follow through. How do we stop the right heel from coming over the top? Point your right foot to the right, and you'll notice as you go through, this nails the heel down, the right heel, and then allows it to come up into the perfect position. Let's try that one more time, pointing the right foot out. A very good drill indeed here to stop the right heel coming over the top. He has the right foot square and straight this time, and you'll notice when he swings back, he's forcing the weight onto the inside of the right foot to eradicate the right foot rolling over. So please remember, to stop the right foot from rolling over on the backswing, force the weight onto the inside of the right foot. Let's take one more look at this backswing here. Weight on the inside of the right foot, force the weight on the inside. You'll notice the right foot has not moved. He's going to follow through into a perfect position. Let's talk about balance, a key factor in any sport. Bill's going to hit this ball really hard this time, and let's watch his balance in the follow-through. That's really beautiful, Bill, in a perfectly balanced position. How do we get this feeling of balancing? How do we train ourselves to be balanced? You'll notice Bill's feet are close together. He's swinging backwards and forwards, and he's feeling his weight going right heel, left heel. Notice how that left foot rolls over. Weight running little toe heel on the outside of his left foot. Bill's going to swing again, slightly wider stance. Swing back, follow through, and notice how the weight goes little toe heel on the outside of the left foot. You have to show off. Pose for the camera. Let's try one more time. Swing back. Going to follow through slowly. Weight going little toe heel on the outside of the left foot and showing off in the follow through. Pose for that camera. Bill's going to check his balance here. He's going to waggle his toes just a little bit to make sure the weight is not on the toes. The weight is on the balls of the feet. He's going to transfer his weight to the right heel, then to the left heel. Very good balance indeed there again, Bill. Weight transference, a key power factor. A dry swing by Bill, feeling the weight going right heel, left heel. Let's watch him hit this ball and watch how fast the weight moves. Right heel, left heel. A very, very good shot indeed, thank you, Bill. How do we feel the weight is being transferred correctly? Bill's going to swing back, feeling the weight on the right heel by bouncing into that right knee. Watch the bounce of the right knee, feeling that weight planted on that right heel. He's going to come down slowly, weight going little toe heel on the outside of the left foot. He's going to bounce into the left knee here to make sure the weight is on that left heel. One more swing, please. Feeling the weight going right heel to the left heel. Rotation power. What happens if you don't transfer your weight to your right heel? Reverse tilting. A problem here, as you notice, weight being kept on the left side, straightening the right knee. Let's try one more time, please, Bill. This time demonstrating the sway problem. Not rotating the power, but swaying off the ball. Remember, no sway power, please. It has to be rotation power. Bill's going to swing again. Weight going to the right heel. Remember rotation power. Weight going through to the left heel. Let's work on the drill with the club behind your back and across your shoulders. Turning the big muscles now. Right shoulder, left shoulder turning, right hip turning, bouncing into that right knee, falling through, big shoulder turn. One more time, please. Big shoulders, right knee bouncing, rotating, turning back to that left heel and bouncing into that left knee. Let's have one more swing this time, please, Bill. Rotation power. Weight going to the right heel, back to the left heel, right heel on the backswing, back to the left heel, and pose for that camera. Thank you, Bill. Let's talk footwork. After all, the feet are the foundation of your swing. Not enough emphasis, I believe, is placed on footwork. Bill's going to swing back here and demonstrate a major problem rolling the right foot over, causing you to sway off the ball. As you can see, Bill's right knee has moved way to the right. How do we eradicate this problem? Place a club on the ground and then put your little toe of your right foot on top of the club. This forces the weight onto the inside of your right foot. Bill's going to swing back here and notice on the backswing he keeps the weight on the inside of that right foot. His right knee is absolutely still. He's turned around his right knee, eliminating the sway. Let's try one more time. Bill's going to swing back, turn around his right knee. You'll notice the weight is on the inside of that right foot. Bill's coming down very slowly here. And watch that right heel come well over the top. This is another problem. Bill's going to demonstrate one more time, coming down very slowly, allowing the right heel to come over the top too much, causing him to come across the ball, a very common fault. How do we eradicate this problem? Bill's going to point his right foot to the right, and this stops the right knee from moving in too soon, allowing that right heel to stay on the ground just a little longer. Notice how the right heel comes off the ground at impact, the right knee in towards the left knee. Let's try that one more time. Bill's going to swing back, going to come down slowly. You'll notice the leg separation. He's bouncing into that right knee. Left knee's driven, the right heel is nailed to the ground, and watch that right knee move in late into the shot. Into a very, very good position indeed. Let's talk about the left foot. Bill moves the left foot very, very well indeed. Let's examine the left foot on the backswing. You notice the left foot's rolled over, the left knee's moved in. Starting the downward swing slowly, rolling that left foot over, weight going little toe heel on the outside of the left foot into a perfectly balanced position. Let's try that one more time. Winding up, allowing the left heel to come off the ground just that little bit. We have a preference here where we prefer the heel to be on the ground. If you have a problem winding up, allow the left heel to come off the ground just that little bit. Really good move here. Now remember, the downward swing is pulling. You're pulling down with the left side. The left side's leading. The left foot's rolling over. You'll notice the right knee moves in towards the left knee. Notice you can see the spikes of Bill's left shoe. A very good drill to keep the feet alive and get them moving. It's a short swing backwards and forwards. Weight going right heel, left heel. Keep the feet moving. Keep them alive. Thank you, Bill. Right knee action. Let's watch Bill's right knee. You'll notice on the backswing it does not move, and then it chases in after the left knee in the follow-through into a perfect position. Watch that right knee. Chases in towards the left knee. We're going to swing back slowly and stop. And you'll notice Bill turns around his right knee. The left knee leads on the downward swing. The right knee has not moved until he gets to waist level. Then it chases in towards the left knee into a perfect position. Let's take a look at the setup here. You notice the hips are forwards, the right shoulder's down below the left, and most important, the right knee's over the right shoe. Watch him turn around his right knee now. The setup is vital. Turns around the right knee has not moved, starts his downward swing with the left side leading, the left knee pulls down, the right side starts to move from waist level, the right knee chases in towards the left knee into a perfect position. Left knee action. Let's watch Bill's left knee action. The left knee is going to move in behind the ball, drives through into a soft left knee position. Left knee moving in behind the ball on the backswing into a perfect soft left knee position. How do we keep this left knee soft? Bill's going to swing back and stop. Let's watch the left knee start the downward swing, driving down the feet line. You'll notice the knees are going to separate. The left knee is the leader. Left knee stays soft. The right knee moves in towards the left knee into a perfect position. One more time, please, Bill. Let's watch this left knee behind the ball, through the shot, and Bill's going to bounce into that left knee. Keep the left knee soft, please. Keep your level. This is very important indeed. Let's demonstrate a problem on the downward swing, straightening the left leg. Bill's going to come down very slowly here, and you'll notice as he comes down, he straightens that left leg, causing you to top the shot. One more time, please, Bill. Straightening your left leg now on the downward swing. This is an absolute no-no. Don't straighten that left leg too soon. He'll come up, you'll top the ball. Let's demonstrate another problem, collapsing the left knee in the follow-through, losing your height, gouging into the ground. So please remember, when you swing, keep your level. Start the downward swing with the left knee driving. Bill's going to pull down with that left knee. Just watch the left knee as he starts his downward swing. The left knee is behind the ball. He's going to start the downward swing with the left knee moving, pulling himself down into a very soft position, a perfect position. Let's talk about the left knee on the backswing. This is an absolute no-no, straightening that left leg. Lifting up, all sorts of problems. Let's look at the left knee collapsing, losing height. One more swing now. Left knee behind the ball, following through, pulling down with the left knee. Drive with the left side, pull down with the left side into a soft left knee position. Very good indeed, thank you, Bill. Motion to start the backswing. One of our major problems, we get behind the ball and we freeze. Why? We are too conscious of what we're trying to do, so please play in the subconscious. Keep moving behind that ball. Stay soft. Waggle your toes. Stay in motion. Stay alive. A beautiful, smooth swing there. Thank you, Bill. Bill's going to have a dry swing here. And let's go through the movements that are so important to stay soft, to get that smooth running backswing. Waggle your toes. Keep moving your hands. Keep in motion. Stay alive. Keep moving. Slightly forward press. Some people forward press with the hands, some with the knees. Keep moving. Stay soft throughout the whole swing. Bill's going to hit a ball this time. Let's take a look again at the smooth takeaway. Remember, keep moving. This is very important indeed. Stay soft. Slightly forward press here. And let's watch the slow-mo of that swing into a beautiful finish position. Milking, the Harley-Davidson move. Don is demonstrating a 2-knuckle grip and now a 3-knuckle grip. Please remember to eliminate the left hand from getting too strong, closing the club face. Grip from underneath. Grip with those last 3 fingers of your left hand. Feel the pressure from underneath. Grip up towards the handle. Don's going to bring his right hand onto the club now. And please remember, don't squeeze from the top. Don is going to force the pressure down from the top of the left hand, and you'll notice you'll see too many knuckles causing the milking problem. So remember, grip from underneath with those last 3 fingers to eliminate the milking problem. Thank you, Don. One-piece takeaway. Please take the club back with the arms, shoulders, and hands turning together. For a smooth backswing, let the big muscles turn in one piece. Very important indeed. Let's demonstrate here an early wrist set. If you set your wrist early, the hands will make you swing fast, a narrow arc. So please don't take the club back with an early wrist set. You'll notice how fast Don swung back that time. Another problem is to take the club back just with the arms, letting the body follow. And you'll notice Don hasn't wound up correctly. So for a smooth takeaway, take the club back with the big muscles. The big muscles cannot move too quickly. Turn in one piece, arms, hips, shoulders turning together in one piece. Very good indeed. Let's try one more time for a smooth takeaway, all in one piece. Thank you, Don. way to improve your maximum wind-up on the backswing. We believe in taking the club back with the right side, the right hip and the right shoulder. And Don's going to swing back and stop, and notice how the left shoulder's turned behind the ball by turning the right side. Let's try one more time, please. Take the club back with the right hip and the right shoulder. Big turn and bounce into your right knee. One more time, please. For that smooth takeaway, take the club back with your right side, right hip, right shoulder, and let the left side follow. Don's going to follow through this time, and watch this beautiful wind-up, getting behind the ball, turning, follow through into a perfect position. Thank you, Don. Backswing. Rotate around your right knee. Let's watch Don's right knee in the swing. Very good indeed, Don. Don's going to swing back and stop and turn around your right knee. Keep your level. Bounce into your right knee to make sure you're soft. One more time, and Don's going to demonstrate straightening the right leg, obviously causing a lift up, a reverse tilt. One more time now, bending the right knee, swaying off the ball, losing one's height. Let's demonstrate the correct right knee. Don's going to turn, rotate around the right knee and bounce. He's going to bounce into that right knee. Make sure he's keeping his level all the time. One more time with the correct swing, please, Don. Turn around your right knee for maximum coil tension. Bounce into that right knee. Let's watch Don hit this ball this time. Watch the right knee, a big wind up, turning around the right knee. A beautiful follow through. Thank you, Don. Backswing, the left knee action. Let's watch Don's left knee on the backswing. This time he's going to swing a little slower, and notice how the left knee moves in behind the ball. So important to wind up correctly. Allow that left knee to move in behind the ball. A slower swing here, getting that left knee behind the ball. So important for the wind up. Starting the downward swing, driving that left knee down the feet line. One more time, swinging really slowly this time. Left knee moving in behind the ball, starting the downward swing with the left knee and hitting down and through. Don, won't you hit this ball, please? And let's watch the left knee in action. Left knee behind the ball. Beautiful shot there, Don. Thank you. If you have a problem getting the left knee in behind the ball, allow the left heel to come off the ground just that little bit. Some of us haven't got the flexibility we really do need, so bring that left heel off the ground just a little to help you wind up. Don's going to hit this ball in slow-mo this time, and let's watch the left knee action. The left knee is going to move in behind the ball, a big wind up, left knee in behind the ball, beautiful left knee drive through the shot to a perfect position. Thank you, Don. Wide arc on the backswing, one of the key power moves. Let's watch Don swing here. Beautiful wide arc. Don's going to hit the ball here. And watch how wide he extends those arms. A big turn, sits into the right knee. Very nice shot indeed, Don. Let's demonstrate the right elbow being real close on the backswing. And notice how he picks the club up, and the arc is very narrow, losing a tremendous amount of power. Don's going to hold the club short this time, going down about 6 inches on the shaft. Let's imagine that with this wide arc, this is exactly what you're getting when you keep your right elbow in. Tremendous loss of power by having a narrow arc. Don's going to swing back and stop. Let's check these arms. Big right hip turn, a big wind up. So please remember, you have to turn. You have to extend your arms to get maximum power. One more time, a big wind up here. Very good indeed, Don. Don's going to hit the ball this time in slow motion. Let's have a look at this wide arc. A big wind up. Very necessary for maximum power. So extend those arms on the backswing. Turn and get behind the ball. Very good shot indeed, Don. Learn to swing at the same pace, whether it be an 8-iron or a driver. Bill's going to demonstrate here with an 8-iron, dry swinging, and watch how smooth this is. Please remember, never hit at the ball, always hit through it. Bill's going to hit this 8-iron, and let's watch the pace very carefully here. Remember, he's not hitting at the ball, he's hitting through it. Watch the smooth rhythm, back and through. Bill's now going to have a dry swing with a driver. And remember, the key here is don't be intimidated because it's a longer club. You have to hit the ball further. The same smooth pace as the 8-iron. Watch the smooth dry swing with the driver. Bill's going to hit the ball this time, and let's pick up the pace. Remember, you're hitting through and not at the ball. Beautiful pace, thank you, Bill. Timing, tempo, rhythm. The question is often asked, how can I slow down? How can I get my timing, my tempo, and my rhythm? The key here is to take the club back with the big muscles. The big muscles cannot move too fast. So please remember, take the club back with the big muscles. Let's watch Bill swing back to the top of his swing and stop. Taking the club back with the right hip and the right shoulder. One-piece takeaway, smooth in rhythm and timing, tempo. Very good indeed, Bill. Let's swing back this time, one more time. Just pause for a second and then follow through for me. This time back and through, and watch the big muscles controlling the speed of his swing. Very good indeed. Bill's going to demonstrate taking the club back with the hands and wrists this time, and watch how quick he is, picking the club up. So please don't take the club back like this. As you noticed, not completing his backswing. So it's very, very important indeed to keep your rhythm and timing and tempo, to take the club back with the big muscles. Turn in one piece. Watch the smooth swing here. Big muscle control. We don't mind if you swing a little quicker. Everybody has their own rhythm and pace, as long as you control the swing with your big muscles. Bill's going to hit the ball this time, and let's watch the action hitting the ball. Beautiful, smooth swing there. Thank you, Bill. Let's have a dry swing again, please, Bill. And watch this backswing one more time. Very smooth indeed. Controlling the backswing with the big muscles. Don't, whatever you do, pick up the club with your hands. An absolute no-no. Beautiful movement there, Bill. Let's see you hit this ball, please, Bill. So for control, pace, rhythm, and timing, swing with the big muscles. Wind up. Learn to wind up. Finish your backswing before you start your downward swing. Bill's going to swing back and bounce into his right knee. The feeling here is to take the club back with the big muscles. Please turn the big muscles, get behind the ball, bounce into that right knee. Please finish the backswing. Don't come back to the ball too soon. Turn. Looks very good indeed, thank you, Bill. Swing back and stop again. Big wind up, a big wide arc. How do we control this backswing? How do we wind up? A very good drill here is to put the club behind your back and under your arms. Turn slowly and watch how the handle of the club points behind the ball. Look in a mirror and check this. Make sure you finish your backswing before you start your downward swing. Practice this drill. Turning, please. Get that handle pointing behind the ball. One more time. Turn and bounce. Bounce into that right knee. Make sure you finish your backswing. Let's see Bill hit this ball and demonstrate in slow motion a beautiful wind-up. Watch how Bill finishes his backswing. He gets right around behind the ball. What a beautiful swing, Bill. Rotation power, one of the key power factors. Bill Underwood, our master professional, is going to demonstrate rotation power. And take the club back with the big muscles, the right hip and the right shoulder, winding up into a tremendously coiled tension position. Beautiful wind up indeed here. He's sitting into his right knee. He's turned the big muscles. He's behind the ball to create maximum power. So please remember, take the club back with the big muscles. Bill's going to demonstrate one more time, and remember, it's pulling power, not pushing power. Pull back with the right side. Make sure your shoulder's behind the ball in a perfectly wound up position. Bill's going to demonstrate the right knee swaying off the ball, the right foot's rolling. So please remember, it's rotation power and not sway power. So important to rotate to create maximum coil tension. Bill's going to swing back again, tremendous coil tension, and notice he's not overswinging. The club has not gone past parallel. He's controlling the backswing with his hands. Beautiful wind-up position indeed. Coming down slowly, driving with that left knee and allowing the right knee to move in towards the left. Let's have a full swing here, please, Bill. In fast motion, let's watch the swing. Watch the power. Wind up and through the ball. How do we stop this right foot from rolling over? A drill here we'd like you to practice. Place your foot on top of the club. Make sure your weight is on the inside of the right foot. And let's turn and bounce at the top. Make sure you're really sitting at the top of the backswing. Remember to turn the big muscles, please. We cannot be emphatic enough about winding up with the big muscles for maximum power. Let's watch Bill hit this ball, please. And watch the tremendous wind-up and the tremendous power. Beautiful shot indeed. Thank you, Bill. Overswinging, a very common problem. Bill's going to demonstrate a pure backswing. Going to swing to the top of his backswing and stop. You'll notice the shaft is parallel to the ground. The moment he bends his wrist too much or collapses his arm, you'll notice he's overswinging. Let's try one more time. He's going to swing back to a pure backswing again, and you'll notice the shaft is parallel to the ground. Learn to control your backswing. Bill's going to demonstrate an overswing by bending his left arm. He's going to swing back and let the left arm bend, and you'll notice there's an overswing. Very difficult to hit the ball this way. This time he's going to cup his left wrist and bend his left arm, and again an overswing. Very difficult to control the shot. How do we eradicate this problem? Bill's going to swing back and get the feeling of pointing the thumbs to the sky. You'll notice a big body turn, big muscle turn, and he's controlling his wrist. You have to exaggerate the firm wrist there. This is very, very important indeed. Point those thumbs to the sky. The momentum would normally take the club back a little further. One more time. Point those thumbs to the sky. Learn to control those wrists. Very, very important indeed. Bill's going to demonstrate here putting the right arm behind the back and swinging just with the left arm only to strengthen the back of that left wrist, to learn to control your wrist on the backswing. Try one more time, please. This time he's going to follow through, back, and he's going to go right through the shot. Very good indeed, Bill. This is a very common fault here. Overswinging without a body turn. Just watch this. Bill's not going to turn his body. He's going to collapse his left arm and wrist, and you notice he has a full swing. This is what we do not want, please. A very common fault. Trying to complete the backswing by being very loose with the wrists and the left arm. You have to complete your body turn first. Very important indeed. Bill's going to point the thumbs to the sky, and remember this drill. Please point your thumbs to the sky to control your backswing and make sure you have a big body turn. Thank you, Bill. Elbow control. Let's watch Don swing back and stop. Watch the right elbow. The right elbow's down but well away. He's going to follow through very slowly, and you'll notice the hands are high, right arm is extended. Let's try one more time. He's going to swing back. Right elbow's well away, left arm is extended. Remember, you need the wide arc for power. He's going to come down very slowly, follow through into a very nice high position. Let's aim away from the camera, please, Don. I'm going to swing back and stop. Let's watch the right arm. The right elbow's down but well away. So important to control that right elbow. Swing back again and stop with the left arm behind his back. He's going to demonstrate what we describe as a tray position. At the top of the backswing, he's carrying a tray. Now the feeling is to throw a ball literally underarm down the fairway. Let's try that one more time, please, Don. You'll notice the left arm is behind the back and he's swinging just with the right arm to control that right elbow. Right elbow's down in a tray position. He's going to throw that ball underarm down the fairway. He's going to turn now and face the camera. And let's watch these elbows. Going to swing back and stop. The left arm is extended, but not locked. Notice how that left forearm rotates through the ball. Don's going to turn and face the camera. And let's concentrate on the left arm in the follow-through. Watch how it releases through the ball. Left arm rotates through the ball this time, coming down slowly, rotating that left arm. Left elbow's down. The elbows are equidistant. Very important indeed. Let's do this super drill. The way to control your elbows. Don's going to hold the club in the tips of his fingers and lie the club behind his back. Watch him turn and watch the right elbow down, but well away from the body. He's going to follow through and the left elbow's down, but well away from the body. He's going to face the camera. He's going to turn, right elbow down. He's going to follow through, left elbow down. What a wonderful drill to control your elbows. He's going to aim away from the camera. The right elbow is going to be in a tray position at the top of the backswing, well away from the body, but down. He's going to follow through, and the left elbow's down. Let's do that one more time, please, Don. Let's watch the elbows. Right elbow down, left elbow down. Thank you, Don. Watch Don's elbows in the swing. Right elbow down on the backswing, left elbow down on the follow-through. Don's going to swing back with the right elbow close to the body, an absolute no-no. Flat backswing, narrow arc, laying off. He's going to do this one more time in slow motion, swinging back with the right elbow close, and as you can see, a flat backswing, a very, very narrow arc indeed. An absolute no-no. Don's going to aim away from the camera and place a ball under his right arm. How many times have you been told, place a handkerchief or a towel under your right arm? This is an absolute misunderstanding. Please don't do this. Watch what happens when the right elbow is close to the body. Flat backswing, narrow arc, laying off. Don's going to swing one more time, going back very slowly, the correct way, right elbow well away but down, and you'll notice the ball is going to fall out onto the ground. Don, won't you pick up the ball, please, and place the ball under your left arm, and let's turn around and face the camera. Don's going to have a short backswing, and watch how narrow the arc is in the follow-through with the ball under his arm. Let's do that one more time. Notice how narrow the arc is, coming across the ball with no extension. He's now going to face the camera and watch the flat follow-through with the ball under his left arm. An absolute no-no. This time he's going to follow through correctly with the left elbow leaving the body, but down, hitching a right, and you'll notice the ball comes away. Thank you, Don. We've just come in from the beautiful golf course. Sure you've enjoyed the drills you've seen up to now, and we're back in the studio. This might suit people in inclement times practicing indoors. Let's talk about a very important factor in the golf swing, losing the right hand in the swing. Remember, it's very, very important to make the two hands work together as one. Marry those two hands together. Let me demonstrate here in the shot. You'll notice right throughout the whole swing, my hands stayed together. A very common fault we're going to talk about today is letting go and losing the lifeline at the top of the backswing. I want you to watch how the lifeline of the right hand comes away, losing the club. Let's talk about the lifeline. This particular part of the hand right under the heel pad. So please remember, at the top of the backswing, you have to squeeze the lifeline of your right hand against your left thumb. Let me demonstrate again. Swinging back very, very slowly, and watch how I lose the lifeline of the right hand. This causes a disruption in the rhythm, the timing. A tendency here is to unwind the wrist too soon, casting from the top. You can imagine what happens when you do that. Loss of power coming over the top and across the ball. Wonderful way to practice this is a coin test. Place a coin on top of your left thumb Then push your lifeline down on top of that left thumb, please. Squeezing just oh so gently, and when you go to the top of the backswing, let's make sure you squeeze that coin. Try one more time. Swinging back, squeezing the coin. You'll notice the two hands are wedded together. This is what will happen to the coin if you lose your lifeline grip. You'll notice the coin has fallen out. So please remember, for consistency, squeeze the lifeline. Keep those two hands working together as one unit. Steering wheel factor, controlling the knuckles. It is so important to control the knuckles. The knuckles control the angle of the club face, and this keeps the club face straight. One of the most important factors in hitting the ball down the center of that fairway. Let's talk a little bit more about knuckle control. Bill is a two-knuckle player. When he looks down, he can see two knuckles. We have a preference of either two knuckles or three knuckles. In Bill's case, it's two knuckles. And he's going to demonstrate how he controls the two knuckles throughout the whole swing and keeping the club face straight. He's got to the top of his backswing, controlling the back of his left wrist. Two knuckles at waist level, coming down, controlling the two knuckles at impact, and going right through the shot, holding that two-knuckle angle. Bill has a two-knuckle grip here, and he's going to pick the club up in front of him, demonstrating the way he sets his wrist on the two-knuckle position. Now he places the club pointing over his right shoulder, checking the two-knuckle position one more time. He's going to turn to the top of his backswing, and he's in a two-knuckle position. Now he's going to cup the wrist open into a three- or four-knuckle position. He's now going to close the left wrist into a one-knuckle position. He's going to come down slowly, remaining in that one-knuckle position. You'll notice the club face is closed. The ball will go to the left. And swing back again and stop, cupping the wrist open. Coming down slowly, holding that club face open. You'll notice the face is wide open, the ball's going to go to the right. Going to swing back again and stop. In the perfect position, showing two knuckles. Checking to make sure he has two knuckles. He's going to come back to waist level, check the two-knuckle position, absolutely correct. And come back again at impact, two-knuckle position, club face perfect. Two-knuckle position at waist level, perfect, and follow right through. Tension, left arm. Let's watch Bill address this ball, and you'll notice his left arm is straight, extended, but not locked. We're going to watch him hit this ball in slow-mo, and you'll notice the left arm remains extended throughout the swing, but soft. Let's watch Bill in the setup position. His left arm is relaxed, and nice and soft, but extended. Watch what happens when he straightens his left arm. His shoulders are tight, very stiff, very unnatural, and very difficult to take the club back from this tense position. Bill's going to relax his left arm again and get very comfortable. He's going to swing back and stop. His left arm is in what I call the perfect position. He's now going to extend his left arm, and you notice how tense and awkward this is. So please remember, when we talk about the straight arm, it must be extended but not locked at the top of the backswing. Bill's back in the perfect position again. Let's try one more time, please. Swinging back with the left arm nice and soft. Through into a perfect position. So please remember, don't lock that left arm on the backswing. You'll notice the left arm was locked, nice and soft again. Let's talk about a drill here to learn to control the left arm. You put your right arm behind your back and swing just with the left arm only. Bill's going to lock the left arm, and you'll notice the tremendous tension. He's going to soften it again into the correct position. Let's go through, Bill. Another very good drill here is to hold the club shorter, say 6 inches down, which allows the club head to be a lot lighter and a lot easier to swing. Locking the left arm, a no-no. Left arm is perfect again. Let's do that one more time, please, Bill. Swinging back, left arm nice and soft. A no-no, locking it, left arm soft into a perfect position. Thank you, Bill. Right arm and right elbow in the address position. Look how comfortable Bill is here. His right hand is below his left hand. His right shoulder is below the left shoulder. His hips are forwards. And his right elbow is tucked in and bent just a little bit. Bill's going to demonstrate how you get into this position. He's going to bring his right hand up to his left hand and move his hips back. And watch when he moves the hips to the left towards the target, how the right hand drops naturally down below the left hand. The right shoulder drops, the hips are forwards, the right elbow is tucked in, and you'll notice there's a straight line through the left arm and down the shaft in a perfect position. Let's demonstrate what happens when you don't move your hips forwards. Bill has his right hand in line with his left hand, and you notice as he extends the right arm without moving the hips forward, he's opened up and the right arm is tense, hands are well forwards. So please remember, to get into this perfect position, bring your right hand towards your left hand, slide your hips forward, and that automatically drops the right shoulder below the left in a perfect position. Bill's going to swing back and follow through into a perfect follow-through position. Thank you, Bill. Rotation power, reverse tilting. Bill's going to have a dry swing, and we're going to talk about rotation power and how to eliminate the problem of reverse tilting. Bill's going to swing back and straighten his right leg, and you'll notice the weight stays on the left side, hence a reverse tilt. Another reverse tilt problem is to point the left knee on the backswing in front of the ball, and you'll notice he'll reverse tilt even more. Watch him swing back and watch this left knee. An absolute no-no. How do we eradicate this problem? Bill's going to swing back, rotating around his right knee. He's going to start the backswing with the right side, right hip, right shoulder. Nice big turn. He's going to sit into that right knee. He's going to bounce, feeling very comfortable. A beautiful wind up there. Let's try one more time, please, Bill. Turning around the right knee, big wind up, getting behind the ball in a perfectly wound up position. Watch the big wind up, getting behind the ball, sitting into that right knee. He's really in a perfect position. Let's try one more time. Remember, you pull back with your right side. The left side complements, it works together, left and right side. You have to wind up and get over to that right heel. It's very important that your weight's on your right side. Right heel on the backswing. Sitting, bouncing into that right side. We believe in rotation power and not sway power. Bill's going to demonstrate this time swinging back and swaying off the ball. So please, no sway power. It has to be rotation power. Bill's going to swing back again, sitting into the right side in a beautiful wind-up, maximum coil tension. Bill's going to hit this ball, and he's going to feel his weight going right heel, left heel, into a perfect position. Thank you, Bill. The pendulum feel. Andy O'Brien, our master professional, he really is left-handed. This is not a mirror image you're looking at. Let's demonstrate the feeling of the pendulum feel. How do we get this feel of transition, swinging backwards and forwards smoothly? Andy's going to demonstrate swinging back and coming down smoothly, back and forth softly. Imagine that pendulum, backwards and forwards. So important to change direction smoothly. And he's going to demonstrate hitting from the top. You'll notice he's unwinding too soon and through the shot. Let's watch this pendulum feel. Delaying, delaying, and then hitting through the shot. This really is a beautiful golf swing. Please remember, you have to feel the pendulum feel here. Change direction smoothly. Watch Andy's move here. Back and down at the same pace, and you never hit at the ball, you hit through it. So please remember, don't accelerate from the top. Accelerate through the ball. This is so important. Andy's going to hit this ball this time, and let's watch the smooth change in direction. A beautiful swing, Andy. Thank you. Coming over the top, Andy's going to have a dry swing and demonstrate a perfect move. Just watch how he initiates his downward swing with his right knee and swings underneath. Please remember, the name of the game is underarm. Andy swings slower this time, swinging underneath in a perfect position. Andy's going to swing back and stop. We're going to talk about the problem, the roundhouse swing coming over the top. Watch Andy leading with his right knee, forcing the right arm close to the body, the left elbow's coming into the hip, and from there he's swinging underneath. Andy's going to aim away from the camera, and he's going to demonstrate coming over the top. Swing back and stop. Now watch him spin the hips out early, and this causes a roundhouse swing, coming right across the ball. Let's do that one more time, please, Andy. Going to swing back and stop, spinning those hips out early and coming right across the ball. An absolute no-no. A good drill here to cure this is to swing with the left hand only, putting your right arm behind your back. Remember, it's Andy's left arm. The name of the game is underarm. Get the feeling you're literally throwing a ball underarm down the fairway if you're left-handed with the left hand. Beautiful follow through there, Andy. Let's grip with both hands now. Swing back and stop. Let's come underneath. Beautiful underarm action there. Remember, the name of the game is underarm. Andy's going to turn facing the camera. And let's watch this move one more time. Swinging underneath. Remember, the right side leads on the way down in Andy's case. Right knee driving down the feet line and swinging underneath. Andy's going to hit the ball this time. And let's watch this beautiful underarm move. He's cured the problem coming over the top. Watch the right knee lead, and he's going to swing underneath to a perfect position. Thank you, Andy. Bill's going to demonstrate rotation power, hitting down and through the ball. Let's watch Bill's dry swing here, and notice how quickly he clears his hips through the shot. Bill's going to swing back and stop, and initiate the downward swing with the left knee moving down the feet line. Watch the knee move first, the left knee. His left arm drops close to the body. As his right elbow hits the body, he's going to clear his hips as fast as he can. Let's do that one more time, please, Bill. Watch the left knee move early, and watch how fast the hips clear once the knee has moved. Let's swing with the left arm only, please, Bill, and show a drill here that will really help one accelerate through the ball, clearing the hips quickly. Right hand on the hip. He's going to pull down with the left knee, initiating with the left knee, and then push his right hand against his hip. Let's do that one more time. Left knee first, and then pushing with the right hand against the hip. Let's aim away from the camera, please, Bill. And he's going to swing with the left arm only. He's going to swing back and stop. And let's watch the angle of attack on the way down. He's going to move his left knee first, and notice how close the left arm is to the chest. He's committed to a perfect angle of attack. And from here, he's going to push his right hand against his hip and clear those hips as fast as he can. Let's try one more time, please, Bill. That was a perfect move, thank you. Swing back. Left knee starts the downward swing, left arm close to the body, right hand pushes against the hip. Let's try this with both hands and watch the angle of attack. Left arm close, hips clearing fast. Bill, will you hit the ball, please? And let's watch this early left knee move into a beautiful power move through the ball. Bill Underwood is going to demonstrate one of the key moves in golf, leg separation. Let's watch this dry swing and watch how he starts the downward swing with his left knee. He's going to initiate the downward swing with his left knee. You'll notice the right knee hasn't moved until he gets to waist level. And from this point, he's going to clear his hips as fast as he can. Let's swing back again and stop, please, Bill. Big wind up. Starting the downward swing with the left knee, left arm close to the chest, committed to a perfect angle of attack and through the ball. One more time, please, Bill. Swing back and stop. Watch this left knee. Down the feet line first, committing to a correct angle of attack, and from there accelerating through the ball. Let's head away from the camera, please, Bill. Bill's going to swing back and stop. And let's watch this move on the way down. His left knee's moving first, and watch how close the left arm stays to the body. A perfect approach angle to the ball. Bill's going to swing back again, and this time he's going to spin out. Watch the early spin of the hips, causing a roundhouse follow through. Going to do that one more time. This time bringing the left arm close, the left knee moves down the feet line into a perfect angle of attack again. Beautiful follow through there, Bill. Let's face the camera. Bill's going to swing back. Let's take a good look at this move. Watch how he starts the downward swing early with that left knee. The real key here is to move the left knee before you finished your wind-up, like any other sport. Left knee early and clear those hips as fast as you can. Swing back, please, Bill. Coming down slowly now. Left knee moving. Look at that leg separation. Really beautiful. Do that one more time. Swing back. Come down very slowly. Left knee is perfect. Leg separation. Watch how flexed the knees are here. What a beautiful leg separation. What you must not do here, please, is straighten that left leg. Keep the left leg soft. Keep the knee soft. Let's try one more time, keeping those legs soft. Beautiful move there. Let's watch Bill hit the ball this time and watch this perfect leg separation, a key move in this game of golf. Beautiful, Bill. Releasing, hitching a ride. Bill's going to demonstrate the releasing move. He's going to swing back and stop, and let's watch the left forearm rotate. And come down to waist level, slowly, and watch the left forearm turn over. Beautiful release through the ball. Let's do that one more time, please, Bill. Let's watch the left forearm rotate. Come down and turn that left arm over. Bill's going to swing with the left arm only here and demonstrate the left forearm turning over. Remember, it's a one-piece move. Don't try and release with your hands or wrists. It has to be a one-piece move with the left forearm. Control that move with the left forearm, please. Let's hit towards the camera, Bill. Put the right arm behind his back, and let's watch the left arm action through the ball. Hitching a ride to fame. Watch this left arm turn over as he goes through and hitching a ride. Left elbow's down, thumbing a lift over his shoulder. Please don't use your hands or wrists. Let the left forearm rotate in one piece. Hitching a ride to fame, accelerating through the ball. Let's face the camera. Remember, don't release with your hands, please. This is very important indeed. Watch Bill's move here. Going to swing back and unwind early. An absolute no-no. He's going to do that one more time, throwing the hands early. When do you unwind your hands? Very, very difficult indeed. So please remember, Release with that left forearm. An absolute no-no. Unwinding with those hands. The good move this time, dropping down into the hitting zone and then turning that left arm over. Thumbing a lift over the shoulder. Bill's going to aim towards the camera. Going to swing with the left arm only. And let's watch this move through the ball. Going to go through very slowly, thumbing a lift over the shoulder into a perfect position. Let's try one more time, please, Bill. This time he's going to fly the left elbow, blocking out, causing the ball to go high to the right. This time he's going to follow through with the left elbow close to the body, roundhousing all sorts of problems. Swing one more time, please, Bill, with both hands. Watch this move through the ball, please. Swinging back, coming down, and rotating that left forearm, hitching a right to fame. Bill's going to turn around and face the camera. Watch this swing. Releasing with that left forearm, accelerating through the ball. Bill's going to hit the ball this time, and let's watch releasing through the ball, hitching a ride to fame. Shanking, the most feared problem in golf. Bill's going to demonstrate three major reasons why you shank. The first, coming over the top. Notice how the right elbow comes over and comes back into the shank. Let's do that one more time, please, Bill, slowly. Coming down very slowly, coming over the top, leaning forwards, and making contact in the shank. The next problem is laying off. Watch how the right elbow stays close, and he leads with a hosel, again in the shank. Let's do that one more time, please. Right elbow close, laying off, and leading with a hosel. The other problem, which is most probably the most common, is weight on the toes. As Bill comes down, his weight goes forward onto the toes, leans forwards, and hits the ball in the shank. One more time, please, Bill. Weight on the toes, leaning forwards, and hitting the ball in the shank. Let's work on the drills here to eradicate this problem. Bill's going to address the ball in the shank, going to swing back, come down very, very slowly, and demonstrate hitting the ball on the toe. Address the ball in the heel and hit it on the toe. He's going to swing back this time, back onto the toe. This time he's going to address the ball in the heel and miss it. A wonderful practice. Bill's going to address the ball in the heel and hit it on the toe, and it sure will go. The next practice, Bill's going to address the ball in the heel, and remember the red ball, the orange ball is the no-no. He's going to swing back and stop, come down very slowly, and demonstrate hitting the ball on the toe. This time he's going to address the ball in the heel and hit it on the toe. The orange ball's a no-no. Very well done indeed, Bill. Bob is late. Please don't let this happen to you. This is not conducive to good golf. He has 3 angry partners, and they're already unhappy with you being late. You should at least warm up in order to play well. If you are late for your tee time for whatever reason, please take 1 minute out to practice this 1-minute drill. Bill's going to short swing backwards and forwards with his feet close together, feeling his balance. He's now going to put the club behind his back, turning the shoulders, remembering to wind up. Finish your backswing. Now going to hold the club in his left hand only. Swing backwards and forwards, stretching that left arm. Give yourself time to warm up, please. Right hand on the hip, pushing through the ball. Now he's going to swing with his right arm only, feeling the name of the game. The name of the game is underarm. learn to swing and feel underarm. Now he's going to swing with both hands, clearing his hips quickly, accelerating through the ball. And now you're ready to play. As you can see, we have a very interesting shot here, over water, with a strong wind right to left. I'm going to play the shot and demonstrate to you how it should be played, and after this, I'm going to show you the drill that's right for you. That shot sure was fun. Let me teach you the move that will stand up under pressure. So many of us intimidated in these circumstances. Remember, on the backswing, complete your backswing. The way to do this is to turn your right shoulder and your right hip. Turn the big muscles. Don't take the club back with the hands and arms. This causes a fast swing and all sorts of problems. So please remember, for a smooth swing under pressure, take the club back with the right hip and the right shoulder and get behind the ball. Thank you for watching these videos, and looking forward to seeing you soon at the Kinemation Studio of Golf. And go and have fun playing golf your way.
These drills, developed by Phil Ritson, can do much for your golf game. But if you'd like to take advantage of the complete analytical techniques used at the Kinemation Studio of Golf, here's what's involved. Kinemation offers a variety of instruction packages. You'll actually see yourself in motion, animated in three-dimensional graphics. The program is based on factual data, not opinion or extrapolations of data from other golfers. You will receive a personalized tape that depicts your own swing as recorded and analyzed from numerous angles simultaneously. You'll also enjoy continual one-on-one instruction by a master professional, full swing instruction, short game analysis and instruction, plus unlimited practice balls and a personalized club fitting program. And during your instruction, you may stay at one of Central Florida's finest accommodations, Heathrow, a unique 3,000-acre community featuring carefree golf villas, unrivaled luxury, and uncompromising elegance. And you may have access to your own personal Pontiac for all your transportation needs. You'll golf on a private championship course, volley at the new Racket and Swim Club, and experience an evening of fine dining within a relaxing country club atmosphere. Enclosed with this video cassette is a business reply card to enable you to request information on the various packages available. Kinemation Studio of Golf is only 15 miles from Orlando on Interstate 4. We welcome the opportunity to custom design an incentive package to satisfy your corporate needs. You can obtain more information or make a reservation by calling toll-free 1-800-544-8727. Call today. You owe it to your golf game.
One of the toughest things in golf is to produce a repeating swing. And I'd like to show you a little stunt which will give you an idea how I get a feeling for repeating. I don't try to strike at the ball, but rather I try to make a swing through the ball, almost a slinging type of motion out to my target. Instead of thinking of details of the little things I'm going to do for each particular swing, you'll see that now the ball is just going to get in the way of a swinging motion forward to my target. It looks something like this. Developing your repeating swing, because that is what you're going to have to live with, your golf swing, and that's what we want to work with. There is no magical, mythical, perfect swing, but there is a best swing that you can deal with. I've asked some people in our audience to write some things down for me. If they'd bring those up right now, I'd like to have them, please. I've asked them to take a piece of paper and write on that piece of paper 3 words, and those 3 words are the words a golf swing. Okay? Thank you. I want to show these cards to you now. And I didn't tell them how to do it. I didn't say write it in script. I didn't say print it. I just said put down 3 words, a golf swing. And I want you to see what they look like. Here is a golf swing. And we'll take the first 3, 4, 5. Okay? Here are the A golf swings that were done by the people in the audience. Every one of them made a golf swing, but each one of them made it differently. Some wrote, some printed. We had some that used different colors, some smaller and some larger, but they all made a golf swing. And you know, that's the way it is with golfers around the world, on the tube, on Saturday and Sunday. When you watch the greatest golfers in the world, there is no one way to make a golf swing. There are a lot of ways that work. They all accomplish the objective. Some are a little prettier than others. Some are bolder than others. But they all accomplish what we ask them to do. And that's one of the things that we want you to understand when we talk about the secret to the perfect swing that so many people come up with. It's a myth. There is no one perfect swing that everybody should try and master. But every one of you has a perfect swing for you, the best swing for you. And that's why we changed the word from a repeating swing to your repeating swing. You know, the golf swing is a fickle, elusive, fleeting kind of thing. Playing golf is trying to learn a constant series of adjustments. You know, one day you're a little stronger, one day you're a little more flexible, one day you're a little more or less tired. And so because of those factors, your production of golf shots is going to vary. Julius Boros, I think, has a great example when he goes out to warm up. And he realizes that golf is a constant state of adjustment. And so he hits a few balls in the practice tee, and he finds out what the ball wants to do for that day, and then he just lets it do it. If it's a little fade, then he plays with a little fade. If it's a little draw, he plays with a little draw, but he doesn't fight it because he realizes that it is a fickle kind of a thing. There are little flashes of insight that we get, however, that give us an opportunity in golf for self-deception. If I were to offer a selfish, materialistic prayer, it would be something like this. Oh, Lord, please give me a quarter for every time that I've heard a golfer say, now I've got it. I finally figured it out. As a matter of fact, make it just a dime, you know, a dime for every time I said it or thought it, and I would be a very, very wealthy person. But of course, people do learn to repeat a golf swing consistently. They learn to shoot in the 60s, and you read their names in the paper and you see them on television. How do they do it?
Morning, Lloyd.
Morning.
We're on the first tee of the PGA National Championship Golf Course with Lloyd Conant, the producer of our show.
And Lloyd has asked me if I would go through some of the details that are involved in developing your own repeating swing. That's what we wanted, right, Lloyd? So what we're going to do, I brought a few props with me, and I'm going to give you some ideas about what happens in the golf swing actually in fine detail, and then when we get out on the golf course, we're going to try to have you forget the details and then play by feel. So Lloyd, I want to take you through a few thoughts here about what is encompassed in developing a repeating golf swing. I brought this prop with me to show you. What we're going to do, the first thing is show you one of the forces that's available to you. The first force that you ought to understand in golf is this one, because it's been used for 500 years, and that's centrifugal force. It's the feeling of something heavy out on the end pulling away from you, like you have when you have your own golf club and you have the weight of the club as you swing it, the feeling of that club pulling away from you out on the end. When I wind up and unwind with this little string and ball, I produce a nice increase in speed that whips and cracks me right in the back. You can hear the pop. Not only does it give me some speed by winding and unwinding, but it gives me consistency. Watch where the ball hits me. The same place every time, because the law of nature allows it to do that. Now in the golf swing, it should be done very much in the same way. We should make a wind up and an unwind so that we can feel the weight of the club head out on the end, and that's how we're able to produce the feeling of a good swing. So when I take my club in my hands, one of the things I want to be able to feel is to feel the weight of this club head. And that comes through proper grip pressure. The grip pressure that it would take is if I were holding my club out in front of me and just lifting it enough to put it over my shoulder. That's all the pressure you really need to feel in your hands to be able to make this swing so that you have the kind of weight feeling on the end that is giving you the most as far as centrifugal force is concerned. So that's what I'm going to do when I place my hands on the club to begin with as far as pressure is concerned. In addition to the pressure in the grip, which is so essential to feeling the weight of the club head and centrifugal force, of course you need the placement of the hands. We're talking about hand placement. That's the most critical factor in controlling the face of the club. The more I rotate my hands in this fashion, the more I will close the club face. The more I rotate my hands in this fashion, the more I will open the club face. Now, how do you put your hands on the club exactly? Well, first of all, everyone's hands are different. So there are going to be minor changes or minor differences between one player and another. But don't let that bother you, because the essentials or the principles are basically the same. First, in the left hand, I want to make sure that I carry the club underneath the pad, the butt pad of my left hand, so that I could let go with my thumb and index finger and bear the weight. So it'd be very heavy feeling here, so I could bear the weight under that pad of my left hand. If I don't have it there, it will slip out up above into the palm of my hand. Then that's why the last three fingers of the left hand are so important in holding onto the club. Those are your control fingers, and those are the ones we tend to let go of in the golf swing. Now, how far over should I position my hand? Well, if you let your hand hang naturally at your side, bring it in, cock it slightly downward, and then make those three fingers curl that club right into the palm of your hand, and then simply close your thumb and index finger onto the grip, you'll find that that'll probably be the best position for you. If you were to look for some checkpoints, you could look for a V that comes off of the thumb and index finger that comes up somewhere between your chin and shoulder. Now, that's basically the range of all golfers. They have the V's of their hands pointing somewhere between the chin and the shoulder. The stronger player will have the V's more to the chin. When I say stronger, I mean physically stronger, more adept. The person who has more flexibility in their body and more strength in their arms and hands. The weaker player, the one who's lost some flexibility and strength, will rotate more so the V's point more to the right shoulder than they do to the chin. And other players are somewhere in between that range. So that's a good checkpoint for me. Another one in my left hand is also seeing the back two knuckles of my left hand when I look down over the top of my hand to see that it's in the correct position. Seeing more knuckles would be what we call a stronger grip, and fewer knuckles, a weaker grip. When my right hand goes on, this is a critical placement now. My right hand is placed so that the club is across my fingers of my right hand, not deep into the palm of the hand, but across the fingers so that I see some light on both sides of the shaft. Then I simply close my hand so the hollow of the hand fits over my thumb. My thumb and index finger then fit around the shaft, fairly close to one another to the next middle finger. And that is the positioning with my small finger of my right hand simply laid over or lapped into that space of the index finger of the left. Now you could interlock them, or you could place all your fingers on the grip. That's a matter of preference. If you interlock them, don't go to a deep interlock. Go to just a slight interlock. If you overlap, just lay it across. And if you put all your fingers on, make sure again that the grip is in the fingers and not toward the palm of the right hand. That's the placement that you're looking for in grip. When we talk about developing a repeating swing, you must understand that the repetition or the repeating part of it comes from being able to do the preliminaries before the swing starts. It may be hard to understand. You're always thinking about how good my swing's going to be, but the result's not going to be very good unless you get the grip and the aim and the setup correct first. So I begin now, after I've had my idea of what I want to do in a grip, I begin by selecting my aim, by deciding where I want the ball to go and where I don't want it to go. And once I've decided where also it's not going to go, I pick the location of the landing area, and then I choose my spot on the tee. For this tee shot, I'm going to play right from the middle. We've got trouble on the right and trouble on the left on the hole, both water on the right and out of bounds on the left, so I'm choosing the middle. I tee the ball, and when I tee it so that approximately half the ball is above the top of the club head. That's my margin of air that I allow by putting the ball in that position. It gives me an easier chance to get at the ball for my tee shot. Now I take my aim from behind because it's always easier to sight from behind something to line up your target. I've selected my target and draw a line back from my target through the ball, and on the way I pick out an intermediary spot. It's in front of me about 10 or 12 feet. Now that helps me to line up because it's always easier to line up to something close to you than it is something that's a long ways away. So I'm lining up to begin with to that spot. And what do I line up? I line up the club face first. I set the club face so it is facing squarely to my target right in front of me. I move in with my right foot or with 2 feet together. It doesn't make a lot of difference, whatever method you prefer, but I move in so that I get the face square first, and then I move my body into position from that face squareness so that my body is now parallel, my shoulder line, parallel to my flight line. Now I'm called in what I refer to as a square position. I've got my aim, and now we're going to talk about our setup. Our setup is developed in this way. The distance that I'm from the ball is measured from my left arm onto my chest, where I'm now bending at the hips, and just as the club is ready to be sold in the ground, I sit at the knees slightly. That's my measure device. When I can feel the pressure on my chest, where I've come just above the ground and sit slightly, there's the distance from the ball for my driver. If I were with a short club like a wedge, I would go through exactly the same procedure to here on my chest, bend a little at the hips, sit in the knees, and that would be the distance from the ball. So the procedure stays the same each time. You see, again, we're talking about developing a repeating swing, and repeating swing comes from being able to do the same things over and over again. Now, finally, in my setup, I also have to have the location of the ball. Where is it played in relation to my feet? Is it forward, middle, or back? And the forward position is the position I want now because the ball is on a tee. I'm not having to hit down on the ball, so I don't need it back. I need the ball a little forward, somewhere between a position from 2 or 3 inches inside my left heel up to the left heel itself. And that's where I play it, toward the left heel, because I use a lot of leg motion in my body, and one who didn't use as much leg motion would have the ball slightly farther back. So those things put together look like this. I have a precise gripping procedure. I look at my hands as I place them on the club to make sure they're correct. I bring the club, I can feel the weight of it, you see. Just as I told you to bring it up over your shoulder, I can feel the weight of it. I've got my target from behind already. I've picked my intermediary target. I sole the club behind the ball, looking at that intermediary target, look out to my target, place my left foot, then my right foot. I feel the distance from the ball right here on my chest. My arms are hanging comfortably, and I am in a position now after I make a couple of waggles. You see, to keep myself nice and loose, I'm in position now to start my backswing away from the ball. I get a lot of questions about the details of the swing itself. And although you can't think of details when you're playing, it may be helpful for you to see some of the details as I go through a simulated swing in slow motion. One question that comes up more than any other is, how do I start the backswing? Well, there are several different ways. One of the ways is to start the backswing with a forward motion. That's called a forward press. It can be either a little press of your hands, a slightward press inward with your knee as we press to the left to start pushing to the right. This is a part of many of the classical swings in golf, and various people have different little motions that they use to start the club away, but they like to keep in motion with their body and hands so they don't get too tight when they stand over the ball. Then a little forward press and start the club away in this fashion by pushing it away with their left shoulder and their left arm. There are other players today who start from almost a static or straight position. They take their waggle, but then they start the club from a position in which they are still and then just push it away again, push the club away with their left arm, left shoulder, where the left shoulder turns under slightly, and the club goes away on a line either straight back, some take it outside, and some take it a little inside. And you may wonder, you may say, well, where should I take it when I take it on my backswing? The player who takes the club by pushing it away outside usually ends up by reversing his loop of his swing to the inside to strike it. If you take it away too far on the inside, you tend to loop to the outside to come back to the ball. If you take it more straight away, you'll tend to return on a path that is a little more straight away back to the ball. What's the best for you? You have to do this through trial and error to find out which of those takeaway positions will help you to return the ball from the inside slightly and then down the line to the target, depending on what kind of a shot you're trying to hit. Are you trying to hit a straight ball, a little draw, or a little cut, a little fade? And those are the things that will help you in determining that, and you will try the takeaway, whichever works the best. A little slightly inside, straight away almost, or take it away slightly to the outside. But we begin it by pushing away with the left arm to the takeaway position, now where the wrists start to cock. Somewhere here off the right hip for most players. Most players will find if they simply swing their arms back that a cocking of the wrist starts naturally somewhere off the hip and gradually cocks to the top of the swing where it comes into a fully cocked position. Now, other players will take the club a little farther back. Players like Nicklaus, players like Miller Barber, players like Gabe Brewer, where their right elbow goes out just a little more, they take it away and hold it a little longer and then cock it or set it later in the backswing. This allows for a lot of lash in the swing, but is a little harder to control for direction. Other players will find that they are better by taking the club with an early set, taking away, cocking the wrist early in the backswing, and then simply turning the shoulders back and through, a la Johnny Miller or Hubert Green. So again, there are some variations in here, but the standard procedure is simply to push the club away, almost taking it away on a straight line back for the first 6, 8, or 10 inches, and then let the club take its own natural course up, start the cocking of the wrist just off the hip, and let them set into position at the top of the swing where your left wrist is fully cocked. That's the beginning of the backswing. We've covered the beginning of the backswing. Now, what about the top of the backswing? Many people say, well, where do I really need to come to at the top? How far back should I go? That depends a little on your own flexibility. Where we would like to go is the position in which the great players go, which is somewhere between 10 degrees below parallel and 10 degrees short of. Somewhere in that range of 20 degrees, either slightly past, even, or slightly short of parallel. Why do we need the club to get back to parallel? Well, simply because you need to wind up your body enough so that you can deliver some force to get distance. And if your club only gets back this far in your backswing, you're going to be severely handicapped for distance. So that's one of the reasons why we need to do some exercises to stretch ourselves so that we can get there. Now notice, as I take it back, how far back my club goes on a tee shot. Full swing now, tee shot swing. You see, I'll reach the position at the top of the swing where I'm parallel or even maybe slightly below parallel. Now people who end up with a golf swing where the club points to the ground like this, they really haven't overswung as far as taking their club back. They've simply let go with their left hand. Watch as I grip my left hand, and they bent their left arm too much. You see, now my club is in fine position. But by bending my arm, letting go with my hand, the club points way down here, and I can see it out of the corner of my eye. So the problem there really more is not in swinging too far back, it's in letting the control of the golf club go through the left hand and the left arm. So what I'm going to do is take the club back with a good grip of my last three fingers of my left hand, swinging it back. Golf swing is not only a swing forward, it's a swing backward. So when I push it away and get it into motion, then I want to start swinging it. I want to feel the weight of the club head. So the distance at the top will be with arm extended, not locked straight like a rod, because it's very unnatural. Really, it's the position in which you want your arm extended with the left hand holding on at the top and somewhere near to parallel at the top of the swing. Now I would like to show you what it looks like to have the left hand in position at the top. The position at the top of the golf swing is very critical because the left wrist is one of the controllers of the face. If the left wrist is cupped in this position, now the face has opened. You see, as the wrist goes to a cup position, the face of the club opens, and you're going to have to do something very dramatic on the downswing to square the face up again. If you're going to play from this position, you're going to hit a lot of slices. If you square the wrist a little more, you square the club face. The back of the left wrist is now flat with the back of the forearm. When the wrist turns this way, this is a little too much. It's closed the face, and that's very hard on your wrist to play from that position. Slightly arched is okay, but this way, very difficult anatomically, and it has the club face shut down dramatically. So let's square it so the back of the left wrist and the forearm are about in a flat line. Some of you may not be able to do that, and you may have to go a little cupped. If you do, then I would suggest that you take a stronger grip, one that shows more knuckles on the back of your left hand. What starts the down or forward swing? And I really like the word forward swing better because the idea is really we're trying to swing something to make the ball go forward. It's not a downward sharp hitting action, it's a swinging forward. And if you set up on an iron shot, for example, with your weight a little bit to the left, it'll travel slightly downward, but it's basically a forward swing. So let's talk about it as a forward swing. When I start the forward swing, what begins or initiates the action? Well, depends on if you're going to make a good swing or a bad swing. A bad swing is initiated by the hands immediately. The old hit it syndrome, where you get to the top of your swing and something says, hit! And of course you start with your hands right away, and that's incorrect. Where you should really start this swing is in a link-like chain action that begins right down here in the feet. And so when I begin the downswing, I want the left heel, which is raised slightly in the air when I've taken my body turn fully wound. Now as the left heel gets to the ground, that's one of the initiators of the golf swing. Left heel down, left knee moving toward target, weight working toward the left side in a little lateral motion as I shift to the left, and all the rest of my body is simply following. It's working together. As the heel goes down and the knee goes to the left, my body starts to unwind, my hips start to return just slightly, and my club starts to drop down, but I haven't uncocked my wrist at all. It's really simply a dropping position. And as I drop a little further, you'll find the right elbow drops toward the pocket. It's one of the nice little keys for you to help you time your swing correctly, is to say, I'm going to feel my elbow in my pocket. That all comes from the correct leg action, initiating the swing by going to the left, with heel down, motion going to the left, with my left knee hip is bowing outward a little bit, and my arm simply following and doing nothing else but following that link action swing. Now I'm in the power package position. I'm in the position in which I've retained all of the power that I've gotten from winding up and unwinding. It's still loaded, the gun's loaded, and now it can go off. And to make it go off, all I have to do is let it go. I don't try to hit here, I simply let it unwind, and that's the swinging motion that comes from the feeling of centrifugal force and the firing of the gun that comes from the unwinding of the body and simply letting the hands be transmitters of power, not creators of power. So if we look at it in slow motion, it will look like this. From the top, the heel is down, the left side moving to the left laterally, the knee separating the left knee from the right slightly, the club dropping to the inside, elbow toward the hip. As we're moving forward now, the head will retain its position as my club approaches the ball in this fashion, and my right heel will start to roll in and off the ground slightly as I roll to the inside of my right foot. I make my contact position there, and from there my finish is simply allowing to happen all the force that is coming forward, allowing it to get to the left foot, still holding on with the left hand to a good balanced finish. And that's the swing as it looks in slow motion.
Now we're going out of the fairway to play a hole where we're going to place the ball in certain situations to give you a chance to see how we play the other shots, the fairway woods, the long irons, the middle irons, and the short irons. You'll be able to see some of the details, the slight adjustments that need to take place in order to make those shots successful. Actually, the swing basically stays the same, but it's the setup that makes the difference. One of the things before we do that I'd like to discuss with you is how we play the game as far as our brain is concerned. Sometimes you hit a shot on the golf course which you call a no-brainer. Actually, it may have been a wrong-brainer because we have two hemispheres in our brain, a left and a right. And the left hemisphere is for decision-making. What club do I hit? How much wind is blowing? What's the distance? Where's the trouble? All of the little details that are involved in the decision-making part of making a golf shot. The right brain is the affective side, the side that, well, you look out there and you picture it, you feel it. When we go to hit a golf shot, once we've taken care of the details in our left brain, and then we're set up ready to hit the shot, that's when we switch to our right brain. When we're taking the details out of our mind, we're not trying to make a swing by saying low back, cock your wrist, left wrist flat, shift your weight. You can't play with those kinds of details in your mind. What you play with is pictures. And so we're going to see now as we go on the golf course the details for the various shots, but when we get ready to play golf, we play with pictures.
Well, we've come out here on the fairway and placed the ball in a position where this par 4 is really turned into a par 5 because I'm going to have to hit a fairway wood to get it up close to the green. The green's surrounded by bunkers. We're hitting into a wind, and it's a little over 240 yards, so I'm going to play up short. I'm going to use a 4.5 wood, play up short of the bunkers, but I'm going to show you how to hit the fairway wood. First of all, the first consideration you want to look at is the lie. This is a good lie here, so I won't have any trouble getting the ball airborne, and I can use my wood. If I had a real tight lie, I might have to go to an iron. The next thing is, differing from my tee shot now, the ball is sitting down rather than up. Because it's sitting down, I have to position it differently between my feet. Remember on the tee shot, I had the ball placed up off the inside of the left heel. Well, that's because I was sweeping the club, having it reach the bottom of its arc just behind the ball and sweeping the club off the tee as I followed through the shot. Now, I need to get a little more descent in my swing, and the way I do it is bring my right foot in just a little closer and also position the ball another roll or two back inside the left heel. So I'm about 2 inches inside the left heel. That's going to help me hit with a little more descent. Otherwise, my swing is very much the same, but not quite as full. Fairway wood shot. Weight, instead of quite as much behind the ball, with my center behind the ball, is a little more over to the left. Those are the considerations that you need to take when you go to hit the fairway wood shot. Now I simply sweep it with a little descent, and I have the ball up in the air just short of the green so that I can make a simple pitch to the green to make my shot at a birdie. I've moved the ball about 60 yards farther down the fairway so that we're 180 from the green, hitting into the wind, and I've selected a 3-iron to show you how we make the swing with the long irons. Now really this swing is very much like your fairway wood swing, except that we have again brought the stance a little closer together as far as the foot position. My feet are a little less than shoulder width apart now. I'm going to play the ball with the long iron close to my same position that I played from the fairway wood. slightly back inside from the heel, about 2 inches inside the left heel. My feet are not as wide as the fairway wood shot, and that means that my center of my body has moved over so that it's right on the back edge, in line with the back edge of the ball. My swing is almost a parallel or very, very close to parallel, maybe slightly short of it. Otherwise, the shot is very much like the fairway wood shot. I hit with a little bit of descent so that I can get a slight divot. Looks like this.
Now we're getting closer to the scoring zone. I'm about 125 yards away from the flagstick. I'm into the wind. I'm going to use a 9-iron. One of the things I have to watch for on my short iron shots is that I don't end up reaching too far for the ball. When I bring the club down again, it's on my chest, and I feel the distance by measuring the distance again so that when I bend at the waist, the club's just there, and I sit at in my knees. So now the pressure of the left arm again is against my chest. I feel the right distance from the ball for this 9-iron shot. My feet are not as wide apart as they were on the middle iron shots. The ball is played close to the center, slightly left of center, and I'm going to play the shot with less of a backswing because this is a shorter club and it just doesn't go back as far. As my feet come closer together, it's a very important point to watch. As my feet come closer, my center of my body shifts gradually more to the left, so that now my body center is almost right over the ball, and it can be even slightly on the left side of the ball. That helps you to hit with a descending blow, which gets more and more important as you get to the shorter irons. So you'll note that my body center and my legs are shifted slight bit to the left. That gives me the descent to hit this shot. As you get closer to the green, direction becomes more critical. I'd like to give you a $100 tip now on how to get your accuracy a little more zeroed in on the flag. I'm going to take a $100 bill and use it as an alignment device and place it down in the position going right to the flag, as though my divot would be going in that direction. That's what I'm going to envision as I hit this shot. Make contact with the ball first, taking a little divot that's going right toward the flag, and finally with a divot we'll cut off just a little over on the left side of the flag. So that's my picture as I'm about to hit this shot. And that's a good little idea to help you to get your club to go down the target line toward the flag. There we've taken you from the full swing off the tee with a driver to the fairway wood, long irons, middle irons, and short irons through a swing. The swing really basically stays the same, only the details in setup and the length of swing, the club selection, ball position, the small things are the only things that change, but a golf swing is a golf swing whenever you're making a full shot.
As I can recall from my own experience, I don't think I've ever run into a player, even the longest hitters in the world, who wouldn't like to hit it just a little bit farther. And I'm sure that's true about everyone that's in our audience this evening. My good friend Paul Bertheley has made a comment. He said, you know, these are golf's golden steps. The ones you walk past your opponent's drive. They are the most fun of any steps you take in golf. Now, they might not be all that terribly practical if they're going in the wrong direction, but nonetheless, hitting that long tee shot is a lot of fun. But even the most prestigious long ball hitters have recognized that there are some limitations. A guy like, on a tour star, Jim Dent, who was for many, many years, and when he was in the heyday of his long hitting, recognized that this particular shortcoming when he made the following comment. He says, sometimes I just airmail it, but I don't always get the right zip code. And for that reason, there is some liability to hitting the ball a little too far, but I don't think that's a problem with the majority in the audience, so we're going to try to talk to you about the secret quotes to distance. Lack of distance is a severe handicap. If you try to just figure it this way, let's say you can hit a golf ball 198 yards, maximum. And if that's true, what's the least number of strokes that you could play a 400-yard hole in? 3. 3 would be the absolute least you could play a 400-yard hole. Now, what if you could drive the ball 201 yards? Then what would the least be that you could play that hole in? 2. Now, it's just that simple. That if you can get it a little farther, up to a certain point, you see, you're handicapped if you can't reach that green in 2 shots, or you have to take an extra shot all the time to get it to the green, then you are suffering from a real handicap that puts your scores into double digits on too many occasions. So what is the secret to distance? Dead silence. Everybody's waiting. What is the secret to distance? The secret to distance is to choose strong parents. Well, that's not a very satisfying answer, I'm sure, leaving you with very little hope because you didn't have much choice of your own in that particular selection. But the one thing I want to make in that point is obviously heredity has some influence on whether or not you are a big hitter or whether you are a short hitter. But I want you to know, absolutely guarantee you, that even though you're influenced heavily by your genes, what you've acquired, there are some things that you can do to hit it farther than you presently hit it. And that's where the hope comes in.
Gary, how do you get all that distance and still maintain the accuracy that you have?
Well, Lloyd, really there are no secrets to the thing, but there are principles involved. And I did a study several years ago in which we studied the human factors influencing the golf drive for distance and found that there were 4 factors: strength, flexibility, the leverage that you have from your left arm and the levers in your body, and finally, the technique factor. If you'd get my little training device over there, I think I'll explain to the group, first of all, what we do when we're talking about strength, timing, flexibility, and the leverage factors. This is one of the pieces of equipment that I use for training to develop my strength and flexibility. Now, Lloyd, what I do with this is I have a series of exercises that help me develop that. This happens to be a very heavy weighted device, and I can add weight to it, which I've been doing over the last several months. What I do is start with a little routine where I work on the contact position first. You see, one of the secrets to golf consistency, we talked about accuracy, is being able to contact the ball with the back of the left wrist going to the target. When we have the left wrist breaking down in this position, that's when we provide us with our big hooks and slices. So we're trying to get the back of the left hand to the facing the target, and the left arm and the extension of the club in a straight line. So I do that first as a little rehearsal of good, consistent contact position. That helps me with my accuracy, and of course with this heavy weight of some 7.5 pounds out on this lever, it also helps me with strength. The next thing I do, the next little exercise I do is for my forearms. You see, if I had to have one exercise that I did that was more important than any other, it would be the strengthening of my left gripping hand, which is the forearm flexors of the left hand. This is the controller of the golf club, the last 3 fingers in the left hand. And if I just had the one exercise to do, I would do something to make those stronger. You also have the extensors in the back of the left forearm, which help you to keep your wrists flat. So I'm going to work on an exercise that'll help me with my flexors and extensors. I take this weighted device down about halfway, and I do a little pronation and supination drill here, a rotation of my flexors and extensors as I turn the weighted device over, both in my left hand first and then finally in my right hand. I do it slowly. I don't want to hurt myself. I've got to work up to this thing because it's the kind of thing where you can injure yourself if you work up to it too quickly. Usually I'm doing about 10 to 12 repetitions. 12 is my top number, and I do those both in my left and right hand to strengthen my grip and my forearms. The next exercise that I do is one that I do out in front of me. Remember when we've been working on trying to get power by letting the elbow come to the pocket? Well, I put it in close to that position and then hold the club at extension from me, this extra weighted device that's like the golf club,
and I rotate it out in front of me, getting my contact position like a baseball swing, but it helps me again to develop the strength in my last 3 fingers of my left hand. I do some flexibility exercises with this as well, stretching behind me when I put the club away from me and behind me so that I can let my upper back muscles be stretched and help me to get the long backswing that'll get me the distance that I've been trying to work on and from a flexibility standpoint. Remember we said there was both strength and flexibility, so the things I'm doing here are through a full range of motion so that I get the flexibility in addition to the strength. I have a full series of these basically strength-building exercises, but it culminates with this final one, which I call the 30-second swing. In the 30-second swing, I take my grip position set up as I would as though I were on the golf course, and then take the full swing in slow motion with this heavy, heavy weighted club, getting my weight back to my right side a little bit, letting my left heel rise in the air, and putting it in exactly the same position. So it's building strength also while it's building technique. You may note one of the things that happens when I make my full swing as I'm doing it in slow motion with this weighted club. And it's a question that a lot of people ask me, and it has a relationship to do with the head. What does the head do? Do you keep your head still? Well, really, you don't. And as you'll look, as I take the club back, and this is a part, again, of my rehearsal of technique, even on this strength-building exercise, as I take my head back, too many people who try to keep their head still end up balancing over on the left foot in what we call a reverse pivot, trying to keep their head down, their eye on the ball. That's some of the worst teaching that you can get. It comes usually from husbands to wives, rather than from your PGA professional. Your professional knows that you can let your head rotate a little as you go back, and also on the tee shot and some of your bigger shots, your head also may move even slightly a little bit to the right, come back to its original position, and stay there through the contact position. On your short irons, of course, your head will be more stationary, only rotating now, but not moving laterally so much. So you'll find that in your making these strength-building exercises, that you also can work on technique as well. And I will repeat that series of exercise again, 10 to 12 repetitions until I get up to 12, and then I will add another weight to my package. Those are the things that I do for strength primarily. For flexibility, in addition to these, I also find that it's very helpful if I work on some body stretching exercises, some kinds that we use, for example, in beginning yoga, hatha yoga, where you do things like salute to the sun, where we start out simply stretching the back, back bending, a little forward bending, and soft, easy stretching, no heavy bouncing. See, I'm keeping this stretched position with my knees slightly flexed as I go down because I don't want to hurt my back. And if you're going to do this, you have to do this very carefully and very easily. So I stretch and just hang. See, let yourself hang until you can feel the stretch in your hamstring muscles in the backs of your legs. And a little bit, very easy. Don't work hard on your lower back here. Just let it hang and stretch the hamstrings. And gradually I do a little thing where I stretch out my body in this fashion. I'm stretching. I'm feeling the stretch in my back, and I'm letting myself relax and breathe as I get in this position. And gradually up. Again, working to keep my legs reasonably straight, just holding these positions. And then a little stretch forward, arching the back up, left leg again forward, arching up, and finally walking up into my position very slowly. That helps to keep me in a flexible position so that I can make the full turn for the golf backswing. So we have strength, we have flexibility, we have our lever length, the length of our left arm. In this case, we can't change it. So one thing you might do, trying with your professional to find out if it's going to work for your betterment, is to try a longer club. We've had a lot of senior professionals who have gone from a standard 43-inch driver to possibly a 46-inch driver. If you can make center face contact with that club and swing it within yourself, you'll find that that will help you to pick up some distance. Finally, the fourth factor, probably the most important, is the technique factor. The technique factor is the thing that you need to go to your professional for. It's the thing that he can work with you on your swing technique so that you can learn this late hit that we've been working on, where the elbow will go toward the pocket, where you've still kept the gun loaded, and where you can fire at the very last instant to get that timing that produces the whip lash action to drive the ball forward. That's what I would suggest to you as probably the best avenue of working on your own swing, particularly for distance. So those factors are strength, flexibility, the lever lengths in your body, particularly we can work on possibly the length of the club, and finally, the technique that your professional has so well in store for you to work on your timing for distance. Well, this topic is going to be on practice. Practice making ideas become realities. How many times have you heard the comment, practice makes perfect? That's pretty common, isn't it? I don't believe it. I would like to think that practice makes permanent, because if you are practicing a shot that looks something like this, and you do it enough, you will not get perfect, but it will become permanent. So that is really a better saying than practice makes perfect, is practice makes permanent. And therefore, it behooves you to find out the best possible technique to practice, because what you're practicing will become permanent. Practice is a pretty important part of the game, as you can see from a couple of our pictures here. This fella has practiced his wedge a little bit and has become quite proficient. And there are a lot of different ways to practice, as you can see by this next shot. This gentleman is taking the opportunity to practice at home, and pitching those little olives into the cocktail glasses is another form of practice in this particular example. But I want to tell you that you people here at this particular seminar have chosen to attend because you want to learn. You want to learn something about a motor skill, something more than you already know, motor skill being golf. You might ask yourself, well, what is learning? If I want to learn something, well, what is really learning? What's learning about? Well, learning is a relatively permanent change in behavior that comes about by practice. I will repeat. Learning is a relatively permanent change in behavior that comes about by practice. And the key word, there are several key words in there, but the most important word is practice. Somehow or other, golfers have this misconception that they have an idea of the expectation of execution from suggestion. That someone can say something and that's all, oh, is that it? Just change my swing plane? Okay, I've got it. You haven't got it. You might have it in your brain, but you don't have it in your body. You can pay $15 for a lesson, or $25 or $50, and the professional can do the following things. They can diagnose, observe, prescribe, but you can't do the last thing. And the last thing is being able to get you to do it, to practice it. That's something you have to do. He can't practice for you. He can do all those things, but he can't apply. That's up to you. Practice is one of those things that just is an absolute necessity to improve. No one has ever been born with enough natural ability to be a champion. Born with enough natural ability to be a champion without practice. A great story about a young professional aspiring to be a tour player, coming up to Ben Hogan when Ben was just at the end of his career, saying, Mr. Hogan, sorry to interrupt, I just want to ask you a question. He said, I want the worst way to be a great player. And he said, is there something you can tell me, a secret? You've worked at this game so much. Is there a secret that you can tell me that'll help me? He said, yes. You got a practice bag, son? He said, yes, sir. He said, use it. That's the secret. That was Hogan's secret. Quite a great champion's practice. Well, if you practice enough, then you can focus on the goal, the results. You can focus on what's going to happen in the shot rather than the mechanics of making it. Because if you're there having to think about it, see, head down, eye on the ball, arms straight, bend your knees, shift. If you haven't done the practice that gets you over that, then that's the way you play. And you can't make a golf swing playing that way. It happens 1001, 1002. It's all over. What have you had a chance to think about? So really, when you get down to it, practice allows you the freedom to go out and play and to be able to play with some confidence. What kind of practice are we talking about?
Constructive.
Right, constructive, positive practice. The first kind would say, let's talk about some physical practice and then mention mental practice. I was doing a seminar with Jackie Burke, one of our great champions of the PGA and also the Masters. And Jackie told us a story about when he was on tour, the things that he used to do. He said, we would get a little game up sometimes with some of the good players. You'd play, before the tournament started. Monday, Tuesday, practice round. They want to play for a little something, $20 or whatever thing. We'll go out and play. He said, if I was out on the golf course and I started putting badly, he said, I couldn't get in my pocket. I couldn't reach in my pocket fast enough. So he said, here, take your 20. I'm leaving. I would get off somewhere out way from everybody else, late in the evening, out on the golf course so nobody could see me. And I'd get out of that putter from 4 feet, and I'd putt until I could make 100 in a row. And when I got up to my first 4-foot putt in the tournament, I didn't think I could make it. I knew I could make it. I didn't come here to win $20. I came here to win this tournament. Great idea, you see, about practicing with that kind of intensity. Well, it's not practical for all of us to do those kinds of things, but there are some things we can do. Just putting, for example. A good one is the 10-foot, 1-foot increment putting drill, where we put markers, tee markers in the putting green, 1 foot from the hole until we're back to 10 feet. We make it from 1 foot. And we go to 2 feet. And then we go to 3 feet. And then to 4 feet, and we're still making it. Now, if we miss, we have to go back to 1. And you putt until you can get to 10. It's a great little challenge. It's not easy. Try it. Get in what we call the circular putting fashion, progressive circle, where you start 2 feet from the hole and you putt in quadrants from the north and the east and the south and the west. And you putt 2 feet, and when you make it from there, you move back another foot. You putt from all those different directions and see how far back you can get. Another good idea about practice. Another way about practicing I think is terrific is to create situations on the practice range like you have on the golf course. One that I see very infrequent, but which is very good, is to play 18 holes. I mean, just like what's your home favorite course? Tee it up, there's your driver. Look out there, there's my first hole on my favorite course. What do I have to do on that first hole? Got to hit down the left side and fade it a little bit. Okay, that's what I'm going to hit. Hit your shot, goes in the left rough. Going to have to play an iron on the rough. Let's see, I have a 2-iron. I've got to hit it down. It's par 5. Got to hit it and knock it out of there. Oh, hit that pretty well down there. I've got an 8-iron the green. All right, take my 8-iron. Hit an 8-iron shot. In other words, play right through like you'd play a round of golf. Because that way you get to use all the clubs in your bag. You aren't just out there beating one shot after another. Another wonderful way to practice is to practice with someone in a competitive situation when you say, all right, we're going to play to 5. 7-iron to the flag. Closest to the flag on right or left with a 7-iron. Okay? I hit. Mine's 10 yards right. You hit 2 yards right. You got 1. And you play competitively. Now, what element have I introduced in all these suggestions? The element of what? Competition. See, every one of those puts some pressure on you, because that's golf. When you go out to play, you have a little pressure on you. Why is it that people play, you get in the member guests, and you see the practice round, the guy just finishes the practice round. Oh, if you stood by the 18th green, on the practice day of the member guests, everybody's playing 3 hours, 15 minutes, 3 hours and a half, coming out the 18th green, oh my, boy, I wish I'd have saved that round for the boy, I played so well today. Then the next day, then the tournament starts. Now the rounds go to 5 hours. They're all taking extra waggles and extra time. They walk off the 18th green, oh my God, why couldn't I have shot today what I shot yesterday? You see, kind of thing. And one of the reasons for those things is we create so many situations in our practice on the range which are unrealistic. We don't really practice like a round of golf. And so when the round of golf comes, we're really not quite prepared. When Tony Lima was an unknown professional out in a little 9-hole course in Reno, Nevada, I used to practice as if he were playing in the U.S. Open. He'd name the balls, Hogan, Demerit, Snead. He'd play 4 balls, and Lima. And he'd putt saying, this is for the U.S. Open Championship. So when he was actually there, in the situation, he had been there before. Larry Nelson, who's one of our fine young players today, told us a story at our PGA National Academy last year that went something like this. He said, you know, the year before I was really unhappy at the end of the year because I'd done such a lousy job out of the bunkers. I felt it really hurt my game. So I dedicated myself to one thing. I am going to be a better bunker player in the following year. And that was this last year. And then to Greensboro, in a tournament where he was in contention, and Mark Hayes was on the green, and Mark Hayes, all he had to do was make two putts for a reasonably short distance. But here, Larry Nelson had pulled his shot in the bunker, was in way up against the side of a bank on a very steep shot with a high raising lip bunker. Difficult. If you could get it out of the bunker, it'd be tremendous. No way he could keep the ball on the green. He didn't think it. If he did keep it on the green, he couldn't get it close. He holed it. And he said to the kids, he said, you know, it was some luck, but I'll tell you, I spent 1,000 hours practicing bunkers last year during the off season. And he said, it wasn't all luck. So practice does make permanent. You know, it doesn't always have to be physical practice. How do you don't have time to do that? Practically speaking, you just don't have that time to go out and hit balls. Why not mental practice? I have a friend, Pat Riley, who's the head professional at Annandale, a very fine old club out in California, and Pat did something with a very busy neurosurgeon that was taking lessons from him that I think is a marvelous example of practice where you don't have to hit balls. The surgeon came to him and says, Pat, we're having the medical tournament. He said, I'm coming for a lesson because I haven't hit many balls this year. I haven't practiced much. I haven't played much. I want a lesson because I'm really hacking around. He said, but I just don't have time to practice. I want you to put it on cassette tape because I can play it on the way to the office and back, way to the hospital and back, and I can listen to it. Even though I don't have time to hit balls, I can try to remember what you told me. The doc shot an all-time best round in that tournament from listening to that tape over and over again on the way to the hospital and back because it was so fixed in his mind the right things that he should do. You don't have to hit balls all the time. Mental practice is also valuable practice. Well, some of you say, I'm too old. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. But as Robert Hutchins, the great boy wonder president of Chicago University, once said, people aren't dogs and education isn't tricks. You're never too old to learn if you want to learn. You've played a few holes in life already, and you may be down to the last 9 or farther along with only 3 left to play. You don't need to finish double bogey, triple bogey, double bogey. It's not too late. You can still get better. You can learn. You can improve. Why not finish with 3 pars? Practice will help get you there. Golf is a great game for triers. And I've never underestimated of what a person can accomplish in golf that has a desire. You know, I have a friend that's a golf director up at the Concord. Used to be from Tullahoma, Tennessee. His name is Hubie Smith. And he gave us an answer to a tough question that we've experienced in golf at various times, and that is golf a natural game or an unnatural game? Is it easy or is it hard? And this is what Hubie said. He says, hell, golf's easy. All you got to do is tee it, hit it, hunt it, hold it, and record it. Well, the only problem is that for some of you, it's difficult to get those double digits in those little boxes. And for that reason, we would like to do some things tonight that will help you get smaller numbers, make it a lot more fun, and make it easier to put into those particular boxes. One of the ways that we can do this is to show you that there is an understanding in the golf swing, I think, that we all need to have, that relates to where are we going to really have the fun to get the most out of this game? Where are we going to get the real fun and satisfaction that we should be getting from our golf experience? Getting the most out of golf. Most of what? What are we talking about the most of? Why do people play in the first place is a good question. Well, I kind of wonder sometimes how compelling this game can be, because long after the lights in the club parking lot are turned on, you'll still find the solitary golfer out there hitting one more practice ball. Why is it? Why is it that we can get on a cold, rainy April night a person who drives 15 miles across town to hit lumpy range balls out in a cold and difficult golf driving range situation? When the rest of the world is asleep at 6:30 in the morning, you can find golfers out there pulling their carts, tracing their struggles through the dew on the golf course, trying to search for that perfect golf swing. In the men's locker rooms, we find naked men running around swinging towels, thinking about, if only on 17 I had done it like this. You see, and in their offices, there are distress marks in the ceiling from the idea of trying to figure out what that perfect swing is going to be. Their carpets at home have divot marks on them. Their lawns are torn up from trying to figure out how to pitch and chip. Yet for all that, golf is still a game. It's a special game, but it is still a game. And if we asked ourselves, what are the reasons that we really play this game? And I'd like to find out from some of you, what are some of the reasons that you have? Why do you play golf? Let's hear from you. Why do some of you play golf in our audience? Why? Huh? Challenge. I guarantee you, golf is a challenge. Okay, that's a good one. Challenge. Why else do we play golf? Hey, that's a good one. To kind of relieve frustration. Did you say relieve frustration? The interesting thing is, it is a relief. It's most of a relief kind of from the day-to-day chores that we all have. We all have a routine or chores that we have, whether it's the office, whether it's happens to be the house and the housework, or the kids, or the plant, or wherever it happens to be. There are things that just get us away from the thing that we have to do every day. And so it gives us a relief from those things. What else? Why else do we play? Yes. Okay, exercise is a beauty. Isn't it nice? You know, all you have to do is walk over to where they put those automatic carts and get in there, and they just drive you around. Next thing we'll have is a machine that swings the club for you. And right. Well, exercise, yes, particularly if you get a chance to walk around the golf course. What are some other reasons? Huh? Companionship. Boy, is that a good one. Companionship. The social part of it. Companionship. That's one of the basic reasons why a lot of people play. And just think of all the nice people that you've met playing golf around the world that you can relate to. And even a stranger walking up to the first tee, and you say, well, let's play together. And it's a way to meet people and also have a good time with people. There are a lot of other reasons. Travel. Golf is a good stimulus to go to some of the most beautiful places in the world. And, of course, the aesthetics and the beauty of the whole thing. One of the things we see, of course, is we demonstrate here the enjoyment of the game. It really can be a lot of fun. People can really have a good time playing. We also find that we talk about the exercise part of it. You know what the 18-hole round of golf is an equivalent of playing 1 hour of vigorous tennis, because you're doing it over 4 hours, but you're burning up the same amount of caloric expenditure during that time. So there's more activity for a person walking than you might have someone lead you to believe. Also, the aesthetics and the beauty part of it. There's so many beautiful things in a golf course. It is a haven from the concrete jungles that we have to live in, and so there's some aesthetics to golf which are really very, very special. The frequent enjoyment, any combination of these things that we may get is what we ought to try and look for when we're trying to get more fun out of our golf. You know, I wrote a golf book in 1970 for Prentice Hall. The first line went something like this. Golf is a game, and as such, is meant to be enjoyed. We have a PGA member, John Gehring, in Atlanta Country Club, who's on writing on the values of golf, has described it this way. Golf can be a trip into tranquility. That's a marvelous line. A trip into tranquility. But you know what? It can also be an expedition into exasperation. And that is one of the first things that we've got to learn to contend with. I never remember seeing a cartoon that of a golfer coming in the front door. Matter of fact, he didn't open the door. He blasted his way through the door. You could see his image on the door with the golf bag even over his shoulder. He had this terrible, menacing, angry look on his face, and his wife shouted down the stairs, "How did your golf go today, honey?" And it was obvious that it had absolutely destroyed him. And it'd be funny if it weren't so true for so many people. We have a lot of people in this world that where the score dictates the treatment that they give to the rest of the world for the next 12 to 24 hours. Right? Come on now, admit it. Admit it. You are the same people that do that. You've sinned in that area, and I'm sure that we all have, because at times we let it get to us when really there's a tremendous amount of fun available there if we can look for some other things besides just the numbers. Hans Krauss was John F. Kennedy's back doctor, and he wrote a book called Backache. And you ask people why they exercise, and some of them would say, they gave the reasons for exercise. He said, "What do you do for exercise?" And they said, "Well, we play golf on the weekend." And he'd laugh a little bit. He'd say, "Well, you know, the reason that people play golf like business tycoons and Wall Street experts and presidents of the United States is because recessions, depressions, and wars look like small things after a bad round. And that's when you really let it get to you." I say that's really crazy, though. That's really crazy, because when we think about it again, why do we play? You know, one word that we didn't put up there yet, we talk about exercise and getting away from our chores and the challenge, companionship, and being out of doors, the nice aesthetics. But what's the one basic reason we play? Fun. Enjoyment. For fun. To have a good time. And that's really the number one reason why we should be saying why we're out there playing golf, to enjoy it. Now, but people enjoy different aspects of it, and so we can't say, well, you need this or you need that, because we all are going to like different things about the game. But the problem is that when we put all of our eggs into the basket of scoring, and we say we're only going to have fun when we play well, then we're going to have fun about 10 or maybe 20% of the time, because that's the amount of time that we play as well as we think we should. And that's not a good enough return for our investment of that time. You know, do you realize that you and a lot of other golfers spend 5 to 6 days working every week to get the opportunity to be out there in the first place? And if that's true, you need to really make it more worthwhile, to play not only the best you can, but if you don't play the best you can, at least you ought to have fun, even if you don't make that low number that you'd like to have made. You certainly don't need to create any more hassles in your life. That attitude of trying to have fun on the golf course does have an influence on whether or not you play better. If you're trying to have fun, if you're in a positive, happy frame of mind, you're going to shoot better numbers, and it's been proven in some of the greatest sports in the world. If you want to ride AM or PM, if you want to ride or walk or compete or socialize, or for the kind of people that you want to choose to play with, who do you have the most fun with? What kind of attitude would you play with that you enjoy the most? Are you willing to try new games? A Scotch foursome, playing a one-club event. I play with wooden shafts every once in a while, just as a change of pace, a lot of fun. Then why not create these conditions to have more fun? Seek out some ways to enjoy your golf more. The alternative, being frustrated and angry, is not a very becoming one, because it hurts your performance. You know what anger does to your body. It tightens you up. It makes your heart run faster. You perspire. It makes you do all the things that might help in some other sports, but I guarantee you they're detrimental in golf. So I would suggest to you that one of the things you ought to do is start asking yourself the question, what can I start doing to look for the things that I really enjoy in the game, and then go ahead and pursue those, and pursue them very actively. The psychology of managing yourself on the golf course. My goodness. Was there ever a game that had so much psychology in it? Did you ever stop to think about how much of golf was physical and how much was mental? You know, if you ask a tour player, they'll say, golf's 90% mental. 90%, that's a lot. And they're very serious about it. So you see, once you have the ability to strike a ball that well, then really it boils down to how well you think, how well you manage your mind. But one fellow, as I made that comment in a group, shortly after I'd heard this comment, I made that comment to a group of people, and I said, golf's 90% mental. And one of the fellows in the audience says, whoever made that comment ain't reached her 65th birthday yet. And that put a little more insight into my statement, because obviously it depends. If you're very physically adept, it becomes mostly mental, but at the beginning stages particularly of the game, it's a lot physical. And if you can't hit a ball very far, you're not very strong, then it's a lot of physical in it. But let's just imagine, for a time being, not to belabor the point, that golf is 50% mental and 50% physical. Will you accept those figures just for discussion's sake? The question then is, what percent of the practice time that you spend do you spend on mental practice? 0. I will bet you that there isn't anybody in this room who spends 10% of the practice time they spend in golf on mental practice. Why? If it's at least 50% mental, why don't we practice the mental part? Because you don't know what to practice, because no one has ever told you what to practice. Oh, you can get you people who are highly motivated. If the pro tells you, go out and hit 1,000 bunker shots, oh, you'll be right out there the next day, you know, 1,000 bunker shots. Or go over and hit 200 shots chipping, or hit 2 hours with the drivers. Boy, you'll do that. But it's hard to get people, even when you know what to tell them, it's hard to get people to practice the mental side of golf. And it is possible. And that's one of the things we're going to do in this particular session. One of the first things that's ever been provided with people to do any mental practice appeared in Golf Digest a couple of years ago. It's something that I wrote called My Competitive Edge. This started actually about 3 years ago. I was invited up to the University of North Carolina to help the varsity golf team with psychology, basically. The coach said, I've got a group of fellows here that can really play, but they don't really know how good they are. He said they don't have a lot of big names in the group, they haven't won a lot of tournaments, but they can really play. And I'd like you to come up and give them some self-confidence. So I thought about it a lot. I said, what can we do for these fellows that don't have a very good self-concept so that they could play better? And I thought a little bit, and I thought about, what about Dumbo? Remember, Dumbo couldn't fly until he had a magic feather, right? But once he had the magic feather, he could fly. Well, of course, that isn't true. He could fly all the time. He had the ear apparatus to do it. But because he didn't believe he could do it, he couldn't until someone made him believe he could do it, and the magic feather made him believe. So I had to figure out something like a magic feather. So I drew up this little system. I called it originally the Carolina Edge. I took it up to these fellows and I said, we're going to give you something that nobody else, not one other college or university in this country has. That's a mental practice routine. You will have something that nobody else has. We went around the room and said, what's the best competitive round you ever shot? What's the best round you ever shot your home course? 64. Best competitive, 66, 67, 63. I said, do you realize that on those days you could have beaten anyone in the world? You have that kind of talent. But now we're going to give you something special, something that no one else has. And so we introduced them to the Carolina Edge, which became the Competitive Edge, and is available to all of you. I want to tell you about the 6 things that are on this card, because they are things that you can help you manage yourself psychologically on the golf course. The first one is a comment. It's really about progressive relaxation. You know, Dr. Jacobson has been around for years about teaching people how to relax, how to be able to sit in a chair very comfortably and start by your fingers are very relaxed, your arms are relaxed, your forearms, your shoulders, your neck, and so on, until progressively you learn to let the tension drain out of your body. It's been around for a long time. And we've had things since then. Transcendental meditation, learning how to meditate so that you could relax. You could let some of the tension flow out of your body. Things like biofeedback training, where you can put your finger in a little device and it shows how much tension's in your body. And when you relax, the little dial goes down. And you can teach yourself how to relax. These kinds of quieting things, playing music, alpha music that changes your brain waves from beta waves, which are going at a higher oscillation rate, to alpha waves, which are quieter, much better state to play golf in. Music. Different kinds of ways to relax. So that's one of the things we do on the card first, is learn, whether it's this progressive relaxation or some other way, to quiet yourself a little bit before you go tee off.
How many times have you arrived at the first tee and find that it's your tee time, you're supposed to be out there playing, and you haven't had a chance to warm up? A lot of people think a warm-up should consist of hitting 2 dandelions and a cigarette butt on the way to the first tee and then say, all right, how much are we playing for? But if you don't have the opportunity to go hit balls like the tour players do, who always warm up their engines before they start, if you don't have that opportunity, then here's a substitute called a no-ball warm-up. Take your 2 heaviest clubs, and as you're chatting on the first tee, getting ready to decide what the game's going to be about for the day, take your 2 heaviest clubs, your pitching wedge and sand wedge, and start with just a little half swing, warming up your arms and forearms first. Keeping your left wrist flat, letting the heaviness of the club feel out on the end like a rock on the end of a rope, and gradually make it go a little larger as you turn your body, keeping good rhythm. This is working now your back muscles and shoulder muscles and your lower back and finally into your legs, so you're making a full swinging motion. Now take the club that you've selected for the first shot. It may be the driver, it may be a 3-wood, depending on the hole. Take that club and put it across your low part of your back and stretch the low part of your back just a little bit more. Do it easily at first so you don't hurt yourself. Then take the club, and this may be difficult for some of you, but you can work into it or at least simulate it. For me, it's easier because I've been doing it for a long time. But put it over your back, push it away from you, and stretch this way like in a golf swing. And what will happen after you do this a few times, that your arms will feel nice and long and loose, the way they should in a golf swing when you want to get good distance and good speed without a lot of effort. Instead of feeling, and the phrase is very accurate, feeling uptight, you want to feel long and loose so you can let it go out there with good distance without trying to have to hit it too hard. That's a no-ball warm-up for the first tee.
The second point of these 6 says, I know what my best swing looks like, and I will visualize it 3 times. It's kind of a mental imagery thing. It's being able to sit and close your eyes and seeing your best swing over and over and repeating it in your mind. You have a very clear picture of it. That's why it's important to get a video picture of your golf swing when you're hitting the ball well, so you see what it looks like. It's clear in your mind. You know what your good swing looks like. Divers do it. What do you think they're thinking about when they're standing up there on that 7-meter board with their back to the water? You see, arms outstretched, ready to enter. They're picturing exactly what they're going to do in the dive. Mental imagery, seeing their best dive in their mind's eye, doing it before they ever perform it. And golfers should do the same thing. You need to see positive pictures. If you don't, you can end up in a lot of crazy places. Places that you see right here that aren't really very much fun. And when you get in places like this, it is the result many times of having a bad picture in your mind, of not being positive about what you were going to do. Let me tell you how important being positive is. I had an experience just a few weeks ago. I went out and taught the National LPGA teaching seminar in out in San Diego, California at Singing Hills. And I was just finishing my clinic to this group of illustrious players, Patty Berg, Shirley Engelhorn, some of our finest, Peggy Kirk Bell, of gals who are now great teachers in America. I was finishing my clinic, and it was on a driving range that was contained by netting and fencing and poles at the very end holding the netting up. And I said, I'm going to hit my last shot, and I want to demonstrate now and put all the things together we've talked about grip and visualization and good stance and good swing. And I said, you see that flag down there at the end of the range, which is some 240 yards down range, and you see the fence just beyond it. There's a green post over there 10 yards to the right. That's my target. The target was 6 inches in diameter, running 30 feet high. I hit the post 10 feet from the top and absolutely broke the crowd up. They said, do it again! Well, let me tell you, it was luck. But it wasn't all luck, because in my mind, I could see that ball going right to that target, and that is exactly what happened. And you can't imagine. Yes, you can, because you've all done it. You've all done the same kind of thing. You've seen balls go in the hole from off the green because you visualize it so well in your mind. But when you're standing there and you see you're standing in there and there's out of bounds to the right and there's water to the left, and the only pictures you can pull up are that, oh, it's going to go in the water, or I'm seeing it slice out of bounds. That's just what will happen. And that's why positive imagery is so important. The alternative isn't worth even discussing. The third point on that little card is self-concept. It says, I am a good player, I am a smart player. Like a professional, I know what I can do. See, I'm a good player, I'm a smart player. You're saying good things about yourself. You know what the alternative to that is? I'll tell you what it is. Let's imagine we're playing in a pro-am. You're my partner. You got 2 strokes on this hole. It's a par 5. You're a 36 handicapper, just the kind we love. You go down there and you hit down by the green in 3. Now all you have to do is pitch it on the green. 2-putt, even. We have a 4, a birdie on the hole, very simple. So you got to pitch it over a little bunker. So my man with 2 strokes goes and sticks it behind the ball. It goes in the bunker. He chops it twice. He picks up, puts it in his pocket. After we leave the green, I go over to him. I said, you idiot. You turkey. Every time something like this has you have a chance to help, you choke. You do it all the time. You're no good. You're a choker under pressure all the time. Now, you think that's going to help his performance on the next few holes? No way. But you know what? You talk to yourself that way. That's your self-talk. You hit a bad shot and you say, oh, you dummy. You can't. Why can't you ever hit a good shot when it counts? You talk to yourself that way, and it destroys you the same way as if you were telling it to someone else. You also need positive self-talk. Don't talk to yourself in that fashion. So this little thing helps because it destroys your self-concept. This little thing helps your self-concept. The other ideas on there would have to do with rehearsal, about rehearsing your regular routine, with being able to understand what competitive golf is all about, and finally with visualization. I'm going to go out and play my 18-hole round tomorrow. I'm going to play it now, though, in my mind. Not the putts, just the tee shots. Where do I want to hit it? Where do I want to hit the second shot? To see those things. And so when you're confronted, you've already been there before. There's one thing for certain. Your body won't lie for your brain. Whatever you're thinking, up here is going to happen. It's going to come out through that club and that ball. And if you're standing there on that first tee, and you start out with a decent picture, and you say, oh, it's going to hit a 250 down the middle. I'm going to hit a 250 right down the middle. 250. And you go to the top and something says, oh, no, you're not. Then you're destroyed. The mind can destroy you that quickly. Whether it's a putt, you're standing over the ball, and just as you take it back, it says, you're going to push it. And then what do? Boom, you close it quickly, and you pull it to the left. So your mind must be thinking the positive, clear pictures. When we talk about visualization, we talk about Dave Stockton, the great PGA champion, when he won at Southern Hills, and he said as he came to a clinic that we were at several years later, said, you know, when I won the first time, I'd already won in my mind. that week in early, I visualized myself walking down the 18th fairway with thousands of people cheering me as I walked to the green. And when it happened, he said, I've been here before. Well, the fact of the matter is that the ball controls the game, club controls the ball, your body controls the club, and your mind controls your body. And when you can learn to control your mind by practicing mentally, you're going to be a lot better player.
Dr. Golf, John Jacob shows you a more practical way to play this wonderful game. But first, to introduce the show, a well-known amateur enthusiast, Sean Connery.
Even though we Scots invented the game of golf, we still have to learn how to play it if we want to play it well. And so does everybody else. John Jacobs has a reputation of being golf's finest teacher. Now, I know from personal experience how well justified that is. No one I've encountered has such a practical approach to teaching the game, and no one has been able to make it more logical and simple for me. And I'm certain that John will open your eyes and lower your scores with this new series of his.
Thanks very much, Sean. Now, in this program, I'm going to talk about the full golf swing. But I want you to understand right from the outset, the function of the golf swing is to provide the correct contact of club and ball. For me, golf is ball control. And we can't control the ball unless we can have the club behaving itself when it hits it. Now, what is the correct impact? There are three very distinct facets to impact. I want to talk first about the club face. I've got two lines on the ground here, you will see. That one representing the target line, that one is at right angles to it. To hit a straight shot, we have to have the club face square. You'll see here, if I just swing the club through the ball with the club face square, the ball will go along the target line. I've got some air balls here. I'm going to hit a couple of shots, one with the club face open, one with the club face closed. These don't go very far, and therefore they'll stay within our camera range, and you can see what will happen when first I hit the ball with the club face open. You'll see the ball goes to the right of the target. This one with the club face closed. And this time to the left of the target. Now, I haven't hit them miles out of camera range, but I just want you to see that with the face open, the ball goes to the right. With the face closed, the ball goes to the left. So obviously, we have to get the club face square at impact. So that's the first and quite definitely the most important thing about impact. But also, we have to have the club swinging along the target line. So at impact, not only has the club face to be square, but the club has to be traveling along the target line. Although the swing path is from the inside, and more about that later, but at impact has to be on line if the ball is going to go on line. So that's two dimensions. Club face has to be square, swing path has to be straight. And the third dimension, I suppose in the millions of words which have been written about this game, most people have quite forgotten that we're trying to move the ball forward. Now, since the ball is on the ground, the club swings up, swings down, and swings up again. I think you'll see better from this angle. There will be an angle of approach of the club to the ball. There is an upswing and a downswing. So the angle of approach of the club to the ball has to be appropriate for moving the ball forward. The swing is from the inside to straight, with the bottom of the arc relatively shallow. We're trying to move the ball forward. And the fourth dimension, club head speed. Now, in my experience, and I've been teaching this game for a very long time, I haven't met very many people who haven't got enough club head speed. They've got the club head speed, but unfortunately, they're applying the club incorrectly to the ball, so often with the club face open. And if you hit the ball with the club face open, as you've already seen, the ball goes out to the right. Open club face, ball to the right. Most golfers immediately react to shots consistently going out to the right by swinging out to in. They swing to the left. And when they swing to the left, they get a very steep angle of attack, which is fairly useless for propelling the ball forward. You lose distance if you hit down too much. The converse of that, if you hit the ball with the club face closed, this time you will see the ball will finish to the left, and once shots go to the left, the reaction will be to swing into out. Now, an into-out swing doesn't hit down at all. In actual fact, by the time you get to the ball, you will be swinging up. Look at it from this angle, and if I just swing behind the ball here, you'll see an into-out swing. The bottom of the arc is right behind the ball. It's not coinciding with the ball, and therefore the swing will be coming up from there on, hence a lot of top shots, and if there is a divot at all, it will be behind the ball, that sort of thing. So remember, the function of the golf swing is to provide the correct impact of club and ball. Club face square, swing path straight, correct angle of attack. Now, the easiest way to achieve that is to address the ball correctly in the first place. That's why the setup is so important, because it directly relates to the impact. The most important part about the address position, to my mind, is the grip, since the grip controls the club face, and I hope you're already alerted to how important the club face is. Now, there's no mystique about the grip. You're trying to find your hand position at address, which is going to be your hand position at impact. For myself, I know that my hands are about in that position, that is with the V's between the thumb and first finger of both hands pointing just to the right of the chin. I know they're about there when I hit the ball, so I start with them there, since that's where I'm going to come back to. I wonder if you can see what would happen if I started with my hands around here, but I say my impact position is with the V's in that position. Obviously, the club face is going to be far too open at impact. Similarly, if I started with my hands way around here, but my impact position is back to my position there, then of course I would close the club too much. So there's no mystique. You're trying to find your position at address which will match up at impact. Let me talk about the grip in more detail. Now, I don't think it really matters whether you overlap the little finger like the famous Harry Vardon, that's known as the Harry Vardon grip, or interlock the two little fingers like the great Jack Nicklaus, or indeed use all the fingers of the right hand. What is important, as I've explained to you already, is that the hands are at the correct angle. But in detail, the club in the left hand is across the fingers and the base of the palm. It's not in the fingers, it's not in the palm. The V form between the thumb and first finger points somewhere between the chin and the right shoulder, and the thumb is about a third of the way around the shaft. The right hand, the hollow of the right hand, fits on top of the left thumb. In my case, the little finger sits on top. I use the Harry Vardon grip, and the grip in the right hand is very much in the fingers, not in the palm at all this time, fingers of the right hand, so that when I close the right hand, both V's are in the same direction, and the hands fit snugly together, and it works as one unit. It's not just the position of the grip, it is also the pressure of the grip. If you tend to leave the club face open coming into the ball, you would need to grip lighter to allow the club head to catch up and square up at impact. On the other hand, if you were someone who continually closed the club face, which would mean the wrists were working independent of the arms, then you would need to grip more firmly. So if you tend to hook, a fairly firm grip. If you tend to slice, keep it light. The grip, I always think, for children, young people when they're starting the game, it's most important that they do start by getting the club face square. The worst thing in the world for a youngster is to start with the open club face, the ball slices, and they immediately learn the wrong action. So young people, and most ladies, I would say, too, need to have the V's fairly well over. That is giving them the strength of the left arm. So young people, ladies, a strong grip. Most tournament players, the great players, have started that way as children. That's why they become good players. But of course, as they get stronger, the ball tends to hook, and then they have to change to what we would describe a weaker grip. Ben Hogan, Arnold Palmer, they're people who have done that. They now use a grip with both V's going up to the chin. Don't be frightened of doing a little experimenting. Both hands together, both V's parallel. If you tend to slice the ball to the right, turn the hands a little to the right. If you turn the hands to the left, you would do that when the ball is hooking to the left. Very important part of the game. Learn how to hold the club. The correct grip then gives us the best chance of controlling the club face. Now, how about hitting straight through? Now, this is where we've got to be able to set up to the ball correctly. Now, the correct setup means we've got to get two things right. We've got to get the aim of the club on target and the body parallel to the aim. And it's terribly important you do it that way around. You start by aiming the club, usually by looking from behind, looking down through the ball to the target. Of course, in this instance, this lovely tape here makes it easy. It draws out for me what I want you to see. The club aiming straight at the target. The aim of the club positions the handle and tells me exactly where to put my feet. I'm going to do it incorrectly so that you can see what I mean. If I inadvertently aim that club to the right, which would be a mistake, I'm sure you can see the handle has gone too far forward and I will immediately stand in the wrong position. If I aim the club to the left, the handle will be too far back and I will be standing too far behind the ball. So we have to start by aiming the club in the most ordinary manner with the correct loft on the club. I've got a 6-iron here, so this has got to be square to the target with the 6-iron loft. I mustn't change it into something stronger. For instance, that time I've taken the loft off the club, it's put the handle too far forward, and I will be ahead of the ball. If I put the 6-iron down like an 8-iron, the handle will be too far back and I'll be too far behind the ball. Now, in very, very simple terms, put the maker's loft on the club, 6-iron in this case, aim it at the target. That will position the handle and it will position the feet. It does not position the shoulders. Remember, we've got to aim the club correctly and the shoulders must be parallel. It's the simple T with the club on target, body parallel. Feet are important. I would say shoulders are more important. It's possible for me to play from that position with the feet open. It's possible for me to play from this position. What is terribly difficult is to play from this position. So it's important to have the club on line, the body parallel. Now, because the left hand is the higher of the two, the left is at the top, the right is underneath, the left shoulder will be slightly higher than the right shoulder. Do remember, aim the club, keeping the loft on the club. Feet in position from the club, keep the shoulders square, left shoulder up, right underneath the left. If you're in the correct address position, you will see the way the club should go back. I think it's important that you understand the two lines on a golf club. The bottom line is the one we aim at the target. The top line, which is not parallel to the bottom line, that one is the one that gives us the swing path in the backswing. Looking down the shot, club on target, the bottom of the blade, the top of the blade, if I am standing square, will tell me exactly where to swing the club. At this stage, then, we've got the correct grip to take care of the club face. We've got the correct aim of the club and set of the body to make it possible to hit straight through. So we've got two things dealt with at impact as far as it's possible to deal with them at address. Now, how about this last one, this important one, the angle of attack? Remember, the club has got to swing through the ball in such a way that that's going to propel the power through the ball forward, not into the ground. Now, let me point out to you at this stage that we're playing a game whereby the ball is positioned to the side of us. I'm over here, the ball is over there. Now, that very fact means that the arc of the swing is going to be from the inside through the golf ball, straight through the ball, parallel to this line, and back to the inside. Now, it's terribly important to get the correct posture with the knees bent and the back straight so that when the body moves, it allows the club to come to the inside and go back to the inside. That's why we have to have the knees bent and the back straight. Quite wrong to have the head too far forward. That very view of the golf ball will tend to take the club too straight back and the shoulders won't turn, the shoulders will rock, and the club will swing on a straight line. It's not a straight line, the ball is to the side. Now, if you're in the correct posture, the arms will hang free because it's the arms and hands which are going to swing the club, but it is the moving out of the way of the body which is going to allow the club to come to the inside and go back to the inside. The weight will want to be on the flat of the feet. If the weight is too far forward, the angles will be wrong. If the weight is too far back, well then of course the body will turn too flat and the club will come too much inside. So let me sum up the address position. Terribly important to hold the club correctly if we're going to have a square club face at impact. Vital to be able to aim the club in the correct direction. Let that fix the ball in the correct position relative to the feet. Have the shoulders square and the correct posture. Now, I can almost hear you saying to yourselves, that's an awful lot to do. I agree it is. But at this stage, you are fully operative. This is a drill that you can learn. You can learn to hold it, to aim it, to stand correctly. Once you swing the club, I don't think many of us can think of more than two things, and in actual fact, I would say think of two things when you're practicing, and you've got to get that down to one when you're playing golf. So do make sure you have given yourself every chance. If I go to an Open Championship and I see some great player not playing his best, I can assure you that 99 times out of 100, he's got out of the right address position. He's struggling to start from the right place. I suppose Jack Nicklaus, everyone would agree, has been the best player over the last 20 years, and I'm convinced it's because he makes the effort every time, even with every practice shot, to go through the correct drill of aim, grip, stance and posture. Now, if you're in that correct position, you will get a view of the backswing and the body will move to accommodate the swing. So at this stage, we're all ready to go. At last, the golf swing. Now, this is the fun part, isn't it? We finally get to hit some golf balls. But don't forget, let's address it correctly, and then we can start to swing the club. Now, I've already pointed out to you one of the aspects of the address position. The ball is to the side of us, and therefore the arc is from in back to in, and we move the body to allow that to happen. But the ball isn't just to the side. The ball is also on the ground. So as we turn, the arms swing the club up and down. And in its simplest terms, the golf swing is a combination of body action and hand and arm action. We turn the body, and at the same time we swing the club up, we swing it down again at the same time that we swing through. In its very simple terms, I would say, golf, you have to hold the club so that the club face is going to be square. You have to aim the club so that it will be on target, and the body must be parallel and in the correct posture. The backswing is to get the golf club aimed parallel to the target line, in the correct plane. Now, this would be aimed correctly, but it would be in the wrong plane. That would be too steep. This would be aimed correctly, but that would again be in the wrong plane. This would be in the correct plane, but it's in the wrong direction. Now, hopefully you can see that the backswing is to get the golf club aimed in the correct plane, and then we use the golf club to swing it through the ball to propel the ball forward. Now, that's golf in its simplest terms, but I would have to say there is just a little bit more to it than that. I have said repeatedly how important the address position is. If you're in the correct address position, you will actually get a preview of where the club should go. It's important we don't get too static at address for the simple reason we are going to swing the club. So we would what we call waggle. And again, the waggle will be in the direction that we're going to swing the club. If we're in the right address position, the fact that we are to the side of something, the club will swing back to the inside, and you will get a view of where the club is going to swing. Swinging back on the inside, the upper part of the body will turn, and I mean turn, not tilt, in order to make room for the club to swing up on the inside, so that eventually at the top of the backswing the club will be parallel to the target line in the correct plane. Now, it is vital that you should get a view of the backswing, because that picture of where the club should go will help you to swing the club up at the same time that you turn. You see, one of the difficulties of this game, we swing the club up and down at the same time that we turn. I suppose me asking you to do that is almost like me saying, rub your tummy this way with one hand and stroke your head with this one, which is difficult to do. But if you will think in terms of the direction and keep the club swinging up on that direction, if you can keep the direction in mind, the club goes up as the shoulders turn. If you have no view of the direction, when you turn, the club could follow the turn too much. That would be totally wrong. That would be what we would call a flat swing. The body is turning correctly, but the club is following the turn too much. Again, if you saw the swing path, keep it on that direction, the club will go up. This would be swinging the club up correctly, but the body going with it. They're both in the same plane. The arms, club, and shoulders have got to be in two separate planes. That is very easily achieved if you get a view of the swing path, swing the club up on that path as you turn the shoulders. Now, I stress turning the shoulders. The lower half of the body, this is where leg action is very important. The lower half resists. These angles that we've set, remember the posture we needed for the correct turn, those angles stay the same. Good leg action, you don't see it, but good leg action is a resisting of the shoulders turning. The shoulders turn, the club swings up on that predetermined path. So we arrive. Club parallel to the target line, shoulders turn completely, legs still maintaining the angles they had at address. Now, the left arm is important in that the left arm has got to stay long enough in order to keep this side of the swing wide enough to create the correct angle of attack. If the left arm bends tremendously, obviously the swing will become too steep. So the swing is there, the shoulder moves to allow it to go there, and the left arm stays long enough to create the correct width. At the same time, the right elbow folds and the club arrives in the right position, plane and direction, with the body wound up. So the top of the backswing is A, to get the club in the correct position, and B, to get the body in the correct position, which is with the shoulders turned, with the lower half resisting. This is a fairway wood, remember, and that's a pretty full swing for me. And I would say the full swing, the club virtually reaches the target. In other words, it's parallel to the ground. But that's a very individual thing. Some people with softer wrists, and I might say 30 years ago, I used to swing it a bit further anyway, but with the wrists a little bit softer, the club would swing a little longer, and equally, hard wrists, more solid, the club would be shorter. It isn't necessary for the club to be parallel to the ground exactly at the target. But it is important that the club is in the direction of the target in the correct plane. The top of the backswing, the wrists, it's very much more important where the club is than where the wrists are. That's a straight left wrist. As long as the club is in position, that's perfectly in order. But so is that. There can be a degree of cup there. The great Ben Hogan swore by cupping the left wrist. Not very important. Where the club is very important. The different clubs. I'm going to go from a 3-wood to a very short iron, a 9-iron. Now, this one, very short club, means that I'm going to stand very much closer to the ball. Very close to the ball means that the golf club will swing on a more upright plane. Happily, we don't have to do anything about that. The very length of the club, the distance from the ball, is going to deal with the plane for us. Do remember what the backswing is for. It's to get the club in the correct plane and direction, and to get the body in the correct position. That's what the backswing is for. And I can assure you, if we've got the club in the right position and the body in the right position, the downswing becomes relatively easy. It's very difficult when the body has turned correctly, but the club's gone with it. The downswing is going to be ruined. If the club's gone up, but the body's gone with it, the downswing is going to be ruined. See the path. Turn the right side out of the way, resist with the legs, and let the club go up onto the target. How far you swing, very individual thing. I really did enjoy that last one. I suppose that's why we all play, isn't it? The feel of a good golf shot. Now, the downswing. We've gone through the drill of the correct address. We've swung the club up as we turned. The downswing, very much a reversal of that. We've got to the top correctly, so the arms are in a different plane to the shoulders. They're not locked together. We've still got this visualization of the path of the backswing. From the top, then, we swing the club down, but this time we turn the lower half through the ball. In the backswing, we turned the shoulders and swung the club up. This time I'm going to swing the club down and turn the body through. Never any independent movement, remember, in the golf swing. I suppose one ought to describe it as addressing correctly and then swinging to the setup. The correct setup, and then the golf club must swing relative to the setup. No point in a big change of direction from the top of the backswing. Now, this is where the arms are so important. They have to swing the club down at the same time that the body turns through. Like this, look. From the top, the arms down as the body turns through, and there it is. I enjoyed that one too, I might say. So, from the top, arms down the same path as we went up, body making room for the club to come from the inside to straight through and back to the inside again. Now, that arc from inside back to the inside does two very important things. It squares up the club face at impact, and swinging from inside back to the inside is going to maximize club head speed. The body is out of the way, allowing the club to come from in back to in. Golf is being able to set up correctly, yes, but we have to swing the club to the setup. In other words, we address it right here, and then we have to swing the club relative to the setup. There's no point in changing direction from the top of the backswing. Now, this, of course, is where the arms are so important, and also the shape of the backswing. If the body turns but the club swings up, since it swings up, it is likely to swing down. We don't want the club too closely associated to the body. So from the top of the backswing then, still be aware of hitting from the inside with the arms. Swing the arms down that path, but again, nothing independent. We swing the arms at the same time that we move the lower half of the body. Arms down at the same time that I turn the body through. Arms down there, body through. Now, if we can do that, we arrive with the correct arc. We hit from the inside, going back to the inside. Now, that means that the arms can swing free through the golf ball. We get a very wide hit. The club face, which is open to the swing path this side and closed to the swing path that side, will go from open to closed very slowly and very repetitively if we swing down from the inside and move the body out of the way. We get a very wide extension through the ball, which is terribly important in controlling the club face. If the body stays in the way, everything stops except the club, and then, of course, it snaps closed. So just once more, from the top of the backswing, We swing the club down on the same path, but at the same time we turn the body through to get the body out of the way and let the arms swing wide through to the target. That in-to-in arc will give us an automatic square club face at impact, and the very fact that the arc is from in back to in, we get total release of the hands, and therefore our most club head speed.
And now John Jacobs takes you through the entire golf swing in slow motion, highlighting the key points from both angles.
Here I am with a 3-wood. At address, there is movement, as you can see. We don't start from a static position. Club face is on target with the body parallel to the target line and the correct posture. Watch the arms and hands swing the club up, parallel to the target as the shoulders turn. Here I am at the top. My swing is slightly less than full, but if produced on, the club shaft would be parallel to the target line. You will notice the angles at the hips and knees are the same as at address. In other words, the legs are resisting as the shoulders turn. The change of direction at the top of the backswing is vital. So let's run back a little. Watch how the hands and arms swing the club up to the target and down again. The path of the upswing is the same as the start down. This is the real crossroad of the swing. Let's just see it once again. Arms swinging up and down with no independent use of either the shoulders or the wrist. If you are correct at this stage, all that follows will also be correct. I will talk to you about it, but let me remind you that all our efforts should be to set up correctly, arrive at the top of the swing with both club and body correct, and swing the arms down. Now watch. The hands automatically apply the club into the back of the ball. Shoulders are square as they were at address. Hips are already clearing to make room for the arms to swing through. After impact, watch how the club head returns to the inside, although the ball heads straight for the target. See what I mean? The club head swings on, carrying me to a complete follow-through, perfectly balanced, facing the target. Here I am at impact. Head still, arms extended, right shoulder coming under, hips clearing to allow room for a wide hit through to the target. The hips are fully cleared to allow for full extension of the arms, and the head stays still. And on to a complete follow-through. This time with a medium iron. Since the club is shorter, I stand nearer to the ball, and consequently, the club will swing on a more upright plane. And from face on, stance a little narrower, but watch the shoulder turn in the backswing as the legs resist and the arms swing up. And on to a 9-iron. I'm standing very close to the ball now. Note the aim of the club on target. The knees, hips and shoulders are all parallel to the target line, with the knees more bent, but my back is still relatively straight. From this position, the club will swing on a very upright plane this time. Watch the top of the swing as the arms finish the backswing and then start the downswing. The club is relating to the target all the way. Notice the divot with the shorter club, which finishes just left of target, proving the swing returns to the inside on the follow-through. From face on with the shorter club, my stance is much narrower, and the things to look for are the full shoulder turn, even with a 9-iron. From the top, arms down in complete unison, with the hips and legs. Head stays still through impact, and again, the free swing of the arms takes me to a complete follow-through. From semi-tropical Florida to England in June. I know I'm just a little bit prejudiced, but what could be more gorgeous than the Hobridge Golf Centre set in the heart of the English countryside, but just 25 miles from the centre of London. They cater for all golfers here, from total beginners right up to internationals. And let's hope that some of the young people that begin their golfing careers here will go on to be champions. Now, I get questions asked wherever I teach golf all over the world, and quite a lot of misconceptions need to be cleared up. Let's go over to the golf course and deal with them. The first thing I want to talk about is that age-old cliche of keep the head down. I suppose there was sense in that when it was first said, but it's become far too emphasized. There are people who don't even play the game at the moment. People who don't play, they've all heard, ah, yes, golf, that's the game, you've got to keep your head down. Now, in all the years I've taught golf, I wouldn't think I've ever asked anyone to keep the head down at address. I've asked thousands to keep it up. If you get your head down too much at address, you're looking right down on top of the golf ball, which gives you a straight line mental picture of the backswing, and up goes the club and underneath go the shoulders. The club is in far too steep a position from where it can only hit the ground. Now, golf being a reaction game, you don't hit the ground very often before you start leaping away from it and you hit the ball right on the top, and some well-meaning friend says, hey, you had your head up. So you stick it down even further. Do remember at address, we've got to get the correct posture, knees bent, back straight. All golf professionals, you've probably never noticed, we've all got long necks. You never see a golf professional with the chin tucked into the chest. Correct posture then, which allows for the correct arc. Head up, knees bent, back muscles loose, not tight. In their effort to keep the ball straight, so many people are always asking me, how can I make sure that I get a square club face at impact? Well, of course, you can't guarantee it. You can't keep the club face square at impact. The club face arrives square at impact. Just watch the arc of the swing from here. You'll see the club will come to the inside, will go back to the inside, but the ball will go straight. From the address then to in here, through the golf ball and inside again. You'll notice the ball has gone straight. There is this moment when the arc of the swing is straight, and so is the club face at impact. Following on from that, how much should the club swing back on the inside? Now remember these two lines I've talked about. The front one, that's the one we aim at the target. The back one, which is distinctly open relative to the front one, the back one will give you a clue where to go in the backswing. It will obviously vary with the distance from the ball, but aiming the club correctly, bottom of the club on target, top of the club will show me where to go. But don't confuse the direction of the swing with the plane of the swing. That is the correct direction, but the club must go up if it's going to come down in the correct direction here. Don't go back on the inside and leave that line, otherwise that will swing too flat. So yes, it's on the inside, let the club help, but the body turns to let it go to the inside, but we swing the club up and down. A lot of confusion as well about hitting from the top. Most people assume that that is a hit from the top, an early uncocking of the wrist. Now that is one way of hitting from the top, and if you uncock the wrist too early, the club head overtakes the hands and the club face arrives closed in the hitting area, and you tend to hook shots. But by far the vast majority, they hit from the top with the shoulders too much. Now, when you hit from the top with the shoulders, the handle goes past the ball with the club face left open. Those shots tend to slice. I would suggest that if you swing the arms down from the top, you neither hit with the shoulders or the wrists. added to which you keep the shape of the swing correct. There's no suddenly change of direction at the top of the backswing. Just see what happens. I'm going to use an air ball this time, which won't go very far. You can see what happens. I'm going to hit too early. I'm going to hit from the top with the wrists. This one will hook. There you see it going way to the left. Conversely, this time I'm going to hit from the top with the shoulders. That will leave the club face open. See what happens this time. Shoulders hitting from the top, and away it goes to the right. So to avoid hitting from the top, get the correct setup, the correct backswing. And from the top of the backswing, swing the arms down, and there it goes straight, allied to the correct body action. Many of you come to me and ask me to teach you to hit late. Now, I usually reply, now look, hang on a minute, what's wrong with hitting at the right time? I've got no end of pictures in my home of me in this late hitting position. When I used to play a lot of golf years ago, if anyone took a picture of me, this seems to be the exotic spot that everybody's trying to achieve. So I know I get into that position because the camera tells me I get into that position. But I can assure you, if I try to get into that position, I can't hit it at all. So if you get the big things correct, that is the correct setup turn, the hands will cock at the top and will uncock at the bottom if you keep the body going. If you stop the body, well, then you will hit too early. You probably think we professionals are clever enough to say to ourselves, now, not yet, Jacobs, not yet, Jacobs, not yet, now. And of course, if we did that, we should miss it, but we're not that clever. The late hit, completely automatic, you don't have to worry about it. If you turn the body and swing the club up, and turn the body as you swing it through. Closely allied to late hitting is this firmly held belief that golf is purely and simply a left-sided game. A lot of you will have read you've got to be able to lead with the left side. It must disappoint a lot of you because I can just almost hear you thinking, well, I'll never be any good at golf because I can't do it all with my left side. Stop worrying. The ball isn't in the least bit concerned which arm, which hand is swinging. The only thing the ball feels is the club head. Watch this one. I've just got hold with my right hand. The ball's not in the least bit worried. There it is, straight and far. Where the left arm is important, of course, is that this side of the swing, the left arm has got to be long enough to keep sufficient width. But by that, I don't mean stiff. And if you've got the correct setup and the correct turn, you will lead sufficiently with the left side. In actual fact, we strike the ball with the head of the club. That never wants to be done independent of the right side. The right side needs to come through as we strike the ball. There she goes. So you stop worrying about the left side. I can't help but think that over the past few years, legs have been far too emphasized. A few years ago, I thought people were actually kicking the ball around the course. They were talking so much about legs. Do remember, the only thing the ball is going to feel is the head of the club. So legs are important, yes, but hands and arms are terribly important. The only way you can apply the club to the ball. I'm reminded of the first time I taught golf in America, 10 years ago, and I had a lovely group of 40 pupils there, and they're all warming up, they're all hitting balls before I'd started. From the top of the backswing, all of them were rushing the body through the ball, and they were leaving the club head behind. They weren't hitting it very well. And I asked them to stop, and I gave them a demonstration, and this is the first shot I hit on that occasion. I stood on one leg, and I simply swung the club head through the ball, and I hit it very much further than any of them could hit it, and I was perfectly balanced at the end of the swing. So legs, yes, they are important. They're very important in terms of accuracy. If you hit through with the hands and arms independent of the body, the club face does tend to go from open to close too quickly. So the legs are important to resist in the backswing and to go through with the club head as we swing through. Using the legs through the ball allows for a wide hit, and therefore the club face closes slowly. We get much more accuracy that way. But it's a combination, hand and arm action and leg action and all body action with hands and arms. When I say the legs work to allow for a wide hit through to the target, I don't mean that the club extends along the target line. If you swing on that line for too long, the club face action is ruined. It won't close. The swing, remember, is from the inside back to the inside. The arc of the swing is going to square up the club face at impact, which will eventually close on the follow-through as the club comes inside again. Now, if you're in any doubt at all that the club returns to the inside, you've only got to look at the divots of the best players. Although the ball is struck with the club face square and the club travelling straight, immediately afterwards, and the divot is taken largely after the ball, the club's coming back to the inside again, so most of the divots are pointing to the left. So the body moves out of the way to allow for a hit through, and the club comes back to the inside again. In the perpetual struggle for distance, so many of you say to me, how hard should I hit? And I would always say, you hit as hard as you naturally hit. You don't hit less hard or harder. If you're trying to control your power or hit too hard, that's another worry. Just hit as hard as you naturally hit. I don't agree with taking it easy. If you're trying to hit less than your full power, that's another thing you're concerned about. This is my natural full shot, my natural degree of hardness. I turn, I hit it, and I turn through there, and I'm balanced. If I hit harder than that, I would start throwing myself at the ball. So just hit as hard as you naturally hit with all the normal full shots. I think it's important to appreciate what gives distance anyway. It's not just club head speed, although of course that is very important, but it's how the club is applied to the ball. The club face needs to be absolutely square at impact. The swing path at impact needs to be straight. And most important, the bottom of the arc needs to be shallow. We're hitting through. That won't do. That's going to lose distance. Can you imagine how many people have been to me down the years and said, please, John Jacobs, I want you to get me to hit the ball further. And I say, well, hit me a few and I'll tell you whether you can. In the vast majority of cases, yes, I can get them to hit the ball further because they're applying the club incorrectly to the ball, usually with the club face open and an out-to-in steep swing. Very, very rarely someone is making exactly the correct contact with the club coming directly into the back of the ball with the face square. Those people, they can't hit the ball any further. That's their maximum distance. But I would say again, that's the very rare one. Most people don't hit the ball far enough. They've got plenty of club head speed. I meet few people who have not got enough club head speed to play the game well. But it's how they're applying the club to the ball. Remember, square, straight, and shallow, and through, if you want the ball to go a long way. Now, what about the ladies, God bless them? You'll have noticed that a lot of the very best lady players, they're on their toes at impact. And it's not the reason that you all think. Most ladies have to hit earlier. They have to start the hands and arms working earlier in the downswing in order to attain maximum club head speed at impact. Now, that earlier hit, the club swings very wide, and therefore with the full radius, the arm and the shaft getting in a straight line, relatively early, that could tend to hit the ground behind the ball. So in order to make room, a lot of ladies go on their toes at impact. There's nothing wrong with that, and it's an absolute reflex action. An early hit from the top requires making room for it not to catch the ground. Conversely, a lot of the very strong tournament players, they hit very late. Therefore, their radius is still very narrow. They've just the opposite of wide there, and a lot of them, you will notice the head goes down in the hitting area to again get the correct radius effect at impact. All that is totally automatic. There's nothing wrong with ladies being on their toes at impact any more than the head going down a little bit with the strong late hitting man player. So many of you ask me, how tight should I grip? I would say I meet an awful lot of people who are gripping too tightly, for the very few who are gripping too lightly, but it's a very individual thing. If you tend to hook the ball, then the hands are likely to be too light and the club head is working through independent of the arms. So you would need to grip firmer so that the arms go through as well as the club head. That will delay the closing of the club face. So if you tend to hook, that's when you'd need the hands to be firm. If you tend to slice, that would mean the hands were so hard and solid that the club head couldn't get through. So therefore you would grip lighter if you tend to slice the ball. But remember, if the ball goes to the right, turn the hands to the right. If the ball goes to the left, turn them to the left. Another thing that helps a lot of people who tend to hook, lengthen the left thumb, a long left thumb. The longer the thumb, the more the back of the hand will be to the target. That will help you to give the left arm a solid feeling through the golf ball. A short thumb, then you're only gripping the club in the hands and wrists. So if you lengthen the thumb, you're bringing the arm into play through the ball. Very important that you keep hold with both hands at the top of the backswing. I don't mean fiercely tight, but if the right hand lets go, that tends to allow for backlash. When it gets hold again in the downswing, that throws the club head and that's a too early hit. So a firm grip, but not fiercely tight, hands together throughout. So if your shots are bending in the air, that's certainly a club face mistake. So don't be scared of a little experimenting with the grip. Firmer if you tend to hook, light if you tend to slice. Turn the hands to the left if the ball is going to the left. Turn the hands to the right if the ball is going to the right. Very important facet of the game, how you hold it. Lastly, let me remind you of the ballistics of impact. You know, the ball, that's the best instructor of all. It can't lie. Whatever this does gives you an absolute steadfast reflection as to what your club is doing when it hits it. Just again with these air balls, if I swing out to in with the club face square, that is swing across here with the club face square, you'll see the ball will go immediately straight to the left. There it goes. If I swing in to out, that's too much this way, with the club face square, you'll see the ball will go immediately straight to the right. So that would give you, wherever the ball starts its flight, is a direct reflection on your swing path. If it starts to the left, you are swinging to the left. If it starts to the right, you're swinging to the right. When it gets out there, if the ball bends at all in the air, that gives you a true reflection of the face of the club. I'm going to hit this one with the club face closed. You will see the ball bend to the left this time. You see it bending away to the left. Conversely, if I hit it with the club face open, the ball will bend to the right. You see it, there it goes to the right. So once it gets out there, if it bends, that tells you all about the club face. I hope that'll help, I'm sure it does, and let the ball be the greatest help to you. Well, there you have it. I hope this program makes it possible for you to get even more pleasure from this very difficult but wonderful game. But of course, golf isn't just the full shots. It's putting, chipping, pitching, bunker shots, trouble shots, course management, self-management. Now, I'll be dealing with all those aspects of golf in future practical golf programs. I do hope you'll join me again. In the meantime, enjoy your golf.
Bob Toski. Welcome to an instruction series I think is unique and will be very productive to the improvement of your golf game. I, along with my colleagues, John Elliott, Peter Costas, and Jim Flick, will help you understand how to execute a proper golf swing and keep it working for you throughout your golfing lifetime. In this tape, we will cover the fundamentals needed to develop a sound short game as well as the proper full swing. In fact, we will start with putting first, then progress through chipping, pitching, and bunker play before we work with the full swing. And once into the full swing, we'll return to the short irons and gradually work our way to the driver. The process of starting small and gradually building bigger swings is a sequence of learning we encourage in our Golf Digest schools, because we found this approach to be of maximum value in creating successful ball flight patterns. Patterns that reflect golf shots successfully ending near the target rather than in the water, the sand, or other places like out of bounds that make scores soar very high. To be a successful golfer, to reach your potential as a golfer, you must satisfy certain fundamentals. These fundamentals aren't just physical, but mental as well. The great players have always worked hard at preparing for success so that they could perform easily when it came time to swing the golf club. Too many golfers lack proper preparation or do a poor job of it, and then overwork themselves during the swing. When watching this tape, pay particular attention to how well we prepare for our golf shots, starting with our eyes, focusing on the target, then how carefully we aim the club and set our bodies, and most importantly, the rhythm of this preparation that carries over to our swings, which creates an easy, fluid transition from pre-swing through to in-swing motion. Because golf is such an individual game, our full swing fundamentals are tailored to your personal physical characteristics and abilities. However, all good swings have certain similarities. Basics such as a good grip position, a good body posture, and good arm and hand motion that produces an effortless yet powerful swing. Rather than the powerless effort so many golfers try when they try to hit the ball hard. If there's a secret to our success, it is this: let the swinging of your hands and arms create the pivot of your body. Swing the club and let your body complement that swing. Don't try to create a swing from excessive body motion. If you do, you're one of the golfers who plays a non-violent game violently from within. So think swing as you watch the rest of this tape, and I hope you enjoy it as much as we've enjoyed making it for you.
The most exciting aspect of putting to me is that there aren't any limitations on who can become a good putter. In putting, we're using a relatively straight-faced club to roll the ball on the ground to a small target that's not usually too far away. And to accomplish this, we use what we call a one-lever stroke. Putting, like all other parts of the game, involves two things: having control over the direction you send the golf ball and also having control over the distance you send the ball. In putting, we control our direction through our aim and also through our swing path. And to control the distance we want to hit the ball, we do it through the amount of stroke and also the speed of the stroke. So since there aren't any limitations on how good you can be, let's all get good, because then when we've lowered our scores, which in turn is going to make us a lot happier. The putting grip is intended to unify the hands and arms and to promote a one-lever stroke. This can generally be accomplished in one of two ways: a grip in which the hands are opposed to each other, or a more neutral grip in which the palms are facing each other, as in Peter's. In Jim's and mine, the left hand is turned to the left the same amount that the right hand is turned to the right. In general, the wristier your stroke, the more you should set your hands diametrically opposed. The quieter your hands are during the stroke, the more you can use a neutral grip. The setup is basically a matter of keeping everything balanced. A strong preference in keeping your forearms on the same plane as the putter shaft, matching the angle of the shaft to the ground, with the eye set over or slightly inside and parallel to the target line. Shoulders should be set parallel to the target line, which is usually aided by also setting the feet parallel. The strokes you see in this segment are one-lever strokes. That is, they are made with the arms, and as a result, the motion strongly resembles a pendulum. Beyond that, it is important to recognize that the putting stroke is just a smaller version of the full golf swing. The amount that the arms move is determined by the distance we want the ball to travel. Here Peter is stroking a 5-foot putt and a 25-foot putt. Notice the difference in the length of the backswings and the uniformly accelerating pendulum actions resulting from his constant grip pressure. The establishment of a routine is essential. Here Jim, as in all of his putts, approaches his ball having already determined his direction and his distance and has a vivid picture, and therefore feel, of his putt in his mind. He is then ready to set up by first sighting his target and setting his eyes, aiming his putter, and then settling his body into position. His direction is now largely predetermined, and he can focus on the distance he wants to make the ball travel. Except for the very shortest of putts, the path of your stroke will move inside your target line on the backswing, then back on line, and inside again. The blade naturally opens to the line going back, square at impact, and closes again on the follow-through. Even though we are all putting the same putts, notice how our strokes vary. Peter has an extended arm position which makes his stroke a little shorter than Jim's and mine. We are all trying to control the distance we roll the ball by the amount of stroke we make, and our speed fits the size of the stroke.
Chipping the ball, we'd like to develop a stroke that allows us to keep the ball relatively low, giving us minimum air time and maximum ground time. And in developing a good chipping stroke, it's helpful to understand what separates good chippers and bad ones. Most poor chippers take too little loft and scoop or try and lift the ball in the air, whereas a good chipper will take plenty of loft, de-loft the club, and make sure that he strikes down, striking a good, crisp, descending blow. This allows for lower shots and more roll, which is helpful in achieving our goal in chipping again, minimum air time and maximum ground time.
For shots from just off the putting surface, when distance isn't a problem, your best choice may be to chip with a one-lever putting stroke. Make a pendulum-type stroke with your arms only, striking the ball at the bottom of your arc or slightly on the descent. Keep your hands and wrists relatively firm during this stroke. You don't have as much distance potential with this shot, and it requires a good lie. But with practice, your accuracy and control can be quite remarkable. When the shot is too long for the one-lever stroke, you must go to the two-lever system, utilizing hand and wrist action as well as arm swing to create more club head speed. The one-lever putting grip is replaced with your two-lever conventional grip. In the two-lever chip shot, a descending blow through impact is essential. To do this, you should develop the feeling that the club head moves up higher on the backswing, with the hands leading the arms, and then stays lower in the follow-through, with the arms leading the hands. Hands, then arms in the backswing. Arms, then hands on the forward swing. The short shots are made almost entirely with the hands and arms. They swing, and the body reacts to that swing and provides support. However, this does not mean your legs should be static, nor should you consciously restrict your body from pivoting. Correct posture will help encourage better and more consistent chipping. You should bend forward from the hips to give yourself room to swing the arms freely. Balance is toward the balls of the feet. The open stance that is used in chipping will keep the legs relatively still in the backswing and encourage the more vertical swinging action we would like, while still allowing plenty of freedom and room for the forward swing to go towards the target. The hands, swing center, and weight distribution should all be vertically in line, with the hands under the swing center and the weight centered directly under the hands. The position of the vertical line in relation to the ball then determines the shot trajectory with a given club. The farther the ball is behind the vertical line, the more the club is delofted and a lower shot will result. The ideal ball flight for any given short game shot should be based on the theory of minimum air time and maximum ground time. That means you should land the ball on the putting surface as quickly as possible, and then let it roll as far as possible to the hole. You will have more control rolling the ball than by pitching it close to the hole and subjecting it to possible changes in green hardness or in backspin. This is especially true when the lie isn't very good. In fact, the worse the lie, the more the vertical line should be moved in front of the ball. It will encourage an even steeper angle of descent to help get the ball up. By presetting your aim, stance, and club selection, the direction and shape of the shot are also preset. The only factor left to consider then is distance. The length of the shot is determined by the length of the backswing. The longer the shot, the more fully the hand should hinge, and the longer the arms should swing. To review the chipping stroke, let's study the sequence of playing a shot on the course. Check the lie of the ball first, remembering that as the lie worsens, the hands move forward and the ball moves back in the stance. Determine the proper landing spot for the ball and visualize the shape of the desired shot. Select a club with enough loft so that you still have the right trajectory after you de-loft the club in the swing. Try some practice swings, feeling the proper setup and swing motion that is needed. If necessary, recheck your target line. Then aim the club and set up properly. And finally, recreate your practice swing, concentrating on the feel for distance and strike the shot.
Pitching stroke is used when the conditions surrounding the flagstick require maximum air time and minimum ground time. This stroke can best be described by a long, soft arm swing with a compatible amount of feet and legs to allow the arms and hands to stay soft while they're swinging the golf club. There are a few pre-swing adjustments which need to be made to allow our golf ball to get elevation. But in summary, there are two things we're very interested in doing. The club face must be allowed to open up going back to give us height, and we must learn to control the amount and speed of the arm swing to control the distance we hit our golf ball. This is really an exciting golf shot. It can be demoralizing to your competition, but have fun when you're learning to play this shot in all its variations.
The purpose of the pitching stroke is to create a higher and softer ball flight with very little roll. The pre-swing adjustments that will increase your chances for success are: 1, positioning the ball under your swing center; 2, distributing your weight evenly on both feet; 3, gripping down the club for more control and feel. These 3 changes will create a less descending arc. You simply want your hands and the club shaft to return to this starting position. The best way to do that is to keep your grip pressure light so the club face rotates in response to the swinging of your arms. On pitch shots with the sand or pitching wedge, the upright lie of the club promotes a more upright swing. You need to swing your arms and hands so the club gets more vertical on the backswing. Actually, the shaft stays in line with the ball. This near vertical position helps you keep the weight of the club under control. If you swing the club head more around your body and behind you, the weight of the club becomes unwieldy, causing too much tension to develop in the arms and hands. To improve your sense of pace and your feel for distance on pitch shots, your feet and legs and body should move freely and compatibly with the long, soft swinging of your arms. The more you use your feet and legs on the pitching swing, the less wrist cock you'll need, which results in higher and softer shots. The more conscious you are of using your arms and legs, the better you'll be able to control the speed of your swing, and therefore the better you can control the distance of your pitch shots. What's the easiest way for developing a feel for how far you pitch the ball? We found that you can best develop a sensitivity for distance by visualizing your swing on the dial of a clock. You have to swing your arms back to at least 9 o'clock to allow your feet and legs enough time to catch up with the back and forth swinging of your arms and hands. While your arms may only swing to 9 o'clock, the wrist clock will put the head of the club at 11 o'clock. Remember, relate the swinging of your arms with the hands of the clock. On the basic pitching stroke, you want to swing the club away from the ball in the backswing about as far as you follow through. If you swing back to 9 o'clock, you should follow through to 3 o'clock. If you swing back to 10 o'clock, you should follow through to 2 o'clock. The more you swing your arms back and through, the more your body needs to pivot and turn. In other words, there is more pivot on a 10 o'clock arm swing than a 9 o'clock arm swing. The speed of your swing should increase gradually, like the swinging of a pendulum. To fine-tune your distance and trajectory control, you need to vary the length and speed of this arm swing. Here are 2 examples of how to play the same 50-yard pitch shot. First, Bob Toski pitches the ball by making a long, slow, and soft swing that almost decelerates through the ball. The result is a high, soft lob shot with almost no spin that drops on the green like a parachute. But there's another way of playing this shot. Here, Peter Costas swings the club back much shorter and then accelerates briskly through the ball with his hands and arms. Peter's swing is shorter and faster. The ball flies with more backspin. He stops the ball with spin, while Bob stops with height or trajectory. Peter's method is ideal if the wind is in your face. You want to keep the ball under the wind for more control. Bob's longer and softer swing works better going downwind. Part of the fun of golf is experimenting with the length and speed of your swing to get the ball consistently to the target. Oops. Even Toski isn't perfect all the time.
For years, you've heard that the bunker shot is easy and that the sand is your friend. Nonsense. The bunker shot is easy only when you learn how to create a long, shallow divot to the sand, forcing the ball upward onto the green, hopefully close to the flagstick. The secret to success is to create the right amount of swing motion through the sand to produce consistent results. The right swing motion comes from swinging the arms and hands on the backswing, supported by the correct movement of your knees and your legs on your forward swing. The farther you are from the flagstick, the greater the length of the backswing to produce greater club head speed through the ball, which produces a high follow-through. The closer you are to the flagstick, the shorter and slower the swing and the lower the follow-through. The use of the sand wedge differs from all other clubs in that instead of making the leading edge hit the ball first, we use the trailing edge to penetrate the sand, creating a bounce effect. The white paint on the trailing edge is proof of the bounce effect. With an open club face at address, you see a full arm swing motion both on the backward and forward swing. The board drill is our #1 bunker drill, and John has just become chairman of the board in the bunker shot. The lie of the ball determines how you use your sand wedge. When the ball is sitting up nicely, the club face should be set open to promote more bounce and a shallow divot. As the lie worsens, the club is squared up to promote a more penetrating action, allowing the club to get underneath the ball. When the ball is buried, close the club face to accentuate the digging action. When positioning the club face to the lie of the ball, first, set the club face to the desired position, then take your normal grip. Do not take your grip, then attempt to position the club face. Simply set the club face open, square, or closed. From a normal lie, the ball position is slightly forward of center, and with an open club face, Peter produces a free full hand and arm swing back and through the ball, creating a nice long shallow divot. With a square club face from a slightly buried lie, the ball position is slightly back of center, producing a swing arc which creates a steeper angle of approach to and through the ball. From a buried lie with a closed club face, the swing is more upright, creating a very steep angle of approach, striking closer to the ball with more hand and wrist speed. Remember, the key word in good bunker play is bounce. Whether you're practicing off the board or playing an actual bunker shot, feel the club bouncing through the sand if you want to improve.
Now, Toski will play his third shot. This could be critical here, of course, toward his chances.
I can still remember how sweet this shot felt as my club bounced under the ball at Newport.
Get it up and down from there. He doesn't need tricks here. He just needs to get it close. Right. Yep. Look at here. Isn't that amazing? He went for it.
When you can consistently produce these types of bunker shots, then the sand is your friend.
Right over the back of Billy Casper. Billy's giving a pretty good smile of admiration right here.
To summarize the short game shots, let's look at the transition from the green back, remembering two things. First, a one-lever swing motion is more accurate than a two-lever motion. And secondly, the lower the ball flight, the higher your percentage of success. The putting action we see here is a pure one-lever swing with a constant flowing motion to produce the best possible rolling action of the ball. When just off the green, you can combine the accuracy of the putting motion with the loft of your irons to produce a short chip shot that we call the off-green putting stroke. Using your putting grip, merely lean left to put your hands in swing center forward of the ball. This allows for your one-lever motion to move back and up in the backswing, putting the club in position to strike downward through the shot. As you move farther from the green, two levers are now required to create enough distance to reach your target. And the primary adjustment here is to make sure you use your conventional two-lever grip. Your stance should favor the left side, with your weight left, hands forward, and swing center also forward of the golf ball. This will allow you to lead with the hands going back, supported by the arms, and enable you to strike downward, a solid, crisp, descending blow, producing that low-running shot that we like. When a higher lofted ball flight is required, the longer pitching swing is the shot to play. The stance is more neutral, with the ball, hands, and weight centered. The key here is to remember to make a long enough arm swing so that your motion can be fluid and the club can flow through the ball to produce the high, soft shots. Consistent and successful golf swings don't just happen. They must be planned and prepared for.
Be no surprise to see him get it up and down from there.
If you are to play with purpose and plan for success, Then you must first identify your desired ball flight to target. Second, understand what conditions at impact will produce that ball flight. And third, create the proper body movements and swing shape based on those required impact factors. Unfortunately, most golfers' swings are not developed this way because they don't understand what happens during impact in a good golf shot. Every golf shot ever hit has been determined by 5 impact fundamentals: the path of the club through impact, the speed at which the club is moving, the position of the club face at impact, the angle the club head approaches the ball, and the point on the club face where contact occurs. Solid contact is the first priority in your swing development, and both your rate of progress and the speed of your swing must be governed by your ability to make solid contact an acceptable percentage of the time. Just what is the correct swing path? And how should the club face be looking at impact? Simply stated, the combination of your swing path and club face position will determine the starting and curving direction of your golf ball. The perfect combination would be a swing path moving right down the target line, with the club face looking at the target line also. This would give us a straight shot to our target. However, there are 2 other combinations of path and club face that will give us a ball flight to target. When the swing path is to the right and the club face is looking to the left, you will get a right to left ball flight or draw towards the target. This flight is advantageous when greater distance is also desired. If the swing path is to the left of the target, with the club face looking to the right, the ball will fly towards the target in a left-to-right manner. The trajectory, and therefore the shape and distance of our shots, is greatly affected by the angle of approach, or that angle in relation to horizontal at which the club arrives at impact with the ball. As we will see, the greater the distance needs of your shot, the shallower the angle. The greater the directional needs, the steeper the angle. Of the 5 impact factors, none is more desired or more misunderstood than club head speed. Unfortunately, the incorrect pursuit of club head speed has ruined many a golfer. In golf, speed is power, but power is not speed. The faster moving speed muscles, the hands, wrists, and arms, should create your club head speed, while the bigger, stronger shoulder and leg muscles provide a foundation for that swing speed. In a nutshell, this is the Golf Digest School swing concept. The hands, wrists, and arms create the swing motion, while the feet, legs, and body torso provide the support. If you are to develop a proper golf swing that can be consistent and effortless, then you must start with good preparation and a sound posture position. Good posture satisfies two fundamentals every time: balance and swing freedom. You must be balanced toward the balls of the feet, with your legs feeling alive and springy. Your arms should feel free and easy, free to be able to be moved and easy to move. Once you have the correct posture fundamentals in hand, you should work to create a routine that will repeat itself and your posture in an easy, flowing manner. This can be critical in allowing your swing to become rhythmical and free-flowing. With the ball flight and posture fundamentals as background, let's take a closer look at the full golf swing by examining 4 areas: short irons, middle irons, fairway woods, and the driver. With short irons, since accuracy is far more important than distance, the swing should feel more up and less around, promoting a steeper angle of approach of the club and thus more backspin, less side spin. The swing feels more hands and arms, less legs and body, with the rhythm and pace of the swing coming from the lead arm. When preparing for any golf shot, remember, the shape of the swing must match the golf club being used. Since the 7-iron through the wedges have the shortest shafts and the most upright lie angles, the swing shape for them will be relatively short and upright. To encourage this type of swing shape, the stance should be slightly open with the feet and the ball position played towards the center of the stance. The weight should be evenly balanced, left versus right, and the arms will be hanging down more vertically, not extended out too far from the body. The hands and wrists should cock the club sooner when using short irons. If the wrist cock is delayed too long, a more rotary swing motion will result, and thin or fat shots will start to occur. Short irons are also good to go back to when you're having difficulty with your swing. They will help you to relax and feel the swinging motion of your hands and arms. Because in order to create the proper swing plane for the short irons, the arms will have to swing from the shoulder sockets, and for this to occur, the shoulders must be passive and relaxed. In summary, the key points for good short iron play: the ball is played in the center of the stance, the stance is slightly open, and to promote greater accuracy, the swing is more vertical in nature, with the hands and arms used more, while the feet and legs stay relatively quiet for control and balance. The middle and long irons are great tools for developing your golf swing. These clubs require a swing that perfectly balances the lateral, vertical, and rotary motions of the golf swing. Equal parts of hand action, arm swing, and body pivot will create the proper swing shape for your middle irons. And this can best be accomplished by starting from a square stance, balanced well on the balls of the feet, with your right leg supporting slightly more weight than the left. Your arms should feel tension-free and slightly more extended from your body than with the short irons. The ball position is slightly forward of center, but still well inside the left heel. The middle irons are the first clubs in your bag that will require active movement and support from the feet and legs. Good footwork allows for the momentum of your body to complement the motion of the swing. This means as the club moves downward towards the ball from the inside, there should be a corresponding downward and forward movement of the legs to support a good, crisp, descending blow through impact. Without sufficient footwork, your swing might become too short and as a result too quick. This could also cause tight grip pressure and a jerky swing motion. To summarize good middle iron play, blend equally the lateral, vertical, and rotary motions of the swing. Create enough footwork to keep your grip pressure relaxed and strike downward with a solid descending blow. Learning to use the fairway woods, we will continue the transition from a relatively upright swing motion that would be used for the irons towards the more roundabout swing motion that is needed for the driver. The swing shape for the 5, 6, and 7 woods will be more upright and thus more resembling the longer iron swing. They also require a more descending blow to be used properly. The swing shape needed for the 2, 3, and 4 woods is more closely tied to the roundabout swing motion of the driver. This swing shape will promote a more sweeping or level blow through impact. To allow for the more sweeping angle of approach, the body will need to pivot more to create the flatter swing plane. Proper footwork and leg action is the key to correct body action. As the swing gets longer and more round, the left heel must release and come off the ground so the left knee can move to the right of the ball. This action is reversed in the forward swing, with the right foot and right knee leading the way for the correct inside path to the ball. You must complete your backswing with a full free motion of the arms to be a consistently good fairway wood player. Failure to complete the backswing will almost always cause the shoulders to rotate excessively in the forward swing, and a pull or pull slice will result. In summary, to be a successful fairway wood player, remember, the swing is more rotary with less descent through impact. More foot and leg action is required to allow the body to pivot. And be patient. Complete the backswing with a full, free arm motion. The key to becoming a good driver of the golf ball is to learn to coordinate the movements of the feet and legs to the swinging of the hands and arms. The faster you try to swing your club, the faster you must move your lower body to provide balance and support. For the lower body to be able to move and respond quickly, you must first create an alive and alert address position. Balance is toward the balls of the feet, with 60% of your weight favoring the right leg. The right shoulder is set lower, with the right arm folded in and under the left arm. The feet should be square, or even better, slightly closed to the line of play, and the stance slightly wider than normal. All this is important in allowing us the opportunity to create the proper swing plane. Since distance is our primary objective with the driver, and because the ball is teed up in the air, the angle of approach of the driver through impact should be level to slightly ascending. Thus, the need to swing the club more around the body in the backswing, allowing for an even more inside path to the ball in the forward swing. Above all else with your driver, swing no faster than you have the strength in your hands and arms to control, because proper form must be accompanied by rhythm and balance if you are to be consistent. In summary, to improve your driving, concentrate on a good posture position that lets the feet and legs work freely. Create a level to ascending blow through impact, and swing at a speed that you can control.
We would like to stress how significant we think drills can be in the development and/or maintenance of your golf swing. Drills can serve a variety of purposes when used properly. They help 1. Break undesired habits quickly. 2. Identify and foster the feelings of correct movements. 3. Maintain good habits. And 4. Keep muscles toned. The following 2 drills, the right hand off after impact and the feet together drills, help reduce excessive rotation of the shoulders by making you conscious of the paramount role your arms play in swinging the club. As the name right hand off after impact implies, in this drill make a normal swing and simply let the right hand slip off the club after impact. This will help promote the sense of your lead arm pacing the trailing arm, first in the backswing and then in the forward swing. When doing the right hand off after impact drill, remember to stay relaxed in your lead arm so that when your right hand drops off after impact, the left elbow bends, allowing the club to swing around behind you. In the feet together drill, your feeling should be one of the hands and arms swinging down from the top before the body begins turning to the left. This drill will reduce unwanted shoulder action, reduce tension in the arms and upper body, and promote better balance, proper body work, and better footwork.
We call this the left foot right toe drill. It is used to create the feel for a descending swing arc. Set up with your left foot flat on the ground as you would normally, but balance yourself only on the right toe. The ball is positioned slightly to the right of your swing center. This keeps your weight to the left side, creating a descending swing. Best of all, it reduces a tendency to overwork your shoulders at the change of directions at the top of the backswing.
There.
If you lose your balance with this drill, it's probably because you are overworking your shoulders and making too much of an effort with your upper torso. Remember, relax and concentrate on swinging in balance. This is called the T to T drill. We use it to help acquire a feel for how the arms both swing and rotate. It also teaches you how your wrists cock, uncock, and recock in the normal course of the swinging of the arms. Stick a tee in the butt end of the grip and make a few half swings with your arms reaching about hip high. At this half swing position, you want the tee to be pointing at the ball. On the follow-through, you will want it to again point to where the ball was. Try this drill using a 6-iron with half swings so that you're hitting the ball about 50 to 75 yards. Once you point the tee at the ball on the backswing and at your divot on the follow-through, you'll start drawing the ball from right to left. This means that you're correctly releasing and squaring the club face through impact. The tee-to-tee drill may be the best exercise for developing sensitivity in your hands and arms in order to square the club face at impact and control the shaft line.
If your swing is lacking in hand and wrist action and or arm swing, this drill will amaze you. Sit in a chair and with a 3 or a 4 wood, start making small swings with a relaxed feeling in the wrists and elbows, allowing the club head to swing freely. When you can stroke the ball consistently with this small movement, then lengthen your arc and create a full motion swing. When done properly, this drill will calm down excessive body action. It will also promote better use of your hands, wrists, and arms. So try the chair drill to speed up your speed muscles. The power and consistency of your golf swing will be determined by how well you can coordinate the movement of the upper and lower body. The baseball drill, as we call this exercise, can teach you the proper feeling of a well-synchronized golf swing. When done correctly, the sequence of this movement will be swing back, step forward, and swing forward. Swing, step, swing. Starting from your normal address position, move your left foot back to your right foot, and then move the club head back as well. The starting position then for this drill is with the feet together, slightly to the right of the ball. Start the swing back with the hands and arms. And as you approach the top of the backswing, pick up the left foot and start to replant it in its original starting position. This lower body movement provides the foundation for the forward swinging motion of the hands, arms, and golf club.
Welcome to the world of superpower golf. I'm Gary Wiren and the author of the book by the same title. What do we mean, superpower golf? Well, this book is full of ideas, as this tape is, on how you might get greater distance for all of your shots and also be able to control your golf ball better because you have better strength, better flexibility, and better technique. We're going to show you in detail from the gymnasium right to the golf course how you can improve your golf by being more fit and by better understanding the mechanics of the golf swing. You know, distance has fascinated man through history, from the featherball era right up to the present day, when we even have a national long driving championship. You might not become the national long drive champion, but we know that by watching this tape and by doing the things that you see in the tape, that you are going to be able to take those golden steps, which are the ones you get to walk past your opponent's drive. So share with us now as we look into super power golf. Well, here we are in a complete training facility. Muscular strength, flexibility, and cardiovascular endurance, all elements that can help you as a golfer to perform better. What would be the reasons that we would want to train for golf? Well, first of all, it would be to help you prevent injury. It's surprising the number of golfers who come up with wrist and back and elbow and shoulder problems that keep them from performing as well as they should. Number two, by training properly, we can help you with your technique and also your control of the golf club. I can't tell you how many people come to me and would like to be able to swing like a tour player, but can't because they're physically unable to. So we need to work on what they can do while knowing that it limits them from their potential. The third thing is the reason we like to train for golf in this kind of a facility is because it can help you to hit the ball farther. And I've never run into anyone who wouldn't like to get a little bit of extra distance. Now, let me tell you a couple of things before we take you around to the machines and show you what exercises can be helpful to you and those that might be ones that you should do with more caution. First of all, training for golf is really a relatively new idea. It shouldn't really be, because for years we've seen the importance of training for other sports, track and field, football, basketball, but golf is a relatively new sport to accept the idea of training. The tour has its own trailer which now goes around, in which the greatest players in the world can train for their favorite sport. But you know what? The ones who really need it are the amateur golfers, particularly those who are nearing or past their senior stage. I can tell you that because I'm a senior, and I know that when I'm in training, I can play and perform much better than when I have gotten a busy schedule and had to leave my training. I'm down here in Florida where I see people come after retirement and at 60 to 65 years of age and say, well, now I'm going to be able to play golf every day. I'm going to take my 15 handicap, get it down to an 8, and boy, I'm going to really love this game. Well, you know what happens? They get down here, in 2 or 3 years, they're 15 handicaps now at 23. Too much soft life, too much good things to eat, good things to drink, too much sitting, and not enough exercise. And that's the big difference for them, particularly at that time of life. For those who are of that particular category, the senior citizens, and for you younger golfers who want to improve your technique, we're going to show you now in the rest of this tape how to do it by improving your body. Let's go do it. Before you get involved in any kind of vigorous activity, I would suggest that you do a little bit of warm-up first. We're going to have some strength exercises in a moment. Before I go to those strength exercises, I want my body to be a little bit ready. It'll help me to prevent injury, and it'll also help me to do a better job when I get there on my exercise equipment. So I'm going to start really kind of from the top down, just loosening up my neck a little bit, then into my arms and shoulder girdle. And you can do these maybe total time of about 3 or 4 minutes. Just work yourself on down, a little side bending, soft, never bouncing hard. Rapid movements in stretching of any kind and warming up are really the kinds of things that produce injury, and also, surprisingly enough, can restrict some of your flexibility.
little trunk movement to get my body ready. Trunk area, around and reverse the other way. I'm just doing a couple for examples right now. I would extend that just a little longer period. Something for my legs here. And by the way, this one is a good test of whether or not your leg strength is adequate. If you can maintain your balance in a position like that, it's also a good test for leg strength. Here we go, up. Then a little bouncing for my legs, get my heart going a little bit. I could do a little skipping rope, or I could ride the stationary bicycle for a few minutes, or I could just do a little bit of running in place. But all this to get me ready to now go do something that is more vigorous. So let's go do it. The first area of the body that we're going to concentrate on is the trunk. The lower back, the abdominals, and the trunk region, particularly for the rotary parts of the golf swing. This is a back machine. This is a Nautilus training facility. And so the machines that we're going to use are those that are made by that particular corporation, but actually any types of machines and even free weights or exercises, some that we'll show you a little bit later, can be used. You don't have to be locked into one singular system. However, this is a very popular one, and you'll find these types of centers all over the United States and very accessible to you. This particular machine is working the area that is probably the most prone to injury of any of that on the PGA Tour, and that's the lower back. So strong, these muscles, so important for your technique to be able to have the strength in the low back region for the twisting that must come about when you make a proper golf motion and golf swing. So this particular exercise, done on a 2-4 count with 2 seconds going back, 1001, 1002, and then 4 seconds slowly going forward, which is called a negative, but it's still the same amount of force pressing against your back and helping you to strengthen that portion of your body. So very important is low back. Now let's go to the abdominals. The next area that's so important is the abdominals. When you have back problems, you'll find that so many of them are exaggerated and compounded by the fact that there is a soft stomach musculature. You've got to get the muscles of the stomach flat and as hard as you can so that you can keep your back straight in proper postural line for your spine. If you don't, the vertebrae press against each other, and that's when you come up with a herniated disc and back problems. So the abdominal region is very important for your low back and also for good posture in the golf swing. This one, again, is a 2-count forward, and you only go as far as the abdominal muscles will take you, not far down like this, because then we're talking about hip flexors rather than abdominals. So in this particular exercise, it is 2-count forward, 1, 2, to the point where you're only involving the abdominals, and then a 4-count back, slowly, and the same way down and forward. Down, it's as far as I need to go, and back. The abdominals, really important for you in maintaining a healthy back. Now let's go to the rotary torso, one of the very best for the golf swing. The golf swing is a rotary movement in the trunk, but trying to find a machine in which you can exercise your rotary muscles is very difficult. That's why this machine is one of my favorites. It's called the rotary torso, and it can really improve those muscle groups which are hard to get to using our regular free weights or doing other exercises. This is the way the exercise looks, and I'm sure when you look at it, you can tell why it's such a good one. First of all, you focus your attention forward so that you aren't throwing your body out of alignment by moving your head. You place your arms on the pad and simply turn as you would in a backswing this way. Again, your same basic kind of count. 2-count forward and 4 back. And you can see the turning now that's required and the balance that comes in your body by working one side and then shifting to the other side of the seat facing the other way and having your swing come as though you're coming in the downswing with the strong muscles of your upper back and the rotary muscles of your back to help you get the speed and power that you need to hit a golf ball a long way. Now, you've just seen 3 important exercises for back, abdominals, and the rotary muscles that are in the trunk. Take a look now as you watch these golf swings and see how important they are as you watch the body unwind for power. I know of very few sports where the legs are not important in your performance, particularly a walking sport like golf. The legs are very important. This particular machine strengthens some areas of the legs which are very influential in helping you to stabilize yourself in your golf swing and help you to get power. The quadriceps, the muscles in the front, the hamstrings, and the gluteus, the muscles towards your rear back here. This is called a leg press machine. We get ourselves in a position where we don't bend our legs too far. We want to get, because you don't have to sit really very far in a golf swing. And we push forward so our legs are almost to full extension. Now, we don't have to go all the way back again because the range of motion for the golf swing is very seldom any deeper than this. So we can have a little more limited range on our leg press for the golfers. If you want to continue and go all the way back to your full range, it's all right, but it's not really necessary. That's the leg press machine. Again, once with a 2 count forward, 1, 2, and back, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now let's take a look at one you can also do, which is leg extension, which is totally for the quadriceps, the front part of your legs. I reset my seat so I get my back flat. That's the reason for the strap, to help me keep my back flat right here. And now, the leg extension to bring your legs up and then slowly down, and that will be almost entirely for the front part of your legs called the quadriceps. The legs are particularly important as a platform of balance in your golf swing. You work on the inner muscles and the outer muscles of your legs as you're rotating back and shifting your weight to the right and then coming back to the left. That's where the abductor and adductor machine can be so helpful. We get strapped in again with our back flat, get our head back, and then push your legs outward, slight pause, and back in, out, slight pause, and back in. That's called abduction, going away from. And now adduction, or toward, would be reversing the pads, spreading the pads farther apart so I can pull now inward for adduction. Rotate my heels, feet out slightly so I work primarily the inner thighs. Same. Pause and back, pause and slowly back. Abduction and adduction, so important for control of the lower body in your golf swing. Now one for a little more of power. A muscle group that's important in being able to move from your right to your left and drive with power as your forward swing comes from the right side to the left side is the calf muscle or gastrocnemius muscle. I'm in a multi-purpose machine in which I have a strap carrying the weight around my waist, and I rise up on toes and down and rise up on toes and down and get an exclusive use of the calf muscle to strengthen that area of the body so that I can hit that ball a little bit farther. Now let's take a look at our pictures and see how important those leg muscles are as we wind and unwind the trunk, swing our arms, but use our legs in going from the left to the right and then from the right side back to the left side and through the golf ball. Now, so far, we've worked the back and trunk muscles, we've worked the leg muscles, but we haven't done anything for the arms. I'd like to show you some of the things that I do because in the facility that we have here, there are 2 basic arm exercise devices. One is the curl, and one is the triceps press, going in this direction. I do recommend for some players that they work on the triceps, which is an exercise which lengthens the arm or gets the arm to full extension. That's the tricep muscle, which extends your left arm. And in golf, we do want extension. I recommend that we don't do very much work on the biceps, particularly if you're already muscular or tend to bulk up. any muscles that are developed in the front, across the front of your body, like the pectoralis major, the muscles of your chest, the muscles of your biceps, where you're doing these kinds of exercises or pushing away from you like a bench press, tend to develop the muscles in an area where they have to swing your arms across your chest, and if you bulk up or do too much of these, it interferes with a good golf swing. So I would say if you're going to do them well, moderate amount, or watch yourself very carefully. But I'm going to show you what I like to do with my hands and arms to strengthen those which are important in controlling the golf club. You can do this in your same facility by using a barbell or a dumbbell, where you simply take your arm and put it against a bench, better to be a little firmer bench than this, and let your arm swing over slowly on this one when you have a heavy weight. As I say, you can do this with a singular dumbbell where you've taken the weight off of one end and left the weight only on the other end. I'm doing this with an apparatus called a distance builder. It's a machine that helps me in the golf swing I do a lot of exercises with. We've also seen programs where players will advocate the use of wrist curls, reverse wrist curls with both, again, strengthen the forearm flexors and extensors, and are helpful providing you don't do them too much so that you get tied up in that area without doing other exercises to keep those muscles free so that you can make a rapid, free-flowing golf swing. So in conjunction with the rotary movements, the flexion and extension movements, I also do a movement where we take the club in this fashion, cock it upward from the back, and then also forward, doing the same thing, going in this direction. So those groups of exercises for the hands and forearms are very, very helpful. I use this because I can swing it also like a golf club, and do one exercise in particular that I like. It's called the 30-second swing, and I'd like to demonstrate that to you right now. The 30-second swing is a helpful exercise not only to strengthen your hands and forearms and back muscles, but also to improve your technique. This is what it looks like. Good grip, aim and setup, and the 30-second swing. Now you repeat that 4, 5, 7, 10, 12 times, and your muscles start really feeling the weight out on the end of this particular club. So for strength and also for control, it's a good exercise to do. It's not always possible to get to a facility where you can work out, however, and so I use devices that I can use at home, or as this one's called, a gym in a bag that'll travel right with me in my suitcase. You can put it in a door jamb by simply putting this part in, the little knob here, and closing the door behind it. I'm hooking it here over a pad to demonstrate to you how simple it is to operate. All I do is take the exercise I'm going to work on. This particular one is a left arm horizontal extension, which is really the pull of the left side into the golf swing. I'm resisting with my right hand here and getting plenty of force, requiring plenty of force to get against that resistance and strengthen that motion that is so important in the golf swing. There's a whole series of exercises you can do with this particular device, and we try to balance them up so we don't go all in one direction. You know, muscular balance is extremely important in whatever you do in working out, because you don't want to develop a postural position from over-exercising one group to the neglect of another. So I would suggest to you all the time that you try to get a good balance in your muscular routine. One of the other devices that I use to help me in my golf arms and hand strength is a grip squeezer. Very simple little one that you can put in your pocket easily. I carry them around. I have them at my desk and in my car so that when I have a free moment, like when I pick up the telephone, it's there to remind me to take a hold of it and work my forearm flexors so that I can be able to hold on to the golf club more easily. You see, you don't need strength in your hands so you can grip tightly. You need strength so you can grip lightly and still maintain that speed that you want in your golf swing. I would suggest one of these for you because we've seen in research studies that left hand grip strength has related very, very strongly with not only control, but distance in the golf swing. So the grip squeezer, very important for your strength in golf. Now watch the hands and arms, and you can appreciate how important it is to have strong arms and hands in making the golf swing. Primarily everything we've done up to now has been related to developing strength so that you can improve your musculature of your body in making your golf swing. But remember, there were two other elements, and one of them was cardiovascular endurance. You know, if you're going to finish strong in the last few holes of a golf tournament, you've got to have some cardiovascular endurance, strong heart and lungs, so that you can still maintain your good neuromuscular coordination right to the very end. One of the ways we can develop this is anything that can get your heart pumping and your blood rushing in your lungs, looking for a little air, like an exercise bicycle, or jogging, or rapid walking, or swimming. I use an exercise bicycle in my home. I have it in front of my television set, and I can not only strengthen my legs by doing this, but I can also develop a stronger heart and better lungs in doing it at the same time. So I'm telling you, this is a very good exercise for golf. And it's one that you can do while you're enjoying your favorite program or reading your favorite magazine. So cardiovascular endurance, extremely important for golf. And now we're going to go look at the third element, flexibility. When people think about superpower golf, they generally think of strength. But you know, one of the greatest inhibitors to hitting a golf ball a long way is lack of flexibility. I want to tell you that as you start aging and you get past that 35, 40 years of age, there are probably more golfers who lose distance because of the decrement in flexibility going down rather than their strength. So I'm going to show you some exercises that you can do to give you that old full backswing again by stretching and improving your flexibility so that you can hit the ball farther. Let's start off by just giving an idea of what we should do to warm up before we go out to play, and these all have to do again with flexibility. Your hands and fingers, of course, are important, and I would just wring my hands and fingers a little bit. I would take my hands and push them up so I can stretch my fingers this way. Nice soft stretching. Then I would take my hands, clasp them one over the other in this fashion, and make a golf swinging motion for the rotary portion of the swing. See, as I'm winding back and my forearms are rotating over, I'm getting this stretch in my forearms and hands and a little bit in my shoulders. But then I go to my shoulder girdle just with a little soft arm hang, hands down, and turning the hands up. These are the kind of things that help you to keep your shoulder girdle loose so that when you wind up, you can get your arms high. It's when you can't reach to a full backswing, when you can only get the club to here rather than to here, that makes a tremendous difference in how far you're able to strike a golf ball. Then a little bit more for my shoulders. Again, by simply pressing against a wall surface, I can stretch this way, I can put my hand this way, and I can stretch. You see? Again, this idea of being able to reach for a full backswing, doing it with both arms, the right arm as well as the left, stretching across my chest muscles and across my upper shoulder girdle. Then another very good one for your shoulders and upper arms is simply to reach behind your back and push down. Now, never again do we push so that we have great pain. We simply feel a stretching in there and then hold it. Our hold should be for about 30 seconds, and then if you'd like to push just a little bit more, fine. But we're looking for about 30-second holds right here. What about repetitions when we go through these exercises? I would suggest about 15 repetitions when you're going to not be in a static position, but where you're going to do something like, for example, side bending. If you're going to do a little soft side bends this way, I would suggest you do about 15 reps. That's 1, and over here for 2, and then back for 3 until we've done 15 of those. Now, another one for the trunk, which is really helpful in helping you get that full backswing, is simply standing again close to a wall and then reaching backwards and placing your hands on the wall, and then stretch a little farther next time and just hold that now for a 30-second hold position. And then back, and we go the opposite way, place our hands on the wall, and climb down the wall a little bit each time until we can make a full trunk turn so that you can stretch the muscles and ligaments across your trunk for a big backswing. Now, we're going to do some soft stretching in front of us, and carefully, so that we never do it with legs straight where you're going to hurt your back and bounce downward, but just a soft hang and stretch. It's again to stretch the hamstring muscles in the backs of your legs right here. Soft, easy hang and stretch. 30-second hang and stretch, just fine, right there. Then to the floor position. We're going to work now on the middle part of your body with a little bit of a exercise where we get some rotation in the spine. And I want you to do this exercise with your leg bent, not straight out, but bent just a little bit, and do a leg over, head reverse to the opposite direction, and a leg over until it reaches the floor. Up, leg slightly bent, because if it's straight again, more chance for back problem, raising your lower back off the floor. So we go over to the other side, and we're doing 15 repetitions of this particular exercise of left leg over, then right leg over. Then you can do both legs, rotating to either side, easy again to this side, and get some more flexibility in that lower part of your spine and in your trunk so that you can make the kind of swing that you would like to make. Now, since the back is such a vulnerable part of your body in golf, we try to do some exercises that relate to improving the musculature of the back and also to prevent low back problems. Here is one of the simple ones we start with. Just simply lying on the floor with your legs out and reaching one leg up here, just a little tug, and then down, and the other one, always keeping your low back flat to the floor. Whenever we do these exercises, we never let our low back arch upward. Even when we're doing our sit-ups or our little roll-ups, we do a roll-up position. When we roll up, when we simply just raise our head off the floor, this position like this, with the knees bent, that keeps your back flat. But it's when you straighten your legs that your back starts to arch. So when we're doing those kind of exercises, and I do quite a few of these with rolling up position, keeping my musculature, my stomach taut all the time, never relaxing all the way back. This is for a strong person. This is not what you're going to be able to do at the beginning. At the first, you'll just be able to do the little roll-up, just getting your head and shoulders up off the floor, and that will still begin to strengthen your abdominals. Now, on the other side, for the back muscles, we can roll over in this position and simply let our head come off the floor. If you like, you may put a small pillow or some kind of a support underneath your stomach so that you can keep your back as straight as possible. But simply get your head up position. Put your hands in front, raise your head, lower back down, and you'll feel it in your low back. Now, as you get stronger, you can place your hands, for more weight, you can place your hands back here, and you can feel it then more in your low back. But do it very carefully and slowly, because this is the area that you want to take the most caution with, and that's the low back in golf. Now, also to help you with your stretching, here's an exercise we do to reach out. You maybe, at first, you maybe only be able to go to your knee, and then gradually to your ankle, and finally to your toe. And reach out here and just hold that position. Again, the flexibility that we're looking for here is just stretching the under part of the leg, the hamstrings, to help you to prevent the low back problem, abdominals and hamstrings, to help prevent low back problem, and also to make you more flexible for the golf swing. We reverse that position, the right leg in against the thigh, reach out again, holding position, and hold for 30 seconds. You know, the interesting thing about flexibility is that you can get it back almost at any age. You'll find that after a week or so of that work, that next time you'll find you can stretch a little farther than you could before. And that is encouraging, because if you can do it here, and you can get your body better conditioned to be able to make its full range of motion, then you can do it on the golf course, and that's where it really counts. As you watch these swings, you can appreciate the importance of keeping your body flexible so you can make a full backswing and a full finish. We hope that today we've been able to help impress upon you that golf is an athletic event. If you have only limited time, of course, that's best spent on practicing and playing the game under the supervision of a good golf professional. But if you want to be your best, your body has to be fit enough to be able to play the kind of game that you really want. So you have to work at it.
You know, really, there are 4 factors which influence the golf drive for distance. One of them is strength, one of them is flexibility, one of them is the lever length of your arm, and the 4th one is technique. Now, you can have the others, but if you have a lousy swing, you're still not going to hit the ball very far. Probably won't hit it. You'll probably hit it often, but you probably won't hit it often in the center of the face. So technique does become very important. It's obvious when you see some little junior 130 pounds driving it by a 200-pound muscular guy that there's got to be a reason. It certainly isn't that the little guy is stronger. It's that he has a much better technique. And technique is extremely important in being able to drive the ball a long way. So let's look at some of the factors in technique that'll help you to be able to get your maximum distance. One starts with grip. I guess Hogan was right when he said, the great Ben Hogan, that is, when he said, good golf starts with a good grip. And by a good grip, we mean this. Let's take the negative first. If I'm trying to get the club parallel at the top of my swing, or at least to parallel, and I took a hold with the palm of my right hand, that would tend to lock my wrist, and the club would stick more toward the sky, point more up toward in the air. Well, I really haven't loaded the gun then. I need to get the club here so that I can get the greatest distance in throwing something. You see, if I were going to take this club and try to throw it, and I wound up and I put it in the air like that, I would look awkward and I wouldn't get much power. But as soon as I let my wrist cock, now I get a chain reaction, a linked system from the foot clear through finally to the hand, and I can hear some speed. But when it's stuck up in the air this way, I get a shoving motion, and that's, I know that you've seen that on Saturday and Sunday in your own foursome many, many times. And it's only instinctive. We want to hit hard with our right hand, and hold on tight with the right, it never sets. And so that's one of the mistakes that you make when you start out with grip. Now, how do you overcome that? Well, first of all, you put it in the correct position in your right hand. The correct position is in the fingers of the right hand, so that this wrist can be allowed to set. In the palm, again, tends to freeze the wrist. In the fingers, puts it in a position where you can get the best release and also the best set of the wrist at the top of the golf swing. So right hand grip is always a finger grip. Left hand grip now, in order to get your most power, should be one where you capture the club in
the fingers of the left hand against the butt of the left hand, right here. And when I say capture it, I mean we don't squeeze it to death, but we capture it in the sense that we don't let it go. Now there, you see, is a factor that's important for control, because distance without direction is of little value. Yes, oh, I might be able to generate some speed doing this and letting go, but where it would go so wildly that when I got to the tee to try to hit a tee shot, I would always be afraid of letting the full thing out and letting it go, because I wouldn't know whether it's going to go to the woods to the right or the woods to the left. So by having good control, you also get the confidence that you can take a full cut at it and still be able to find the ball. So in the left-hand grip, we place the club across the roots of the fingers and a little down to the second joint of the index finger of the left hand. We hold it so that it'll hold under the heel of the hand. I could let go with my finger and thumb and hold it in this position, feeling the pressure here. I have it now in a phrase that I like to use of having it captured in those fingers. And the thumb and finger of the left simply go around and the shaft, and now I have a grip in my left hand that will provide me with control as well as good confidence in my gripping. So those two put together look something like this. Hands off, hands on. Fingers of the right, palm and fingers of the left. Natural position here so that my hands are not fighting one another, but rather working together as a unit, both in a hanging position. There. You see, the grip isn't really that hard, but it does take a lot of practice so that you can do that consistently. You may have noticed, as I set up to the ball, that I have a gripping routine that gets the club first in my fingers of my right and my left swings in its natural position. Some players start with their left hand at their side and swing the right hand into position. Some players start with it up in front where it feels light and then sole it to that position. But you need to get a gripping routine if you're going to be consistent in presenting this face squarely, which also is so essential to getting your maximum distance. Now let's take a little look at aim, because that's important too. Why do I take so much care in getting aim correctly? Because aim is important not only for direction, it's important for distance. You may never have ever thought of it in that particular way, but stop and look at this. If I aimed out to the right, which is where about 70 or 80% of the players do, if I aim too far out to the right, the only way I'm going to get the ball back to the center is to hit early from the top and across the line in order to pull the ball back to the left, away from the position out in the right rough where I'm aiming it. Now, if I throw the club early from the top, can you hear the noise? I'm losing my speed already back here, way away from the ball. I want to be able to approach the ball from the inside so that my swing sounds more like this. And I get the speed where the ball is, where it counts. I can only do that from a swing that approaches the ball from the inside of the line. At least I can only do it to the best of my potential when I do it that way. Now, what about if I aim too far to the left? It's obvious now you can see why aiming to the right would cut your distance down. What about aiming to the left? What if I were to stand way open? Well, that's better, actually, than aiming too far to the right, because at least you're approaching the shot from the inside. But you have to hold just a little bit instead of getting your full release that you'd want for maximum distance. You have to hold on just a little extra long to this club, and that will cut back your distance slightly, plus the fact that more than likely you will be cutting the ball with a little spin, a right to left spin on it, a little extra backspin that comes from the fade. And we all know from scientific research that the fade does not go as far as a ball that turns right to left. So in my aiming, I'm trying to do a couple of things. I'm aiming the club face. That's why I have these clubs on the ground, because I want them to help me to see that I'm aiming correctly. I'm aiming the club face, checking it then, pair it right to the ball the same way. And then I'm aiming my body so that I can get my hips and shoulder line parallel to these lines on the ground. Then I can produce my most effort, my most fluid motion with my best technique, which always gives you your best distance. Now that we have our hands on the club correctly, and we're aiming at a target, we've got to put the ball in the way of the swing. And we also need to put our body in its strongest position in order to make the best swing that we have as far as the mechanics are concerned. Let's talk about ball position first. Forward and back. If the ball is too far forward in your stance, that means, say for this tee shot, somewhere ahead of my left foot or out by my left toe, by the time the club head gets to the ball, it will already have passed my hands. Now, you get the most speed in golf when your club head and left arm become a straight line. You see, you're increasing in speed as you come down, and right at that moment, you will have the highest speed. And as soon as the club head passes your upper lever right here, the lower lever passes the upper lever, then the club head has to be decreasing in speed. So I don't want it out in front. Of course, there's other reasons too, because if I have it out in front, I'll tend to cut across the ball, I'll hit a lot of high fades, I'll hit some pulls, and again, with bad direction, you're never going to be a great long hitter because you're too afraid to take a good cut at it. So we're going to put the ball in the correct position. Now that varies a little bit with individuals. If you have a lot of lateral movement toward the ball this way, the ball position will be a little more forward. If you're a little more static in your lower body, you simply turn and return, then the ball position will be a little farther back. When I say a little farther forward or back, the position about 3 or 4 inches back of the heel is about as far back as the average player would play it, would want to play it, and the maybe more flexible young one would play it a little more forward toward the left heel. You senior citizens might need to even play it back a little farther here, but I'd like the ball forward a bit because, you see, then you can get the drive going from your right foot into your left foot, which helps you to get a little extra power. So what we're going to do is find a ball position, and I like to find it by trying to put it right up beside the side of my body up here by my left ear, where I kind of feel it as I'm looking down there with my left eye, that I can kind of feel it right up here alongside my left ear position. All right, that's forward and back. It's obvious that if we have it back too far, that we would have to hit early with our hands in order to get the club face square to get the ball out down the center of the fairway. And if you're releasing early, you're not getting your maximum distance. And of course, you can't very well drive into the ball when it's too far behind you. So consequently, what we do is we try to find a position through experimentation, work with your professional, in which you will be able to get the most drive toward the ball and come to the ball exactly, or as close as possible, to when your club levels off. You do not want an angle of attack that is steep, as you would have in a ball position too far back. Now, obviously, you don't want to have it too much on the upswing. You're liable to hit it on top. We want the club face to be meeting the ball when the angle of attack with the club head is leveling off to almost even. If it's 2 degrees in the downswing or 3 degrees, that's very good. But a very steep downward blow will just pop the ball straight up in the air for you, and that's not very good distance. Now, how about how far from the ball? That's a big one. That's one I see a lot of mistakes with. Let me just show you an easy way to do it. Once you get your grip position, bring the club down until your left arm is on your chest where you can feel a little pressure. When you can feel a little pressure, then just bend from the hips forward. Now, when your club is just slightly above the ball, then just take a little sit in the knees. Now you're in a position where your back is fairly straight, and everybody's body's built a little differently, so some will be more straight, some will be a little more rounded, but it feels like it's fairly straight with your rear end sticking out just a little bit. From that position, you are in a strong position to make a better wind-up than, for example, when you sit deep in the knees this way, you see? And now you can't get near the action of your legs and body as you can get from a position with your knees only slightly flexed and bent better at the hips. So we reach it down to the chest, bend forward, set the club to the ground in a position now where it's going to be with the club face centered behind the ball. And then we also, from that particular position, we can find that we can take the club more straight away from the ball rather than picking it up, taking it inside, as a person might do, for example, taking it inside if they're too far away. Now, this is the one that I see most often. People who go like this. And then they back off, and now they're reaching for the ball. And the reason they do this is because when they've gotten in the correct position, they too often hit too soon with their right, and they hit behind the ball. And so when they hit behind the ball, they say, well, I'd better get back a little farther so I won't hit behind it. They don't hit behind it then. That's correct. They hit it on the toe. It goes sideways. They throw their arms out to get it. It goes to the left. What they've really done is they've done this. When they've backed off from the ball and put their arms and reached out this way, they've separated the power of their arms from the power of their body. The body now can't be nearly as effective. You see, my arms are kind of swinging independently. And I want them to work together with the body, so I don't want to separate them away. You can always also be too close, although we don't see that very often. Too close would obviously crowd your arms from getting into full extension. And if the arms are crowded in here like this and you're making contact with your elbows bent, your lever arm is shortened and you're not going to get the same distance. Then I go through this type of routine. Get my grip. Now I measure my distance from the ball on my chest with my left arm right there. There we are. Then I place my feet in position so that I can get the ball underneath my left ear. Good address. Now I can just simply swing it back, swing it through, and let her go. Well, there you have it, the pre-swing principles before you hit that long T-ball. The grip, the aim, and the setup. And those are things that are really kind of details that you have a little time to think about. You have a time to check to see that it's correct, you see. Anyone, without even a lot of motor skill, can at least look like a pro when they get grip, aim, and setup. Now, the other part, making a swing, takes a little more, well, maybe a little more natural ability, at least a little bit more practice before you can become proficient. So let's get into that one, but you'll find when we do, we're not going to talk about a lot of details. We're going to talk about feel. We're going to talk about what it feels like to make a swing. And here's what it is very, very simply. There are a lot of athletic skills that are much alike. And one of them here is like throwing a ball or hitting a ball. Whenever we make a striking or throwing motion, we go from our right foot to our left foot, right side to left side. When we're going to hit something like a baseball, we wind up. You watch the batters facing the pitcher. They'll wind up with their back to the pitcher, you see, getting in position where they can get power from the back muscles and leg muscles. So we're going to really just do something as a simple drill to give us a feeling of what the golf swing should feel like. When you're out there on the golf course, great place to do it. When you lose your feel, you just start hitting it all over the place and you don't have an idea of what you're supposed to do, and you're thinking about 10 different things, and the more you think about the different things, the worse you get. So let's give you a little drill that you can do, practice at home, and you can do it on the golf course as well to help you get feel back in your swing. Looks like this. Take your good grip. Then just hold the club in front of you, not quite up to waist height. Cock your wrist so it's in a flat position when you swing the club back. This is going to be a flat-wristed baseball swing with a swing below your shoulder, letting your hands, arms, forearms simply roll over so that the hand is flat again on this side, but now pointing downward. That's release. A flat-wristed baseball swing, going from right foot where you've wound your back to the target to left foot where you're facing. Now, it looks very simple, and it is simple. But you've got to practice it and do it a little bit and try it out to give you that feeling of what it's like to make a swinging motion. Now, watch how similar they are when I make this golf shot. Drill. I check to see that my wrist is flat. Good. Now, flat-wristed, baseball swing. Once more, flat-wristed, so I turn my back to my target also, baseball swing. Now I simply tilt a little lower, just above the ball. Now it's still flat-wristed, but the plane, as I've tilted more, the plane comes up more. Still flat-wristed, still turns over and releases right foot to left foot. Okay, now watch how similar these two swings look when I put it on the ball. That's how easy it is. That's how easy it is to get the feeling of what it's like to make a swinging motion. And I would like to suggest that to you when you're playing and when you're practicing, to get the feeling of what a golf swing is like without confusing yourself with 1,000 details. Because golf is played by feel, not by thinking of 100 things when you're trying to make a motion that lasts a second and a half. Try it out. I think you'll like it. So what is the secret to distance? Well, some might say just 2 strong parents. I can't argue with the fact that heredity does make a difference. But that's already been decided. What can you do with what you've got now? Well, you can change your golf swing and improve it. Better technique. And secondly, you can change your body. You can get back to exercising and doing some of the things that'll give you the strength and the flexibility to be able to hit that long shot. So I hope that you'll take seriously the things that you've seen in this tape and apply it to your golf game. If you do, I think you're going to be able to find that you're going to walk more often golf's golden steps, the ones you walk past your opponent's drive. And believe me, they're a lot of fun.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10.
C. Cap. C.
Okay, I'll bring this by your cave later today, Snuffy.
Oh, good idea, Gordon. Thanks.
Snuffy?
Huh?
Let's go out and play, huh?
Oh, good thinking, Bird. Yeah. Bird.
What's the matter?
Do you remember?
Week's Commons abortion debate was postponed because of procedural problems. Now the Tories want some consensus from the opposition. Julie Van Dusen reports.
On Parliament Hill, abortion is the issue all parties would like to avoid. But the Conservatives must deal with it and want to get it resolved before an election. The government still wants to offer MPs 3 options when the debate begins. The government's preferred approach is the main motion, which attempts to balance the rights of women with the rights of the fetus. Another pro-life option severely restricts access to abortion. And the pro-choice option says the decision is between a woman and her doctor. Later today, Deputy House Leader Doug Lewis will again try to get the opposition to cooperate with this multiple-choice approach.
The majority has to respect the rules and procedures, and we've tried to do that, and I'd like to get their consent before we move on it.
The opposition parties still don't agree with the government's plan.
It doesn't matter whether we like the procedure the government wants to follow or not. It has the power to bring the matter before the House in any form it wants.
It's not the proper way to go. What we are saying to the government is don't abdicate leadership, bring in your legislation.
The government does not want to bring in legislation without a debate first, but without the consent of the opposition, it will be up to the Speaker to decide whether the debate on abortion can begin. Julie Van Dusen, CBC News, Ottawa.
North Korea is studying a letter about the Olympics sent to it by the South Korean government. The fact that the North even accepted the letter is seen as encouraging. It's been refusing for months to discuss the Games. The letter from the South urges the North to abandon its boycott of the Olympics, which start in mid-September. 9-year-old Emma Holston is on her way to Ottawa today as she continues her coast-to-coast flight. The girl from Medicine Hat, Alberta wants to become the youngest person to fly across the country. Yesterday, she landed in Sudbury. There are many ways for men to propose marriage. Some get down on their knees, others prefer to let things happen naturally. But for one man in Milestone, Saskatchewan, those routes weren't good enough. He decided that if he was going to pop the question, he was going to do it in a big way. Ken Nias reports.
Chuck Hirschberger is a farmer from Milestone, Saskatchewan, about 70 kilometers south of Regina. Like most farmers, his days used to be filled with the things farmers do, like working on his tractor. Then something else came into Chuck's life. That something was a girl named Cecile. Their first meeting was over the phone.
I heard her voice on the answering machine when I came home that evening and said, I'm going to marry that girl someday.
Chuck, as they say, was smitten. And good thing for Chuck, so was Cecile Moulin.
After we officially started dating, it didn't take hardly any time at all.
Chuck knew he had a storybook romance on his hands. The problem was coming up with a storybook engagement. It was back on the farm that the idea hit him. He got right to work, and when he was done, their relationship, well, it took off. Digging up half an acre of his best wheat, Chuck spelled out his proposal. Cecile says since she got the airborne view, her feet still haven't touched the ground.
I was really touched more than anything. And I was sort of on cloud 9. I was really excited.
She, of course, said yes to the offer. But as much as Cecile loves her untraditional fiancé, there was still one tradition to perform before the engagement was official. After all, one day the wheat will grow back, the proposal will disappear. But diamonds, they say, are forever. Ken Nias, CBC News, Regina.
And that's the news at midday. Now back to Sue Prestige and Peter Downey.
Welcome back. Coming up on Midday, a visit to the scenic shores of the St. John River with one of Canada's finest nature photographers, and the story of the golf course in BC that is providing new insight into the lives lived by Coast Indians 3,000 years ago.
And we'll have part 2 in our Summer in the City series. Today we will visit and talk with someone at a sidewalk cafe in Montreal. But first, the Democrats in Atlanta.
Jesse Jackson can and may challenge Michael Dukakis' choice for a Democratic vice presidential candidate. Jackson aides say that they have collected enough delegate signatures to nominate Jackson for vice president. Aides from both camps met over the weekend trying to iron out differences between the two men. Now, if they fail to reach a deal, it could hurt them going into this fall's campaign.
Charlie McDowell is with us now from Atlanta. He is the Washington correspondent for the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Charlie, I will bet you my Jimmy Carter for President button that come Thursday night, Dukakis and Jackson will look like long-lost brothers.
That would be my guess. That's what I fully expect, but I don't have a record of having these things right all the time. I think that's so. I think between now and then, there may be some more tense moments.
Well, tense just for the television cameras, do you think, or is there something really legitimate going on in this process between the two men and their sides?
It's legitimate in a sense. From Dukakis' point of view, of course, he has to seem to be in command. He has to assert himself. He has to yield very little, and what he yields, he has to yield off camera. The Jackson position's a little more complicated. Jesse Jackson's a product of the civil rights movement in America with all its historical and human background. Jackson is still a member of the civil rights movement, and he's behaving like a member of a movement. Movements just keep going. Movements don't declare victory, they don't declare defeat. They negotiate, they educate, they keep moving. So the Jackson performance politically is not legitimate. The Jackson performance as a movement politician, as a movement black man, is something that Southerners and some Americans have come to understand.
Canadians have very high hopes for this man, Dukakis, if he reaches the White House. He seems to have been very strong on acid rain. He seems to be very much in favor of the free trade agreement. Are those priorities for him in any stretch of the imagination, or is he just saying those things when he meets with the Eastern premiers?
I think they are priorities for him. Now, they're not the top order of everything Mike Dukakis is about, but acid rain and free trade and other issues that interest people in Canada are part and parcel of Dukakis. This is not fake. This is the real beliefs of that man. What success he would have is up to American politics, but I would believe he'd have considerable success, and people in Canada would be somewhat encouraged.
I'm trying to figure this guy out, you know. I mean, tell me if this is true. I read somewhere that the Democratic platform in '84 with Mondale ran 40,000 words. In 1988 with Dukakis, it's a little over 3,000 words. Is that possible?
That's possible. If you put platforms in general in the context they belong in, which is that they don't matter much. They really don't matter much. The 40,000 word platform was the kind of parody that we came to at the end of about 150 years of ridiculous compendia of stuff no one ever read. What's interesting about this one is it might be short enough that it gets some little attention, but it's remarkable.
Yeah, I wondered if it didn't have something to do with the all the groups that Mondale sort of pledged himself to, that he had to have something in there for everybody. Dukakis does not seem to be the candidate of specialized groups. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it's a fair assessment. It's certainly been the intent of Mike Dukakis to have you make that assessment for about a year. He has been convinced, and his advisors have been convinced, that the Democrats over the period up through the Mondale years had for a couple of decades frightened voters away by having so many specific liberal and radical sounding notions all spelled out to be quoted by Republicans out of the Democratic platform. Long before they worried about Jesse Jackson and his platform ideas, the Dukakis group came in convinced they were going to commit themselves to nothing that would cause serious controversy or fright in the American electorate. So this is an intentional platform of generalities.
Is there much talk about Bush and the Republicans there?
We tend to forget the Republicans, and the Republicans will tend to forget the Democrats. That's what each ought to be thinking about, of course, but the press, the media, most of the politicians are thinking about matters of the moment. How did Dukakis look at Jackson last time they passed? The serious people in both parties are thinking about the opposition. The assessment of the Democrats is that Bush is distinctly beatable, and the serious Democrats in the upstairs hotel rooms think about him most of the time.
We'll let you get to some We'll let you get to some air
Pardon?
conditioning, Charlie. We'll let you get to the air conditioning. We gotta,
All right.
We gotta go. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We'll be right back.
Sisters are special. Close and warm when they want to be. Firm and strong when they have to be. Caring, sharing, listening, and supportive. Sisters are a soft shoulder in our hard world. The world needs more sisters.
Sisters. That's what Bell Long Distance is for.
The first time you see it, you won't believe it. So you should taste it before you read it. 'Cause it's written all over your face. It says fiber on the bag and Christie in the taste. New Country Fiber, new kind of cookie. It says fiber on the bag and Christie in the taste. Try Country Fiber, new from Christie. Country Fiber on the bag and Christie in the taste.
If you're not giving your sandwich French's mustard, it may not like it. So come on, give them what they want. French's mustard. Be good to your food.
Under mountain, thunder, run, take the family for some fun. Looping, laughing, riding, dancing, standing, grinning, wet and spinning. Have a splash and have a swirl. Take a trip around the world. Catch a show and ride the beast. Zumba, film and have a feast. Yogi's where Scooby-Doo. Always something new to do. Wonderland's the one. The family's gonna say.
Hurry to participating McDonald's restaurants now for your Canada's Wonderland coupon to save $4 each off the regular passport.
Canada's Wonderland.
Order the classic 12 long-stemmed roses for $19.95, or the ultimate 24 long-stemmed roses, $29.95.
The phone number 5FLOWER. When you're thinking of a florist, dial 5 Flower.
Though anthropologists know Native Indians lived in North America thousands of years ago, physical evidence of their way of life is rare. Occasionally, a window on the past is opened by accident, and that's what happened recently near Vancouver when a construction crew unearthed one of the richest finds on the continent. The site of the archaeological discovery was the Beach Grove Golf Course in Tsawwassen, BC, south of Vancouver. The course owners were digging a water hazard in the middle of one of the fairways when they noticed something unusual in the mud. They notified the archaeology lab at the University of BC, which sent out a team of volunteers to sift through the tons of dirt. They uncovered a treasure trove of rare West Coast Indian artifacts like wooden tools, fish nets, and woven baskets. They're estimated to be between 2,000 and 3,000 years old.
Joining me now from the 7th tee at the Beach Grove Golf Course in Tsawwassen, BC is Catherine Bernick, who is directing the team from the Archaeological Lab at the University of BC. And Catherine, I want to know, how common is it to dispatch teams of archaeologists to golf courses in order to salvage priceless native artifacts?
Well, archaeologists have found sites on golf courses before. In fact, there's been an excavation on another part of this golf course in other years. But what's uncommon and rare is to find the kinds of artifacts that we're finding, things made out of wood and bark and things like that.
Well, you've got some of the artifacts with you. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
Right. I've got a basket here that part of a basket. It's all flattened out because it's been under about 6 or 8 feet of earth for several thousand years. It's got a row of decoration around here, and it's got a handle on it, and it's got a rim that's finished in a very intricate decorative way. It's missing the bottom, probably because the bottom wore off, and that's why it was thrown out to begin with.
What other artifacts have you got there with you?
I have some wooden woodworking wedges here. They would have been used to split planks. They're made out of a hard wood, yew, and they're beveled on one end, the working end, and this other one, it's broken on the working end, but the other end has a rope ring, a grommet on the top that would have held it and kept the wood from splitting when it was in use. So the top of the wedge is battered and bashed down from the hammering that would have happened when it was in use.
Now, I understand it's really unusual to find artifacts like this so well preserved because they normally decompose in the ground. Why did these objects survive?
Oh, they've survived because they've been preserved under very unusual conditions. Not that mud and water are unusual in this part of British Columbia. However, the coincidence of having them in a waterlogged area so that they were covered with water for all of this time and sealed off with a fine layer of silty clay that has kept out the bacteria doesn't occur very often, and archaeologists don't come across these very few instances very often either.
Well, what did they tell us about this particular Indian culture? Would they provide information that we simply just didn't have before?
Oh, yeah.
What do they tell us?
Well, they begin to fill in a whole area of information about the native cultures in this area that we knew nothing about, or we knew very little about before, because there's only been a very few sites, a very few locations where we have this kind of material from. The native cultures in this part of the world used wood as the primary raw material to make things out of. It's sort of equivalent to plastics and synthetics in our society today. And up until the discovery of things like that, we're really trying to reconstruct the cultures without any of that information at all. So it's filling in a whole lot of information about the kinds of objects and the things people might have done with them that we didn't know about.
Well, does the evidence also say something about whether the Salish Indians of the day were advanced?
Well, it tells us several things just from the artifacts, even without the context. It tells us that they were very sophisticated craftspeople. The basketry weaving techniques and the designs on them are absolutely superb. They had complete control of what they were doing and very elaborate. I would say that they had a fairly comfortable lifestyle. Anyone who would bother to make nice decorations and put that much care and work into a general utility basket, you know, had a lot of pride in what they were doing and felt good about themselves and about their life.
What happens to the golf course now? Are golfers going to have to chip over or around a dig going on there?
No, it's not. Well, first of all, it's not a dig. It's not an excavation. It's a pile of material that was dredged up of the pond in the golf course when they dug their water hazard. And material could be seen in the deposit that was dug up at the time. And they took this fill and dumped it in a corner of the golf course right next to one of the tees, and the area is roped off and it doesn't interfere with it. In fact, most of the golfers that have come around take a minute out to come over and see what we found each day.
Well, good luck with the rest of your search. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hot town, summer in the city, back of my neck getting dirt and gritty. Been down, isn't it a pity? Doesn't seem to be a shadow in the city.
Just what is that elusive thing about Montreal that so many of us hear about and perhaps envy? Well, some say it's the joie de vivre. You can find it everywhere in Montreal, but especially in the hundreds of sidewalk cafes. Perhaps that's why so many Montrealers love spending their summers in the city. Real Montrealers don't always have to run elsewhere to get their summer fun. When the weather's great, out come the tables and chairs at the sidewalk cafes. Montrealers can sit for hours sipping wine, talking politics, or simply watching the people walk by. People watching is a big hobby in Montreal, and in the summer it's a city to see and be seen in.
With us now from her favorite cafe in Montreal is Martine Hippolyte. Hi, Martine.
Hello, Peter.
You know, one of the things that I always really loved about Montreal was how close the Laurentians were and the eastern townships. But you prefer staying in the city in the summer?
I do. Yes, I do.
How come?
Why? Because Montreal in the summer has this special buzz that it doesn't have in the winter time, because of course it's 40 below very often in Montreal in the winter time. And then of course there are all sorts of things going on in Montreal in the summertime. And you feel if you go away you're going to miss out on these things, and chances are you probably will be missing a lot.
You know, I was really surprised. I was just down there for the jazz festival. And I couldn't believe how at 4 o'clock in the morning there was still so much going on in the streets.
4 o'clock in the morning? You mean you only went to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I was on my way home then.
You were on your way home. Okay. No, it's usually like that during the jazz festival. You know, 700,000 people in 10 days came to hear jazz on the streets, in the halls, all over the place. A lot of the shows are free, which probably adds a lot to it. And the interesting thing is that people who go there really aren't jazz lovers, because I think they say that 1 Montrealer out of 5 is a jazz lover, whereas about 8 Montrealers out of the whole, you know, out of 10 go to the jazz festival. And then there are a lot of tourists that come in. It's really a lot of fun, and especially with the weather that we had this year during the jazz festival.
How difficult is it to get a seat at the Café Charrier where you are now?
Depends. There are days when you can sit, you know, you can wait for 10 minutes and then but the thing is at the Café Charrier, Peter, you always know somebody that's sitting at a table, and then you just grab your little chair and you say, excuse me, can I sit with you for 5 minutes? And then you end up there 3 hours with them.
Now, what do you do for 3 hours?
We talk. We talk and we talk and we talk and we laugh, and then of course other people come in and we know them, and then we have a drink, and then we say, oh well, why don't we eat here? And then we eat, and then we have more drinks, and you know, 3 hours, there it goes.
But it really is, of any city I've been in, it's a great city for people watching. I don't know why that is.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know why it is.
Yeah, well, I dare you, Peter, to come and sit here at Café Charrier and not people watch.
Yeah.
You know what the girls look like in Montreal?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh, okay, there you go.
So what are you looking at now?
What am I looking at now? I'm looking at a camera lens, but normally I would be looking at, can we say hunks?
Yeah.
Hunk alerts.
Hunk alert?
Hunk alert.
This is
yes.
a good spot for that?
Very good.
You ever met any of them?
No.
So it's just looking?
I just look, you know, and it's fun. And then sometimes if you're lucky, they may look at you too.
Is this the best time for you right after the jazz festival, or is it during the festival?
During the festival, I do have to admit that it's a little hard to get a place here,
yeah.
but you know, it depends on when you come. But this is a good time because it's people, there are a lot of people on vacation, but then again, just enough people just to make it very enjoyable.
So you're staying in the city all summer?
I'm going away for a week. I'm going away for a week at the beginning of August. I'm going away for a week.
It's really hot there too, eh?
Yeah, very hot.
Do you have many pools there? Is the Olympic pool open to the public?
It is open to the public, but it's far away. It's down in the east end of Montreal, and it's not outside, it's inside. Whereas people, I think, really like to go outside in the summertime in Montreal because we're inside all winter.
Yeah.
You know, those days in the wintertime, you just don't want to go outside. And sometimes I come and sit here, and it's like last week, it was 33 degrees. It was very warm, and I was saying to myself, why are you outside? Then I was thinking at minus 25, minus 30, and I said, those days are going to come back, and I'm going to regret not having sat here when it was 33 degrees.
So there's no hunk alert in the winter.
Yeah, they're there, but you have to look a little harder.
Thanks, Martine.
You're welcome,
Have
Peter.
Have a good summer.
Bye-bye. You too.
Bye.
And here's a look at some other events happening in other Canadian cities this summer. In the next half hour, we'll meet Canadian novelist David Adams Richards, and Rick Forchuk reviews a television show that tries to capture the essence of the Waltons. All that when Midday returns.
Taste Del Monte's unique 100% pure juice blends from concentrate. Del Monte, reach for the sun.
today's stories from the Midday Zoo. A leading specialist in animal pain was in Saskatoon recently. Dr. David Morton says veterinarians should join animal welfare groups because that would lead to better treatment of animals. Simon Gardner reports.
These chickens are being used in disease research. So are these dogs. The plight of laboratory animals has caused international concern and the formation of diverse animal rights groups.
I mean, a lot of animals.
But veterinarians have kept a low profile on the animal research issue. Dr. David Morton says that should change. He says vets and animal welfare groups should be working together.
But I think that the concerns of the moderate animal welfare movement are very much the same as ours. We are concerned about the way animals are kept in factory farms. We are concerned about increasing the use of analgesics post-operatively, and so are they. And why not join forces with them when we think along similar lines?
Morton says vets can give the groups more credibility. Others here agree, but say some of the groups have to be avoided.
I don't know that anybody in the veterinary profession is in favor of the anti-vivisectionists that want to let monkeys out of cages and that sort of thing. But I think we have a very important role to play in the moderate groups, the groups that are looking out for general animal welfare.
The debate surrounding the use of these animals is often highly emotional. Kent Refsell says instead of taking sides, vets should act as referees between the animal welfare groups and the animal research scientists.
I think if veterinarians can be involved to help really provide supportive evidence as to which side is correct or not.
Even if they don't get involved in the groups, Morton says vets shouldn't keep quiet about the issue.
And where we do find a bad practice, then I think we should be far more overt in what we condemn.
Simon Gardner, CBC News, Saskatoon.
A little east now to Winnipeg, members of that city's insect control team have found an unusual ally in their fight to control the mosquito population. That ally is the tiny, fat-headed minnow. Alan Habak has the story.
Doug Kafka and Brian McWhirter are going fishing for minnows. Pieces of bread are the bait for their traps. Fat-headed minnows live naturally in this pond in the Assiniboine forest. But something is missing here, mosquitoes. This should be their perfect home.
The stagnant water, the shallowness of the water, and the feeding for the mosquitoes with the organic matter is an ideal conditions for breeding.
The researchers believe the minnows are behind the mosquitoes' disappearance, eating the mosquito larvae before they have a chance to grow to adults. Limited laboratory tests have shown that minnows will eat 100 larvae in one day. That makes them an ideal biological control for mosquitoes if they can be introduced in large numbers. The researchers are testing their theory on a large scale, and for that, they need lots of minnows. This time, the bread is almost gone, but the traps are full.
Well, I guess we got enough minnows there.
32.
37.
Over the next few weeks, they will put the minnows in special tanks to duplicate the natural pond conditions. If the fish gobble up the larvae, the city could introduce them into mosquito-infested areas in a couple of years.
That's the most likely course of action, is to introduce them into bodies of water that are either permanent or semi-permanent. And if they're permanent, of course, achieve everlasting control. If the introduction sites are only semi-permanent, that would require stocking on an annual basis. And whether or not that's economical is something that have to be determined.
Only 5% of the city's mosquitoes live in water like this. But the researchers say if they can cut into the mosquito population in any way, it'll be a start. But first they have to answer one question. How many mosquitoes can a minnow eat?
That's something that we'll also have to look at. How many minnows do we have to introduce into a body of water to achieve effective control? And that's part of the trials that we'll be continuing with over the next couple of years.
Several years from now, what the minnows do down there may have a big effect on what flies around up here. Alan Habak, CBC News, Winnipeg.
Well, if mosquitoes are given a bad rap, think about the pig. Some people think they're dirty, stupid, and lazy, but as Kirk Williams recently discovered, after you get to know a couple of pigs, you come away with a different impression.
You know, pigs have it pretty rough. People make fun of them, and people use them to make fun of other people. How many parents have said, "This room looks like a pigsty"? Well, if pigs could decide, they would keep their pens neat and tidy.
The pig itself is probably one of the cleanest animals on the farm, if given the chance to be so.
Not only are they clean, but pigs are smart, too. Their brain is the same size as a dog's.
Because pigs are so intelligent, they make ideal house pets. But the trick is to get them when they're kind of young, because within a year, Willet will weigh 600 pounds, and that's not something you'd want in your lap.
Having a pig for a pet may not be for everyone, but if you're looking for an animal with a keen sense of smell, well...
The hog's sense of smell is good to a depth of 3 feet below ground.
But pigs do get even for all the bad things that ruin their reputation. They just act stubborn and frustrate their owners. Maybe they're not so dumb after all. Kirk Williams, CBC News, Saskatoon.
Okay, coming up in this half hour of the program, we return to Champers Bluff, New Brunswick, to meet award-winning photographer Freeman Patterson, and Rick Forchuk will have some thoughts on a new television show called Blue Skies. But first, David Adams Richards.
David Adams Richards' books have been described as being an antidote to middle-class smugness. He grew up in Newcastle, New Brunswick, and his most recent book, Nights Below Station Street, takes place in a town like Newcastle. While his characters don't have a lot of money, readers will applaud their nobility of spirit and the integrity of their decisions.
With us now from Newcastle, overlooking the Miramichi River, is writer David Adams Richards. Hi, David.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. You having a good summer?
Oh, pretty good.
Now, you're there on the Miramichi. Have you been able to do much salmon fishing this summer
Well,
yet?
I do quite a bit. Generally, this summer I haven't been out as much as I usually am. I was out 5 or 6 times.
What'd you get? What did you get?
Oh, I got a grill.
Is it more difficult to write in the summer than, say, in the wintertime for you?
I find it easier to write in the fall and early winter than in the summer. I have more going on in the summer, and the weather's hotter.
It's probably easier just because the weather keeps you holed up during the wintertime.
Yeah, well, that's true, and there's less distractions in the winter, I believe. So.
When you were growing up in Newcastle, your dad owned the movie house?
Yeah, he and his family owned it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That must have been great for a kid.
Well, I had a lot of movies to go to.
You went for free?
Oh yeah.
It seems that you might have become a filmmaker rather than a writer, seeing all those movies as a kid.
Well, I think there is a visual aspect to my novels, which I perhaps adapted from watching so many films, and I do enjoy the idea of script writing. I've written a couple, and I probably will write some more, although I don't know when, but hopefully sometime I will.
David, what Charles Dickens book was it that you read and you said, okay, that's it, I want to write for a living, that's what I want to do?
Well, I don't know really whether it could have been any of the, any book. At that time it was Oliver Twist, but I think it was the first adult book I read, and that's when I decided that I wanted to become a writer. It happened to be Charles Dickens. I don't think I read much of Charles Dickens after that, but certainly Oliver Twist had a great impact on me when I was about 14 or 15.
I want to ask you about your ability for characterization, because much is made of it in every review of your work which I have read, and I wanted to know if it was something that you come by naturally, or whether or not you sit down and you really work on the development of characters. Do you have to sit there and sort of plot everything out, or is it just the kind of writer you are naturally?
Well, I'm really not conscious of any set pattern. I do believe, however, that the trick of it is, if it is a trick, is that most of the characters that you describe well all have to do with yourself. And it doesn't matter whether they're male or female or whatever. If I'm describing a Joe Walsh or a Kathy McDermott, these people I feel empathy for because a part of myself is living in them. And I think that most writers feel that way when they feel comfortable with the character. And certainly with the characters I feel comfortable with, I feel that way.
What happens when you're uncomfortable with a character, when you start a book and then time goes on and all of a sudden you realize you don't like the character?
Well, that happens now and then, but generally you have to struggle and make do. Certain characters come to you better than others, and with those that don't, well, you sort of get what you can, but it's the characters that you can make live and breathe that will make the book live and breathe, and those are the ones you really focus on.
Talk about that book a bit more, because let's say somebody's going into a bookstore this afternoon thinking about picking up something for summer reading. What would you tell them about Nights Below Station Street?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's I think it's worthwhile reading, but I'm really not a person that promotes his own work by television or radio or any other means. I think the work can speak for itself, however, and I think it's a book about independence and what independence really is compared to what independence sometimes is made out to be, and I think a lot of the book deals with that. I think the true human independence that Joe and to a lesser extent Adele come to realize, rather than the rather superficial intellectualized independence of a Vera or to a lesser extent a Myra in the book. And I think that's the basic conflict within the novel.
So one critic has said that your writing has performed a heroic service for the people of the Miramichi, and I wonder how you feel about that.
Well, the Miramichi was here long before I was, and it'll be here long after I'm gone. I'm only writing in a way about my given territory, and it is fiction. I set my novels on a fictionalized river, a fictionalized Miramichi, and if I was in Halifax or Dartmouth or over in Windsor, Ontario, I'd probably be writing about the same type of life that I write about, because it's the type of life that interests me the most.
What about this summer? What are you working on now?
I'm working on a book. I'm halfway through, actually, the second part of this trilogy that I started with, Nights Below Station Street.
David, thanks for talking to us.
Okay, very best.
Have a good summer.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's been ages since we first heard the words, "Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ellen." But TV columnist Rick Forchuk says there's a new show cut from the same cloth as the Waltons, now on a screen near you.
In the logging business, you harvest the timber so you can replant the timber so you can harvest the timber again. And television is just like that. It's all one big cycle that keeps repeating itself. The latest in this trend is a show called Blue Skies from CBS, the network that brought us the Waltons.
Can't think of a better way to start the day.
This series on trial presents the same multi-generational approach that we saw on Walton's Mountain, the interaction between a boy and his grandpa.
Look, Grandpa. Charlie, don't do that. No, don't do that. If everybody went around carving their initials in trees, there wouldn't be any trees left.
There's an awful lot of trees around, Grandpa.
Not as many as there used to.
An hour-long family drama, Blue Skies does just about everything wrong. First of all, there's virtually no action. The show is largely dialogue, much of it moralistic or instructional in nature. No car chases, no sleazy villains, and no inferences of sex or violence.
What did you tell Grandpa?
The second major error is the relationship between the boy and his dad, played by former Dukes of Hazzard star Tom Wopat. Dad is not a high-powered executive or a man of influence and excitement. And the boy, contrary to most TV kids these days, isn't a smart-mouthed brat with all the answers.
I got an idea. How about you and me play a killer game of Martian Attack? What do you think? I'll set up the video.
No, thanks. I'd rather read.
And finally, Blue Skies is not set in New York or Los Angeles and populated with eccentric characters. It's set in a small town in Oregon, a place where a stranger can lose a wallet and not have to worry about being sent to the kitchen to wash the dishes.
Look, don't you worry about the bill. I'll take care of it.
You are the greatest. I really appreciate it.
Right from the opening credits, Blue Skies warns us that what is to follow is dull, unexciting, and little more than an updating on the Waltons, with everybody gathering around the family dinner table. For a show that does too many things wrong to properly qualify as 80s entertainment, I found Blue Skies a nice, pleasant hour of television. And I'm not alone. Early ratings are so strong that Blue Skies is almost guaranteed a permanent spot on the new fall schedule. For Midday, I'm Rick Forchuk in Vancouver.
And we'll be right back after this with Freeman Patterson.
We have a saying at the front door that says, a home without a cat is just a house, and we truly believe that. When it's Whiskas time, it's come pitter-pat, pitter-pat, pitter-pat. With other cat foods, I was throwing about 2/3 of it away, but with Whiskas, I don't throw anything away. I believe that Whiskas is good value for the dollar, and my cats just love it. If my cats could talk, I'm sure they would say, thanks, Mom, for buying us Whiskas.
More and more cat owners tell us their cats prefer Whiskas.
Baby Magic Rich and Creamy Baby Oil.
Oh, there's magic between us. You can feel it, touch it.
A completely different kind of baby oil, rich and creamy, not greasy. It's emulsified so it moisturizes and absorbs faster than ordinary baby oils, leaving no greasy feel.
Oh, there's magic between us.
Feel the magic of the only non-greasy baby oil. Baby Magic Rich and Creamy Baby Oil.
Again, we're asking, do adults eat Kellogg's Rice Krispies just for the fun of it?
It's got nothing to do with fun.
No way.
Snap, Crackle, and what's the other guy's name?
Pop.
Pop.
That's for kids.
It's the 7 essential nutrients.
That's why adults eat them.
But there's also the size thing.
Exactly.
They're small.
I can fit 27 of them on my teaspoon.
I use a big tablespoon myself.
Good for you, dear.
But it's got nothing to do with
fun.
Fun, right. We eat them because they're small.
I like them because they're...
Last fall, we brought you a series of interviews with Canadian artists and photographers talking about the landscapes they live and work in and how that geography figures in their work. Over the next few weeks, we'll go back to some of those places. We'll start in the St. John River Valley of New Brunswick. Freeman Patterson is one of our finest nature photographers and a recent member of the Order of Canada. Although he's worked all over the world, much of his inspiration comes from walks in his own backyard. These pictures of the St. John River were taken near his farm in Champers Bluff, about a 45-minute drive from St. John. The woods behind his farm inspire him, and Patterson is equally drawn to the details of the St. John Valley and to the wonderful view he has. Patterson has described the valley as a friendly landscape with its farmhouses and forests that dot rolling hills and shores. This is the view he sees every day from his porch. Peter spoke with Freeman Patterson last fall.
Joining me now from his porch is photographer Freeman Patterson. Hi, Freeman.
Hello, Peter.
You know, in this series, we're asking people why where they live is so special. When you think of the St. John River Valley, what comes to mind?
Well, the St. John River Valley is, I think, just one of the great rivers of this continent. It meanders through great rolling hills, and the thing that I find so special about it, Peter, is that well, I think all of the chances for canoeing and exploring the marshes, it winds and it winds, and it just seems that you can find all different sorts of countryside as you begin to explore it. And in the winter, it's just as exciting when you're skating on it as in the summer when you're canoeing on it.
I was just going to ask you, it changes obviously from season to season. You've been there for a long time now. Every spring, does it look different to you when you go out?
Well, I think so, because the weather here, of course, is very changeable from spring to spring. In some years, there are great ice cakes floating down the river, and other years the ice just seems to melt away, and we get a very kind of tranquil water in the spring. And it used to be, when I was a kid, that I'd go out with my dad and we'd retrieve logs from the river that we'd cut up for pulpwood.
You know, I was reading your book, and you talk about your experience photographing a desert in Africa, and you say, there begins a symphony of the purest silence I've ever heard when the sun comes up. I wonder what kind of noise the St. John River Valley makes for you. What are the sounds you have grown to love?
The sound of the river that I remember always, and I think surprises a lot of people, is that comes in the winter, because the St. John River is a tidal river, which means that when you have all the ice, which is often enough to drive an automobile on, well, that ice is lifted and dropped every 6 hours by the tides, and so you get this enormous thundering and cracking. And especially on a cold winter night, it's a remarkable sound in the night air. But the summer sounds of the river, in the lower St. John River Valley where I live they're not great because the river's very broad here, and it's more just the sound of the waves lapping on the shore.
You know, when you go out, I think one of the greatest lines that finally explains to me what you do compared to anybody who just takes a camera out on a summer or a winter afternoon is that you make a picture. You don't take one.
Well, I think of photography as always really a meeting of the photographer and the subject matter. And I hope that in my relationships with other people, I just don't sort of take from them, but it is in fact a real relationship. So if I go out to the forest here around my house, or if I go down on the river, that subject matter, as it were, is speaking to me through its textures and its lines and its shapes and so on, and I'm responding to what it's communicating. So just as I hope I'm careful and thoughtful in my relationships with fellow human beings, I want to be in my relationship with non-human subject matter. So the making of a picture is the making of a relationship, and I think a photograph is really a statement of what has happened in that meeting between the subject matter and the photographer.
I wonder if that means that no place is boring for you.
Well, I've never really been bored any place because, you see, I think that, well, no matter what the subject matter is, no matter what kind of environment I'm in, every visible thing is made up of shapes, of lines, of textures, and I try to peel the label off the subject matter. I try not to just look at a rock and say that's a rock or that's a tree, but what I try to do is see its configuration and what that configuration tells me about its history, and so on. So I find myself endlessly fascinated by the visual configuration of things, always.
You travel a great deal. What do you miss most about your home and that area of the country when you're away?
Well, I think it's that this particular area, which is very, very rich in its plant life, from trees to its grasses and so on, it's an incredibly textured landscape. And as much as I love the desert, and I love desert enormously, I still miss this richness of the fabric of the earth around here. I find this is very, very exciting indeed. Of course, I grew up in this general area, and there's a human community of which I'm very fond as well.
Great pleasure to talk to you, Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we'll be back right after this to tell you about tomorrow's show.
Hello, Cat. Want to scratch a lucky match and be an instant lottery winner? Lucky Match gives you 9 lives, Scratch and match any 3 to win one of the millions of instant prizes, up to $50,000. Wow! Lucky Match instant lottery game is back. Smart cat, that.
Did we win a game, sir? Lucky Match, millions of instant prizes.
Thunder Mountain, thunder run, take the family for some fun. Looping, laughing, riding, dancing, standing, grinning, wet and spinning. Have a splash and have a swirl, take a trip around the world. Catch a show and ride the beast, Zumba film and have a feast. Yogi's Smurf, Scooby-Doo, always something new to do. Wonderland's the one, the family's gonna say, the family's gonna say.
Hurry to participating McDonald's restaurants now for your Canada's Wonderland coupon to save $4 each off the regular passport.
Canada's Wonderland. You'll be smiling, you'll be laughing. Bring back those memories that we share. Hey, you're looking good. Any way you look at it, Blacks is photography.
Right now, bring your color print film into Blacks for processing, and Blacks will give you a pocket photo album free.
Any way you look at it, Blacks is photography. Blacks is photography, guaranteed.
Well, coming up on tomorrow's program, Dr. Armitage will be here to tell us about a female athlete's performance after pregnancy.
Amy Grant is going to be here. I don't know if you know her. She's largely regarded as mainly a religious singer in the United States. She's quite young. She's won 4 Grammys, and she's got a new album out. She'll be along tomorrow.
Not bad track record. And Tom New will be here with a review of the 5th Dirty Harry movie and Bambi. Good combination.
2 separate movies.
2 separate movies.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
This is CBC Television.
One way or another, they're gonna get ya. They're gonna get you, get you, get you, get ya.
One way or another, stains are gonna get you.
One way, maybe next day, they're gonna get ya, get ya.
But you're gonna beat them because you're gonna get them out better than ever with new Advanced Action Spray and Wash. Its brand new formula now works harder than ever on tough, greasy stains. So however it happens,
you're gonna get them, get them, get them, get them.
Get them out with new Advanced Action Spray and Wash.
Introducing a new concept in eyewear. The concept, one-stop eyewear shopping. The promise, quality glasses in about an hour. LensCrafters in-store laboratories with highly trained technicians custom craft your lenses with meticulous care and precision. That's how we deliver quality glasses in about an hour. Experience LensCrafters' new store at Woodbine Center.
Oh, come on. I can't tell them that on nationwide television. It'll create havoc at Multi-Tech Warehouse Direct. Why don't I just go to the Toshiba microwave with defrost and tell them it's $149? Then I'll go to the RCA wireless remote